Good morning, Town of Putney. Good morning, registered voters in the Town of Putney. And good morning to other residents of Putney who may not be registered or who are not from Putney and who are visiting us. My name is Meg Mott. It's a couple minutes after 10 o'clock. I am now calling the meeting to order. We have a very, very full agenda today. I am really hoping I'm out of here by 6. And I'm periodically going to remind you perhaps of human needs and sizes of bladder and that sort of thing in order to move us along. So would people in the back please quiet down a little bit? I know we're trying to get everybody in. Could my friends in the way back, Mary and Suzanne and other people manning the tables, would you please ask the riffraff to tone it down? Some of us want to actually get to work. All right, the next item on the agenda is Karen Astley is not a Putney resident. She is our town manager. Hearing no objections, I would like her to remain on the stage. Hearing no objections, Karen is now here with us. Please, could we have, starting with Kim, would you please introduce yourselves? But 1 second first. Is there somebody in the back of the room who can quiet the voices in the back? The meeting has been called to order and we are now proceeding. Thank you. Introductions from the stage, beginning with Kim.
Hello, I'm Kim Monroe, and I'm the treasurer. Don't be shy.
Karen Astley, town manager.
Peg Alden, Select Board.
Eileen Tulloch, Select Board.
Nate Snell, Select Board.
Eric McGowan, Select Board.
Fletcher Proctor, Select Board.
Rachel Ryan, Communication Liaison and Assistant Town Clerk.
Great, thank you very much. Can everybody hear the mics that are up on the panel? All right, okay. I have a few remarks to make. I know some people say, oh, I wanted to come to town meeting to see what Meg is going to do. This is the moment. It's going to last about 3 minutes. And so those of you in the back who want to hear what Meg is going to do, this is your brief opportunity. Why do we come here to deliberate? Why do we come here to disagree with each other? Why do we come here to learn about making amendments and figuring out the difference between a main motion and an incidental motion? The reason we do this is because we are a disagreeing species and we need to learn how to disagree better. So this opportunity is not an opportunity to go all kumbaya. No, 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 no. This is an opportunity for you to have serious debate, serious disagreement. And our whole constitutional system is set up so that we get to disagree better. That's why power is divided. That's why we have a federalist system. Everything is designed so that we get to disagree better. So I have a brief reading from the Vermont Constitution, because in order to disagree really well, besides having a moderator, besides having Robert's rules, besides having ourselves dressed not in our pajamas, it also requires some inner work. And the inner work, this is how it's designed, is the inner work is that we have to do something on the inside in order to do a better job disagreeing with each other. So the Vermont Constitution, Article 18 says that frequent recurrence to fundamental principles and a firm adherence to justice, moderation, temperance, industry, frugality, 5 virtues. There's 13 virtues in all, but our ancestors said 5 were all we needed, are absolutely necessary to preserve the blessings of liberty and keep government free. So these words, justice, moderation, temperance, industry, frugality, It has a lot to do with how we live on the inside. Justice, in the old days, Ben Franklin would have defined it as, do not injure or omit your duty. Pretty simple. Do what you're supposed to do, don't hurt anybody. Moderation. Avoid extremes. That doesn't mean have milquetoast ideas. But do not get so agitated on the inside that you take injury when you didn't have to. That's what moderation means. Don't be injured if you don't need to be. Temperance, we think about that with food and drink. Another way to think about it is don't speak to dullness, nor wax on to elation. And industry, be useful. This is our time to speak with each other, to be useful to one another. And finally, frugality, which I'm sure is going to be a big concern today, as it always should be. Learn to be useful to others and do not waste. So those are the 5 things that we do on the inside. On the outside, we'll have our moderator, we'll have our Robert's Rules. Benji Cragen is going to be the parliamentarian. So we have a forum to help us. But I just thought it might be helpful. Why do we deliberate? We want to be better people. Okay. I'm now going to turn it to the Select Board for the Community Service Award.
Should I do that up there, or should I do it here?
You can do it wherever you want.
Wherever I want, okay.
We need pictures.
We need pictures?
Yes.
Okay, well, we will do pictures in a bit, okay. Sorry, I got caught a little bit unawares there. Okay, so every year the Select Board seeks nominations for members of our community who have done extraordinary work. And every year we have the agonizing choice to make, to choose between a bunch of really amazing people. This year, the 2025 Community Service Award goes to Irene Canaris. And I'm just going to read a little blurb. Says, I am writing to nominate Irene Canaris for the Putney, Vermont Community Service Award. Irene is the president of the East Putney Community Club and heart and soul of Pierce's Hall. Pierce's Hall is an historic Grange Hall in East Putney. It is overseen by the East Putney Community Club. With Irene's leadership, Pierce's Hall has held a wide variety of successful events to bring all members of the Putney community together. These events are open to the public and low cost or free. She has worked tirelessly to make sure that Pierce's Hall is a vibrant gathering place for our community, bringing together longtime Putney residents and new families for potluck dinners, concerts, dancing, lectures, movies, and fundraisers. Irene has worked to successfully obtain funding for important improvements and maintenance of the historic structure. She can also be found cleaning the kitchen and replacing shelf liners if it needs to be done. I am nominating her because her love and dedication to the community benefit us all and would love to see her work publicly acknowledged. Please consider Irene Canaris for this Community Service Award, and that came from Simi Raven. So,
I know Irene is here.
Are you here?
We saw Irene earlier.
Okay, can you come on up? All right, or I'll come down to you.
Don't forget, Rachel, can you grab pictures? Snap pictures? We need pictures. Oh, I can't hear them. All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, here, Laura's got it.
She's a
Great.
Putney person.
Irene, can we get you a mic?
Bye.
You can come to the podium if you wish,
Here, grab one of these.
or here at the middle. Uh-oh.
I couldn't do that. my first time speaking at town meeting after 50 years. I just want to say, this has nothing to do with me. It is a community that brings us together to make wonderful things for our neighbors and our friends. And I just want to thank everybody who's helping to make Pierce's Hall a viable community center. Thank you all.
All right, next, town manager, long-term employees recognition.
So, I did not prepare a speech, but I want to acknowledge town staff. So John Johnson, our town clerk, Kim Monroe, our treasurer. The three of us have been together for 7 years now, and when we came in, there was a lot of changes happening. We've added to our team Rachel Ryan on the end. She's the assistant town clerk and our communications liaison. Rachel spends a lot of time working on our website and getting all those posts out on Facebook so we can communicate with everyone. Then we have the highway department. I want to thank Brian Harlow, who is now our interim fire chief. Brian's been with the town for many years. And he's also Jason Newton, who was with the highway department and now with Brian's family business. They were both critical to the highway department, but when we have change like that, it allows other people to move up. And I want to recognize Lenny Howard, who has moved into Brian's position. He's been in that position since May of '24. And then we have Pat Wood, Alan Thurber, Jesse Howard is fairly new to our team as well. And Jesse, Pat, and who am I forgetting? Oh, Willie Aiken. Mr. Willie Aiken is our newest person on our highway department. Last year, there was quite a bit of change. I also wanted to mention that Tom Goddard, who had retired in March, he took a early retirement. Tom had many hats, and for several people working for the town of Putney, we wear several hats. And with all the change last year, you know, we were revisiting and looking at the future. So I just want to thank all of my town employees and my staff. They go above and beyond some days. So thank you very much. Also, can I just mention too that for volunteers for our boards, commissions, there are many people behind the scenes that support what we're doing from town hall and from, you know, the highway department and the fire department. And right now there's some vacancies, but some people have left, and I want to recognize those people, and you know who you are. They've done a lot of work. There's more work happening with our planning commission and our development review board. The landscape will look a little different, and I do expect to see some change. So I just want to thank everyone for your support.
Great, thank you. All right, we are about to get started. I'm just going to remind everybody on the basic structure of Robert's Rules of Order. You will also find this handout either on your seat or you got from the table. that will give you some more information of the basic principles, basic motions, basic terms used in Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order are the basic rules of order for this meeting, except where Vermont law takes precedence. You cannot change state law, but you can change Robert's rules with a 2/3 vote. An article must be moved and seconded by the body, although as a side note, if something is coming from the select board, it does not need a second. Turns out that's just a nervous tick we've been doing all these years, but I'm going to persist because I'm going to get more nervous if we don't do that little tick. But I do have it on good authority that a second is not necessary when it's a warned article. But after the article has been moved and seconded, I will restate it, and then debate can begin. So there's going to be a little warm-up before we get into the debate. Articles may have only one amendment at a time associated with them, and one amendment to an amendment, and at that point we have to stop, because otherwise we're going to get way too confused. After you've spoken on a particular article, you will not be recognized a second time during discussion on that article or amendment until all other voters who wish to speak on the issue for the first time are given an opportunity to do so. The way I have been doing this is asking for a motion, a second, restating it, asking someone to speak in favor of the main motion, and then I ask for questions or opposition. I'm trying to go back and forth to gauge what the actual debate is, and that becomes a useful way for me to begin to see, are we ready for a vote? So when I start doing, may I hear from an opposition, that's what I'm wanting to do. Get a sense of what the real disagreement is, let that disagreement flourish, and then I will indicate to you all, I'm going to move towards a vote, unless I see someone saying, no, I want to say something. We use a hand or aye vote. I'm sorry, we use an aye vote, but you do have an opportunity, and it explains it here under vote, of if you wish to do use a different mechanism to count the vote, that's a possibility. All motions, remarks, and discussion must be addressed to the moderator. I will do my best to recognize you in the order that you have raised your hands. And yes, I do like to be called Madam Moderator. But Meg Mott will do, because those two words are pretty close. Your speeches must be confined to the merits of the question. You will not be allowed to engage in personal attacks on a member of the body or their motives. Again, that doesn't mean you have to be super polite. Robert lets us be passionate. He says, if you have a strong feeling, we want to hear it. If you feel that we are going to do something and the consequences will be dreadful, we want to hear that. But you can't say to somebody else that I know the reason you're doing this is that you want to destroy us. Then I'll have to say, I'm sorry, can you restate that, please? And if you say it again, I do have a gavel. State law prohibits, and that means, okay, I won't hit anybody on the head. I just noticed somebody's face. I promise not to hit you over the head. If you say something that I think is rude, then I'm going to ask you to restate it using justice, temperance, industry, moderation, frugality. And then if you do continue, then of course, I'll get grumpy. State law prohibits consideration of articles that have not been warned. This means you cannot take binding action under the article other business, and we are going to get some non-binding business at the end. And so just because we vote on it doesn't mean that it's binding. However, it's another way for people to express their concerns. You cannot amend warned articles such that they would deal with business that has not been warned. This is a tricky one. If there's a super big amendment and it seems to change the substance of the article, then I will need to vote on whether or not I feel the amendment is in order, because it is either germane, that's in order, or not germane, that's not in order. If I do that, you do have you can overrule me. So, but I just want you to know, big amendments, if they feel like they are changing the substance of the warned article, I may decide that they are not germane. Reconsideration of an article is allowed by Vermont state law until a point is reached where the body has begun working on another article. This means that if you have voted down an article, a motion can be made to open reconsideration of this article by a person on the prevailing side. And yes, I will ask you if you are on the prevailing side. This part of Robert's rules means that when we've had a vote and I've made a judgment call and I say Article 6 has passed, no, I'm going to say, it appears that Article 6 has passed, then I'm going to pause. That's your opportunity to do a reconsideration. If I hear no reconsideration, I'm moving on. I'm going to say it again, Article 6 has passed. My role as moderator is to help you accomplish the business you intend to do. Please raise your hands to ask questions if you don't understand what is happening, or if you think what is happening is wrong for some reason, or if you want to do something but don't know how to proceed. I'm here to help you. Benji Cragen, parliamentarian, is here to help you. And there's a lot of very smart people in this room who understand how Robert works intimately, and we're all here to help you proceed. If you feel that I have ruled improperly, you may challenge the moderator's rulings. It'll require a second. It takes a simple majority. And with last item, only registered voters of Putney may vote on any article before the meeting. And I think that wraps it up. So we are now ready to move. Yes, I have a question from the floor. Mr. Fairman.
Madam Moderator, could you please mention, regarding you said there's other ways of voting, could you please mention
Yes.
division and paper ballot?
I've had a request to go. I have had a request from the floor to go into a bit more detail about the voting. So let me just read to you what I get from Ed Chase. Division of the House can be requested by one voter before or after a voice vote. State law provides for a paper ballot vote on the request of 7 voters, unless the town has made other arrangements. Again, before or after a voice vote, or after a division of the House. This means that the moderator could ask for a voice vote, declare the motion passed or failed, then someone could request division of the House. There must then be a vote of show of hands or rising. The moderator declares the motion passed or failed, then someone could request a paper ballot. The moderator would have to honor this request if 7 people ask for the paper ballot. So there's many steps. When I say it appears the ayes have it, you still have more tricks up your sleeve, and those are legitimate tricks. Okay, let us move to the first article. Article 1, to choose all town officers required by law to be elected by Australian ballot. That is happening in the booths in the back of this room. If you'd like to see a sample ballot, it's available on page 89 of the annual report. Article 2, to elect 3 trustees to the Putney Public Library Board from the floor. Do we have, yes, Janice Baldwin. Janice Baldwin.
Janice Baldwin, Chairman of the Putney Library Board of Trustees. I'm honored to be able to place 3 names in nomination today for the seats on our board. They are Jessica Taylor, Susan McMahon, and our newest member, Nancy Hood.
Okay. Are there any other nominations from the floor? All right. It appears that we have a slate of trustees: Jessica Taylor, Susan McMahon, and Nancy Hood. Do I have a motion? Janice, could you move?
I'd like to move. So move.
Can I get a second from the floor? And I have Laura Campbell in the back. Second. All right, here's our first vote. Everybody ready? All those in favor of voting in the slate of candidates for the Putney Public Library Board, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the slate of 3 trustees is passed.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'd like to take just a few minutes, Meg. I know we want to keep a tight shit here, so I won't take too long. But some of you may not know that your beautiful building is 20 years old. It was 20 years ago this winter that they formally opened those now familiar orange doors to the community. You also may not know, however, all the work that what happened to make that library the wonderful place that it is today. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank all those citizens and volunteers who worked so hard to make that happen. I wasn't here, but I've looked at the scrapbooks and I've talked to the volunteers who were part of that day, and I look around and I see a number of you are still here today and still using our library. And I understand from them that it was a true community event, community-wide effort, to raise the money, to do the work, to provide the services, both free and paid. It was an incredible opportunity and a really huge achievement for a small town like Putney. So I'd like us all to just remember that this was built by the community and it's your library. However, without the town support, a building would just be a building. Because of the support of our taxpayers for all these years and our patrons, our library continues to flourish and can be the community-wide space, safe space for everybody in this town. I also, of course, need to thank our wonderful librarian director, Emily Zervis, and her hardworking staff, who continue to build in the spirit of the original builders of our library, to support connection and community, which inspires everything they do for us and all the programs and services that they continue to offer. Please take advantage of your library, and also visit our little table in the back where you can actually enter a free raffle to win a tote bag. And also let us know what you think about the library and if there's anything we can do to serve you better. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Excellent. We are now moving to Article 3, which is to hear the reports of the town officers. It begins on page 10 in your annual report. Requires no action on our part. Article 4. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize general fund expenditures for expenses of $1,896,670.75, of which $1,414,148.75 shall be raised by taxes and $482,522 by non-tax revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. You can find information on this on page 29 and notes on page 36. Do we have a motion?
We do.
Peg moves. And do I have a second? Just again, it's a nervous tick on my part. And can you remind me your name? Sorry. Melanie Fletcher, of course. Melanie Fletcher, seconds from the floor. Would somebody, oh, sorry, now I need to restate it. I'm having one of those moments. We've had a motion, we've had a second. We are now debating Article 4, shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize general fund expenditures for expenses of $1,896,670.75, of which $1,414,148.75 shall be raised by taxes and $482,522 by non-tax revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2026. That's a restatement. This is now a ripe fruit. Is there somebody who would like to provide some context? Peg?
Yes, I would like to. First of all, I want to request that people look at the budget notes on page 36. If you haven't looked at them already, they give a really good summary of the budget. And also want to draw your attention to the town financial supplement, which gives lots of this information in graphic form that makes it a little bit easier to digest some of it. I also just wanted to say, make a couple quick points before we get into debating the budget. The first point is that the budget overall is an increase of 3.9%, but the general fund is level funded. That means there will be no increase in taxes to meet that 3.9% increase. The amount that, the way that we're doing this, the way that Karen has managed this, which I think is commendable, is that there's a couple different ways that that's being managed. One is by offsetting the funds from the fund balance, and also another way that that's being offset is because of the increase in interest that we got on some of our funds this year. So that's two ways that we've figured out how to keep those taxes flat. The other way that we're keeping those taxes flat is that Karen was able to cut $155,000 from the budget, and this came mostly from the town management section of the budget. So that means in town hall, we've decreased an administrative assistant, and we've decreased funding on grant management. I think it's really important to note what's happened there, because I think we need to thank our town hall staff for taking on a lot of work so that we could decrease those expenditures. So we've cut some positions in town hall, which increases the work for town hall. So I just want to put that out there. I want to thank Karen and the town hall staff for stepping up to that. The last thing that I think that is worth noting before we get debating the budget is what appears to be a very large increase in the public safety line of the budget, or that whole section of the budget. That increase is due to two different things. One is the sheriff's contract, that our contract with the sheriff has increased significantly. And also, the other is not really a change in expenditure, it's a change of how the budget is organized. That we've pulled the fire and EMS figures into the public safety section of the budget, so that hasn't increased, it's just changed where it's being reported in the budget. So I just wanted to give that bit of context before we get going.
Okay, great. And I have it under good authority that Brian Harlow is currently here in the room with us, and may be able to answer some questions specifically involving the fire department. Are there any questions before we go into opposition? Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Fairman.
Thank you. Okay, getting myself organized here. Madam Moderator, I have questions for our fire chief and town manager are expecting me to ask some questions. They've known about this since last Monday. And also the cemetery commissioners. Would you like me to be recognized twice or just once?
I think I'd like you to be recognized just one at a time, Howard, and
Okay.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Are other people? Yes, yeah, so if you could use the mic to the
other
lips.
mic.
Great. No, that's great. Just keep it to your mouth.
Okay, I see. Basically, I have to kiss it and we're all set here.
Right.
Okay, Madam Moderator, since a week ago yesterday, our fire chief and town manager have known that I would be asking them 4 questions today about the Town of Putney capital plan for fire department equipment that I shall introduce with a brief quotation from a February 17th, 2025 New York Times story. As Wall Street chases profits, fire departments have paid the price. Around the country, prices have soared and orders can take years to fulfill. Unlike the automobile industry, fire departments buy trucks every 10 to 15 years on average and have incredibly specific requests, so most trucks are bespoke vehicles. To help keep down cost, Rev Group has created a more standardized vehicle that can be made in less than a year, unquote. On page 52 of the 2024 Putney Town Report, the town of Putney capital plan for fire department equipment states that engines 1 and 2 are to be replaced during fiscal 2026, and tanker 1 is to be replaced during fiscal 2027. I have 4 questions. I'll ask them one at a time and receive an answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to keep an eye out because if there are other people who have questions, then I'm going to ask you to do it just one at a time.
Sure.
And great.
Well, I was planning to, what I'm thinking of is I could ask question 1, receive an answer, then ask question 2? Or,
Ask question 1 and let's see how it goes.
okay. Question 1, when must the replacement fire engines and tanker be ordered to be delivered as planned?
Did you hear that, Brian? Are you able to answer that question? Can we get a mic to Brian? Or maybe, Brian, would you be willing to come to this mic? Thank you.
I think 2 years out is from when you order to when you receive it is approximately 2 years.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to go back to Howard. Howard, question number 2.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Question number 2, when must the Town of Putney voters authorize bonding for the replacement fire engines and tanker to be delivered as planned?
We have an answer from Karen.
Bonding happens in the spring and in the fall, so it's twice a year.
Yes, but I was thinking not in terms of within a year, but in terms of getting replacing fire engines in 2026 and a tanker in 2027. Our fire chief has told us would be about 2 years out. When would we have to bond for those in terms of in advance of ordering the fire engine?
We can do that within a year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to go to Howard for his 4th question. I have some questions in the back, so Howard, if you would sit back down, and we'll get the hands raised. If you could just say your name. Bert Teffer, and we'll wait till we get you a mic.
I have a question about the Sheriff's Office increased expenditures. I just wondered whether that's increased services or increased costs. What does that actually consist of?
Bert, that would be increased cost. No. So they serve us 40 hours a week per our contract.
So did everybody hear Bert's second question, which was how many, same amount of hours, is that correct? How many hours?
Same, yeah.
Okay.
Same amount of hours.
All right. There was another question in the back. Melanie?
Hi, Melanie Fletcher. I just have a question, since we were talking about the administrative assistant being eliminated. I just took a glance there and saw that there's a fairly significant increase in salary for town manager, and I just wanted to know maybe an explanation for that.
Do you have an answer for Melanie's question? Yes, Eileen.
The town manager is under a 2-year contract, and that amount was in the contract.
Any other questions? We have Jeanette White. Can we get a mic to Jeanette? Here it's coming from your other side, Jeanette. Great runners, thank you.
Thank you. So I think I'm reading this right. On page 47, under special revenue funds, it looks like there was a balance of 328 in the ARPA funds. Have they been, since June, have they been assigned, dedicated or allocated?
They've all been allocated.
Yeah.
They've all been.
Because they have to be done by
Yeah.
December of last year, yeah.
Yes, all of the ARPA funds have been obligated and are spoken for.
Thank you.
Do we have other questions? Yes, Melanie has a second question. I'm going to give it to Melanie because this is her question number 2.
Okay. Yeah, so Melanie Fletcher. I just wanted a little bit more clarity on that. That didn't seem to answer my question. It's a 51% increase in pay.
Where is that?
And if there was a contract, that seems like a fairly significant increase for even a contracted pay increase.
Somebody able to answer Melanie's question?
You guys did that wage, the wage analysis.
So as with most town managers in the state of Vermont, most town managers operate under a contract. They're usually 2 to 3 years of a contract, and that contract spells out things like vacation time, sick time, and their salary. So when we negotiated the new contract with Karen, it was a 2-year contract. We did some extensive research on wages for town managers and came up with that wage increase. It's just a fact that position, it's a lot of work. Karen, in addition to being the town manager, is also the zoning administrator and the finance director. Like she said before, she wears a lot of hats. If she were to leave, if we were to put that position out to the general world, we would not be able to find somebody for less than that. So that's where that number comes from.
Can I make a
Okay, we have another question in the back, right next. Do you see? Great.
Hi, Robin Ekstrom.
Robin, can you just say your last name again?
Ekstrom.
Ekstrom.
Unless I misremember reading the report, the position of finance director was eliminated. So some of that increase in salary for our town manager is offset by the fact that another hat that she continues to wear as finance director is no longer funded. So can someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the net increase is nothing like what it looked like. And if I just can make one brief comment, I want to compliment our town government at large for the effort that's clearly gone into trying to keep this budget under control compared to the increase in last year, which was startling. I was very pleased to read this budget. It's not my area of expertise, so other people can correct me if I misunderstand, but I think they've done a pretty good job. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I don't see any hands up, and so I'm going to go to Howard's. Oh, I got one other in the back, yes?
Sorry, Bert Tepfer again. I just wanted an explanation more fully about where the ARPA funds was allocated. It was a large amount of money.
Can you put the mic up a bit closer, Bert?
I wanted to know where the ARPA funds have been allocated to. It's a large amount of money, and I think we ought to know how you decided and what you decided it for instead of a few words in your bullet.
Can somebody speak to the ARPA funds? Eileen.
So on the, if everybody has this document, the Town of Putney Financial Supplement, on page 16 is a breakdown of all the ARPA funds. Do you have this?
They don't, there's only 25.
There's only 25 of them. Okay, so let me, let's read them out. Okie dokie. Okay, so the ARPA funds went to the zoning bylaw modification project. They obligated $54,873 to that. The town hall renovation seed funding obligated $200,000 for that. The housing needs assessment and action plan grant match that just finished a couple weeks ago obligated $20,000 for that. Property tax reappraisal contract cost additions was $52,500. The library outdoor lighting, $13,310. Public safety expenses were $25,476.59. The purchase of Cooper Field was $147,900. And then that was the municipal projects that ARPA funds were obligated for. And then community center lead abatement project had $78,000 obligated for that. Putney Community Cares energy updates, which was heat pumps and solar, $58,369. The Putney Place, which is a child care youth center cafe startup, expenses was $69,000. East Putney Community Center, Pierce's Hall, $6,000. And Putney Community Cares Community Nurse Program is $12,000 for a total of $737,428.59.
Okay, looking for hands. I think I'm going to turn it back to Howard for his fourth question. Third, sorry.
Yeah, just
Wait,
let
is
her
that
know
right?
for now.
Madam Moderator, returning now to questions about our fire department, and recalling the New York Times reported that prices have soared for fire trucks. Are the estimated costs in the capital plan of the replacement fire engines and tanker current pricing or taking into account that prices have soared?
Great. Brian, are you going to answer that, or do we have a select board member? A question about anticipated
Come on
costs.
up, Brian.
I think the numbers that are in there are pretty close, depending on what we spec out for a truck.
Okay. Howard, do you want to ask I don't see any hands up. Howard, do you want to go forward with your fourth question?
Yes, Madam Moderator. Once again, to the fire chief or the town manager, can costs be lowered and delivery expedited by ordering a standard fire engine or tanker instead of custom built?
Is somebody able to answer Howard's question? Brian?
Yeah. Our tanker truck is more of a vocational chassis, and the engines are typically a custom chassis. So more than likely, we would be looking for one side and one of the other.
Great. Okay. Are there any other questions? I think, can somebody get Howard's mic, please? Thank you. In the back, looks like there's another question. Tom?
Marienberg, thank you. And yes, thank you for your hard work on this. I have a question about the sheriff's budget again. If I understand this correctly, we're looking at $130,000 for a 40-hour week. Is that right?
That is correct.
I understand that having the sheriff be part of a bigger organization provides support services and training and so on, but that seems it seems that we perhaps could have a town police officer at significantly less cost. Could someone comment on that? And if I'm wrong, that's fine, but that seems like a whole lot for a 40-hour week.
Do you wish to speak to Tom's question in the back? Okay. If you could just state your name.
Bob Lyerly. I could just say that in hiring, not in this instance, public safety officers, but generally speaking, you're doubling a salary by the time you get benefits put in, whether it's retirement contributions, health care, whatever. So when we see a number like 130 or 140, and I'm not defending the sheriff's department, but it's not straight salary.
Okay, just a reminder that we are debating Article 4. At this point, we've been asking questions. I see Jeanette's hand is in the back, but if you wish to speak against it, Article 4.
No, I'd like to hopefully give a little bit of information about the sheriff's budget. One of the things that happened during ARPA was that many towns in the area that have their own police departments increased their salaries with the ARPA funds. The sheriff's office is a county based, so they didn't get any money, so they couldn't increase their salaries. So now they had to increase their salaries to be competitive with other departments, and those other towns now are paying because they increased their salary with ARPA funds, and now it's ongoing. That's one thing. And if you are looking at having a police officer or a safety officer in Putney, you're also looking at the cost of a car, equipping it, all the, as was pointed out, all the benefits. But it's a lot of money. And in Brattleboro, for example, what we found is that most of the towns that have their own police departments, it costs about $300 a resident for that police department. So although it sounds like a lot of money, it's a good deal.
Are there any other questions, or does somebody wish to speak against Article 4? I have a hand in the back. Mary has not spoken? Can you give us your full name,
I'm sorry,
please?
Mary Quinn. I'm just curious, is that one police officer for the week, or is it just police coverage for the week?
So that's coverage, Mary. So they have several deputies that patrol in Putney. So it's not just one dedicated deputy sheriff.
So if we had somebody if we just hired for Putney.
Yeah,
you
so
would
it's
just
like
hire
it's a swing shift. They schedule their deputies, they are in town. So the reports from the sheriff's department, we get one every month, and they are online on the website. So if anyone's curious what the sheriff and the deputies are doing, you can access that on the website.
And the other question is in past meetings we talked about, we were kind of sharing the deputy with Westminster. So we kind of had 80 hours instead of 40 hours. Is that still the case?
Yes, that still is the case. We do share services with Westminster, so if there's something going on up there and the sheriff is in Putney, they'll respond, and it's vice versa. So, and it's working. As we all know, there's a lot going on in today's world, and I'm satisfied with the service, and if there's anything major, the sheriff will come and speak to us. And if I have to pick up the phone to call them, they're very responsive.
So if more than one sheriff is needed for an incident, how is that covered? Does the state police come to help out, or?
So the state police will respond to Putney if the deputy sheriff, if we don't have anyone on. So whoever responds to the call is in charge of that call, and they follow it through to the end.
But if if it's like a dangerous situation, somebody in a house with a gun or something like that, they might need more than one?
Yeah, if it's a dangerous situation, you're going to see you'll have state police and the sheriff.
Okay. Is there any other questions, or would somebody like to speak against Article 4? I don't know your name. Can we get you, we'll get you a mic and we'll hear your name.
Eric Johnson. I'm just curious, how many of the criminal cases that are developed in Putney are referred to the state police by the sheriff's department? And if the sheriff's department has criminal cases that they investigate, like a retail theft or a larceny or a B&E, will they investigate them to its entirety, or will they refer them to the state police? And the quality of the investigations that they're conducting, are they good as VSP or a municipal agency?
So the last question had to do with quality. I want to make sure we heard that word.
Quality and referral rate.
Quality and referral rate. I've been in law enforcement in the past. I know that a lot of sheriff's departments, they will come in and they'll investigate minimal cases, but they do a lot of civil, like speeding tickets. They'll sit on the side of the roadway, enforce, motor vehicle violations. I'm just interested in the quality of the work of the investigation by a sheriff's department in this case, and how many of those cases that develop in Putney are referred to the state police. Great, thank you. Is there someone who can answer that? Eileen.
So that's a really fascinating question, and that's not a question that we have up here at this time. It's something that we could find out, but we can't answer that question in real time right now.
Any other questions, or does somebody want to speak against? In the back, right there.
Steve Fitch. So just a point of order. If we vote down Article 7, which deals with all of the fund balance transfers, and I assume that those surplus amounts would be brought back to defray the general budget and lower the tax rate. So is there any point of order in terms of...
Can anybody explain, because I think a lot of people will wonder about this, how the general fund amount for subsequent articles might be changed? Say, specifically, you're saying Article 7. Was your name Brian? Steve?
Steve.
You're asking the question, if a subsequent article does not pass, what happens to that bottom line? What happens to that amount to the general fund? Yeah, I think that's the question. Is somebody want to answer that? Yes, thank you, Eileen.
Okay, I think just a point of order. Article 7 we're not talking about Article 7 right now. But in general, the rest of these articles don't affect the general fund bottom line, except for ones that, like, say, the SeVEDS article or the Groundworks article. Those would possibly increase the general fund. But there's nothing in here that would decrease the general fund or the revenue.
You have a follow-up question?
So if we decide to vote against Article 7, or should we vote in favor of it, but...
we want to make sure we're staying on Article 4.
Right. So I don't think my question was answered. You said that there would be no impact on the general fund. So if the subsequent articles that deal with surplus fund transfers, if those transfers don't take place, do those surplus funds then go back as an offset to...
No.
Why is that?
Karen, do you want to answer that question?
So surplus funds are unrestricted, and there's $119,000 of surplus fund that's going to offset the general fund, so $119,472. Now, the select board at their discretion can offset taxes with surplus, and that's what they've done. So that Article 7 is a standalone. That's what's left in the surplus funds.
Right. Okay, so if we vote down Article 8, even if Article 7 passes, what happens to that 438,000? Does that impact Article 4?
Yeah, that's
So I'm getting a point of order. I'm recognizing Howard Fairman, requesting that we can focus on the article that's in front of us, which is Article 4. We can hear questions on Article 4. Other questions might emerge as we get to different articles. So, is there any question about Article 4, or would somebody like to speak against it? And Howard's been waiting. I'm going to go to Kate Dodge because she hasn't spoken yet.
I think what Steve was saying about Article 7, oh, you can't? I think what Howard was saying about these subsequent articles is relevant to Article 4, because if we've already voted Article 4 in, we don't know the impact of those additional monetary amounts. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is not about Article 7. This is about whether we pass the budget with that as with the impact of that article. So if we wait until we get to Article 7, we will have already voted in the budget. And so I just like to say that his question is relevant to Article 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so Eileen, and then I'm looking for other hands, and I'm going to go to Howard if I don't see any other. Oh, I got one in the back.
Can I ask?
Eileen is going to respond.
Okay, so I'd like to stay within the confines of Article 4. However, the body can change those numbers however they see fit. So if you want to take money from the unrestricted fund and add it to the offset of taxes, that is your right.
Great, that seemed to answer some questions. All right, we have a hand in the way back. Oh, here we go, and now you've come forward, yes.
Mary Houghton. As I understand it, on page 35, there's a $30,000 capital reserve rate. That is part of the budget we're voting. As I understand the later art, it's like you have money in one bank account and you're moving it to your other bank account. So you're going from your regular operating checking into an operating savings. Somebody up there can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep, somebody want to address the question? And this was from page 30, Mary, is that what you were saying? Page 35.
We were talking about the Capital Reserve Fund. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so the town established the Capital Reserve Fund 4 years ago?
A long time ago.
A bit ago, and the purpose of that was to get away from borrowing for capital equipment, and so things like the town hall renovation. And so we've been putting in approximately $30,000 into that fund every year to offset things like the town hall renovation that's coming up.
Can I?
Yeah, so Karen, want to jump in?
Yeah, clarification. So I want to add, so the capital reserve fund in the general fund, because general fund is separate from highway, so we don't get confused by that. And I'm talking about the general fund capital reserve. So last year in the budget was $30,000 to move into the capital reserve fund. Back in 2003, there was a balance of $151,000. That balance has been used. And then 2015, there was a balance in that capital reserve fund of $15,000. No money has gone into the capital reserve fund until last year. So if we are going to do capital improvements and purchase whatever it may be, there's not enough money in the capital reserve. There's approximately $117,000 in the capital reserve. And this is why that 30,000 is in there, to try to build that reserve.
Wait, did you have more to say, Karen?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? I think Howard, did you have a question, Howard? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is regarding, these are for our cemetery commissioners. Once again, they've known since a week ago that I'd be asking them about repairing and replacing gravestones in Putney cemeteries.
Where's John?
Can people hear Howard? Can you bring it a little closer? Thank you.
Okay. Should I repeat what I said, or?
We need Jonathan.
Yes.
Okay. Since a week ago yesterday, our cemetery commissioners have known that I would be asking them 2 questions today about repairing and replacing gravestones in Putney cemeteries that I shall introduce with a brief quotation of governing Vermont law. When in a public burial ground, headstones or monuments have become displaced or out of repair, the Select Board or Board of Cemetery Commissioners shall cause such headstones or monuments to be replaced or repaired or other disfigurements removed, and may draw orders on the town treasurer for the expenses incurred. I have 2 questions. Should I ask them one at a time?
Go ahead and ask them both.
Okay. On page 18 of the 2024 Putney Town Report, although having $42,000 of taxpayers' money available to them, our Town of Putney Cemetery Commissioners have not fulfilled their obligation under Vermont law to spend it to cause headstones or monuments that have become displaced or out of repair to be replaced or repaired. Why not?
Do we have an answer from the Cemetery Commission? Yes.
The $40,000 that Mr. Fairman is mentioning is the balance of an Edward Jones investment account that we have been spending the interest on. But the balance is roughly $41,000.
42,262.
Okay, so the balance is that investment of fund. There's no extra pot of money lying around.
Got it. And can we hear what the second question is?
Also on page 18, our cemetery commissioners write, I quote, "We are also interested in hearing from volunteers who have an interest in learning how to clean and repair stones," unquote. Who is qualified to teach and supervise volunteers handling heavy gravestones safely and repairing them correctly?
And from Jonathan.
A lot of this activity shut down during COVID. But prior to COVID, we worked with the Vermont Old Cemeteries Association, particularly Charlie Marchant, who's from Townsend and is a great volunteer. We had a couple work days where he supervised a group of volunteers. I believe also on that, the last real work day we had, Eric McGowan's crew came and helped us tip up some stones that were falling over. Repairing stones is incredibly expensive, and we need to be mindful of the town's budget, consistent with providing the maintenance of cemeteries that is required under Vermont law. We're aware of that. In the years that I've been cemetery commissioner, we've increased the budget from roughly $5,000 to about $20,000, and a lot of that is the mowing expenses have gone up. What a lot of people don't know is Putney has 15 cemeteries. There are the 5 big ones that everybody knows about: Maple Grove, Mount Pleasant, Old North, West Hill, the one on Cemetery Road in East Putney. And then there's 10 small ones. And what we've been working on with the small ones, and you may have heard us on Brave Little State on Vermont Public Radio maybe a month ago. Yes. You may have heard us on Brave Little State about how we maintain the small cemeteries. It's an incredible burden. And until today, I've really been the only cemetery commissioner in Putney, and I can't do it all by myself. So what we've been doing is we hire contractors to do the mowing in the big cemeteries and remove trees. Greg Wilson paid to do the cemetery, to restore the cemetery on Allen Road, which is a small cemetery. Various families have adopted cemeteries. Danny Amadon and his family take amazingly good care of the cemetery on Dusty Ridge. Other people volunteer. Betsy McIsaac takes care of the Allen Cemetery on her property. It's a huge job, and we do the best we can, mindful of, one, our obligations, and two, fiscal responsibility to the town of Putney.
Great. Can we get a little more quiet in the back, please?
Madam Moderator.
Somebody in the back, could you just ask people to keep their voices down? Thank you. Yes, Howard.
Madam Moderator, with the permission of the Assembly, I am prepared to share briefly a new proposal from the Vermont Old Cemetery Association for taking care of the stones in Putney.
I'm hesitant to bring that in at the moment because we are still voting on Article 4. I do not want us to get lost from our Article 4 discussion.
Then I'll simply say that a proposal exists, and I will publicize it in another venue. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Do I have any questions for Article 4, or would somebody like to speak against? Otherwise, I'm going to ask somebody to speak in favor. Emily Payton.
You asked me to speak in favor. I thought I just had a chance to speak. May I do that, or it must be
Sure. You may ask a question, you can speak opposed, or you can speak in favor.
Okay. I want to bring up that there is a very dangerous bridge that's over at the end of the East Putney Brook Road. Is this inappropriate? I can see by Karen. I'm looking for a chance to make a statement about what's going on here with the taxes with regard to the violations of our constitutional rights. If you look here, there are maybe 200 people here, and we have 2,000 voters, and we're voting to raise taxes when people can't be here to vote them.
So Emily, I want you.
Yes. I only have a few minutes to be here because I have to work, so let me know when I can.
Could you direct any questions to specifically the general fund expenditures?
Well, I would like to know why the general fund has not expended the money to repair a bridge that is incredibly liable, makes the town liable for huge lawsuits. I've offered the materials to repair the bridge, and yet this has holes in the bridge that people bite
So
over.
Emily, I'm going to cut you off one more time. I want to make sure this is general fund and not highway fund.
Oh, I don't know which fund it is, dear.
It is the highway fund.
Okay, so I'm going to call this out of order, and I hope that you will bring this concern back when we get to the next article. I'm looking for questions. I'm looking for opponents. I'm not seeing opponents. That starts to make me think we're ready for a vote. I'm looking for you opponents, but I don't see you. I think we may be ready for a vote. I'm seeing nodding on Article 4. Okay. We are now voting on Article 4. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize general fund expenditures for expenses of $1,896,670.75, of which $1,414,148.75 shall be raised by taxes, and $482,522 by non-tax revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 4 passes. All right, we are now moving to Article 5. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize highway fund expenditures of $1,338,921, of which $1,170,221 shall be raised by taxes, and $168,700 by non-tax revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Eric moves. Do I have a second? Old habits. We have Melanie Fletcher as a second. It has now been moved and seconded. I'm now going to restate this so that we can discuss it. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize highway fund expenditures of $1,338,921, of which $1,170,221 shall be raised by taxes and $168,700 by non-tax revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. Eric, would you like to provide a context for Article 5?
Sure. Just a little bit about the highway fund. It is level funded this year, and that's thanks to our town manager for her hard work and the road foreman for being able to do that. I guess that's about all I have to go with that. If there's any questions, we'll go for it.
And I gather that Lenny Howard is also here. Is that correct?
Yep.
So Lenny Howard is here. He's not a Putney resident. If there are any questions that Lenny Howard can answer, then I will ask your approval to invite him to the mic. Are there any questions? And I'm going to take Emily Payton's got a question ready.
Coming back to this bridge, which everybody may know, it's the end of East Putney Brook Road, and it leads to kind of an old stage road along the stream that goes to Westminster that is now sort of a hiking space. It goes through the campground. The road is non-town maintained that leads to this bridge, and it goes through the white campground. However, this bridge was built, it's an upside down train car, a car that's been placed across the brook there, and then wood is across so there's three sort of beams that wood has been placed across, so you go across. It no longer can carry any form of vehicles, and now it really is super dangerous for even people because it has holes in the middle. The beams underneath are fine, but people have fallen through up to their knees, and there's holes, and there's bikers, and that particular path is a recreational path that is listed on our maps. Now, the problem is it's not town maintained, but the town would be the first to be sued, and we are running a huge risk if we don't just replace the wood planking. And I've been making an issue of this at select board meetings for over a year, and I have even garnered enough pressure-treated wood to replace the top. And yet it still is not done. So my question is, if we vote to approve this amount, can we guarantee that we fix that and not place the town at liability for millions should a Connecticut person fly across there, fall through the middle, which is rotting? And can we guarantee that that will finally get fixed, and in what time frame should we agree to this article? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there somebody who can answer the question about the bridge?
Emily, I mean, we can't guarantee that that'll get done. It's on.
Wait a second, Emily, you haven't been recognized.
It's on an unmaintained road, and there's probably more logistics to get into repairing that. I understand your concern, though.
Can we get some other questions out there? Are there any other questions about the Highway Department fund? Yes, in the back. I forgot your name.
Bob Wirely. First off, thank for all the work that's done on the roads. It's greatly appreciated. This is a level fund. Is this really adequate? I mean, in the perfect world, it's just a question. would you add 2% to it, 5% to it, to get things the way y'all think they should be?
I'll treat that as a question and not as an amendment at the moment. It's a question.
So I'd like to comment on that. So we were able to level fund this budget this year. And we do have a little bit in there already. In our blasting fund, we added more money because we are going to have to blast this year in the Dummerston pit. The other increase that was made was in the capital reserve for the highway. We raised that by $30,000. We've had some changes with employees, and what we noticed is medical benefits, when you have a family plan, it's a lot of money. So that is where the decrease came, and we were able to capitalize on that and level fund this budget. Just so folks know, when we hire someone, between salary and benefits, you're looking at $100,000 for one employee. So I don't want to say we were lucky, but it ended up where we were able to level fund this highway budget. When we do that, we won't be able to continue to do that year after year. But with the reappraisal and the way the assessments flipped everybody upside down, or most people, and the people that were already burdened financially are the ones that see it more. So my goal was to level fund these budgets this year. And we'll get into other things later in the meeting about revenue and how to be creative.
Any other questions? Yes, the woman in the red vest. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Susan.
Susan Nephew. I just want to thank the town crew, road crew, my God.
All right. Call out to the road crew. Call out to the road crew. Question. Any other questions? I have a hand. Oh, Karen, thank you.
I want to make an additional comment about reserve funds and trying to build these up. We've always borrowed to buy equipment for the highway department. And is it 2 years ago? Might have been 3. I lose track of time. Brian Harlow was able to move from borrowing to buying. The storm from July 2021, where we had $1 million in damage to our roads, and River Road, if people recall, the box culvert needed to be put in. That was a $600,000 project. FEMA doesn't give municipalities their money right away. It took 3 years to recoup that money. And in your town reports on page 47, you will see how much Putney has in fund balances. So what we're trying to do is build up those capital reserves. And we're able to do that in the highway department. They're in a really good position right now. But if we had to buy a grader, it's like $300,000 plus. So we're always like trying to be ahead of that curve. And we don't know what we don't know, right? It's like we're day to day with like maybe 3 months out trying to, figure out how to make this work. In any storm, Emily, as you know, that takes precedence. And I hear you about the bridge. You've come to me several times, and I understand that situation, but it takes more than just like taking a deck off, putting a new deck on. So
Okay,
I hear you.
So we're discussing Article 5. Is there anybody who wishes to ask a question on Article 5? I see Emily's hand up. She's spoken once, but I see nobody else. Emily?
So am I accurate in saying that everyone on the select board is aware that that bridge is, quote, according to Isla White, who lives there, a death trap, unquote? And are you unwilling to take any preventative action, even temporary, to prevent further harm? And I will say that I know one lawyer that fell through up to her knee there who has not brought any action. So I just want to be clear, are you saying, when you say you cannot guarantee, are you saying you are not intending to prevent any danger to people at all? Or do you intend? I mean, we can just put a deck on top of it so that we're minimally safe from where it is now until you can replace it. That seems prudent. So please clarify your intentions. I know you haven't given a guarantee, but what can you do?
It's not germane to this.
Go ahead.
Madam Moderator, I do not believe this comment is germane to this article.
Okay, so that's an answer. Right, I'm looking for questions about Article 5.
Excuse me, how is it not germane to the fire, this article? This is about funding the highway, even though I love the highway people. I just think we need to protect our people. That wasn't a good enough answer to me to say why it isn't germane. Thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to go for questions. I'm back to questions. I have two hands. I forgot your name already. Yes, in the red vest, you had your hand up. Susan, thank you.
Thank you. I just wonder what the non-tax revenues, where they come from.
Non-tax revenue stated in the article.
Yes.
What does that mean? Yeah, could somebody explain what that amount is, or what the non-tax revenue pertains to?
So non-tax revenue is normally grant funding, and it can be money from the state of Vermont.
Okay. And we have a question in the back. Aiden? Aiden?
I yield.
You yield. Okay. Do we have any other questions, or does somebody want to speak against Article 4? I'm looking because we may be able to move for a vote. Yes, a question in the...
Sorry, no, it's just Article 5. It's not Article 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, Article 5. Thank you very much. Article 5. All right, it looks like we may be ready to vote on Article 5. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize highway fund expenditures of $1,338,921, of which $1,170,221 shall be raised by taxes and $168,700 by non-tax revenues for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 5 passes. I'd like to keep going before lunch to Article 6. Article 6 is, shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the Select Board to purchase a new highway truck with accessories at a cost not to exceed $200,000 to be paid from the Highway Capital Reserve Fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved, Eric. Can I get a second from the floor? For old time's sake, it's Elizabeth Christie. It has now been moved and seconded. Article 6, I shall now restate it. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the Select Board to purchase a new highway truck with accessories at a cost not to exceed $200,000 to be paid from the Highway Capital Reserve Fund? Would somebody like to set the context?
Sure, I can speak on that.
Eric?
Yeah, what the Highway Department is replacing is a 2016 Western Star 6-wheel dump truck with 30,953 miles. And they're looking to upgrade, and it's coming out of the Capital Reserve Fund. Lenny, I don't know if you can add anything extra.
Lenny, do you want to add? No? Okay. All right, and Karen?
So I just want to clarify that this money is coming out of the Highway Capital Reserve.
Okay, clarification. Do we have any questions about Article 6? I see Melanie's hands up.
Just confirming that was 30,000 miles?
That is correct.
30,000. And we're replacing it.
So we replace trucks every 10 years, folks. We will get a trade-in on this 2016. And right now, we don't really know where that sets. I mean, we have a number, but it can change. It depends on, you know, when we receive the new one. But every 10 years is when we trade in vehicles, even though it has less miles. This particular truck, and Lenny, you can speak to this, is our salt truck and our chloride truck. So it doesn't get used heavily like the other dump trucks.
And I see another hand right behind Melanie.
Hi, my name's Libby McCauley, and my question about that is, do we replace it just as a matter of course, or is it being replaced because it's compromised in some way?
Is there someone who can answer that?
Lenny, you want to handle this?
All right, I must now ask permission of the voters. Hearing no objections, can Lenny Howard answer some questions? Yeah. I guess it wasn't a question.
Can everybody hear me?
Okay, thank you.
So we try to replace them every 10 years because when it gets to pretty close to the 10-year mark, we start to see failure in a lot of different components in the truck. We actually have a truck 10-wheeler that's due next year that we just put a fair amount of money into, and it's going to be coming up, and we can't guarantee how much more money we'll put into it before then. So really 10 years is the longest we want to go, or we'll start putting fair amount of money into these trucks that we could be putting towards a new one.
Any other questions? Can you tell me your name again? Ben.
I'm just curious, does that mean that we're saying that 10 years? Does that mean that we're saying that 10 years is like the optimum cost point? Like, so if we go over 10 years, we'll probably spend more money on the trucks than if we replace them at 10. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I saw another hand that was up. No? I'm not seeing any hands up. Is there anybody? Oh, Aiden? And then I'll go first Aiden and then to Ann.
It sounds like what people are asking is that the 10-year standard that you've decided on is based on your experience with trucks that get used more than this. If that's true, is there a way that we could do an assessment based on mileage other than, I mean, instead of time? Or if that's not true, is that the case that it's something about the time, not the mileage, that determines the wear and tear expense?
Are you able to answer that question, Lenny?
I think so. So this truck doesn't have as many miles, and say it doesn't get used as much in the summertime. It has a chloride tank in it, so it can't have gravel or sand or whatever we're using on a project. But this truck takes a lot more beating and corrosive because of the salt. It's a salt truck, so it all has salt in it in the winter, and then the chloride eats away at the body. So in theory, this truck is body is a lot more deteriorating because of the materials that it carries in the body.
Great. There was another hand up. Anne?
Ann Carey, I just wondered if the 200,000 up to includes the trade-in value that you're anticipating?
Did everyone hear Ann's question? Did it include the trade-in value? Is there someone who can answer that question?
Well, you're saying the 200,000 includes the trade-in? I think I want to say.
Let me jump in.
Great, thank you.
So we have a price for the truck right now. It's $221,000. So what ends up happening is we buy the cab and chassis from one dealer, and then we look for the body from a couple of other dealers. So we're always shopping around. So we have a trade-in value right now, and it's like $50,000. So that'll come off of that $221,000.
Any other questions? Somebody want to speak against Article 6? Looks like we may be able to vote. All right, we are now voting. Looking for hands. We are now voting on Article 6. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the Select Board to purchase a new highway truck with accessories at a cost not to exceed $200,000 to be paid from the Highway Capital Reserve Fund? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it.
Nice.
The ayes have it, and Article 6 passes. I'd like to keep going. Article 7, we're on a roll. Article 7. At the recommendation of the auditor, shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish a Selectboard Unrestricted Reserve Fund to be used for unanticipated expenditures and revenue shortfalls during the course of the fiscal year as may be caused by economic downturns, natural disasters, and other unforeseen circumstances. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Fletcher. Do I have a second from the floor? Yes, Nancy Sturrow. It has been moved and seconded and now restated. At the recommendation of the auditor, shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish a Select Board Unrestricted Reserve Fund to be used for unanticipated expenditures and revenue shortfalls during the course of the fiscal year, as may be caused by economic downturns, natural disasters, and other unforeseen circumstances. Fletcher, would you like to speak in favor of the motion or give us a context?
Surely. The auditors recommended that we establish what I'm thinking of as the catastrophe fund in anticipation of the fact that it seems to be becoming more common that we run into big unanticipated expenses. The recommendation from our town attorney, well, his observation on it was that most towns have these and that they generally run between 15 and 30% of the operating budget of the town. The auditors recommended that we have enough money in reserve to cover us for 90 days if we didn't have other money coming in. And which I suppose the main reason we might not have other money coming in is because you folks don't pass a budget. And that doesn't seem to be a problem this year. So, but in the event it would happen, it would keep us operating for 90 days. 90 days, if you divide 90 by 365, you get about 24%. So that's about where we're looking at. But the first necessary step is that this meeting vote to approve the reserve fund. Only the town meeting can establish the reserve fund. Then the next article will move on to funding it.
Do we have any questions? I've got lots of questions in the back. In the far back?
Bob Meyer. I guess my only question is unrestricted. That means that the town has no say in how that money gets used. It's up to the board, the select board, to make that decision then.
Did everybody hear Bob's question about the unrestricted element? Is there somebody from the select board who can answer that?
I'll take a stab at it. It
Fletcher,
basically,
you may need to speak more into the mic.
it means that the select board has the latitude to apply it as needed. I mean, I've looked at this over a number of times, and you're right. It's a pretty loose reserve fund. It isn't dedicated to something like a cemetery or even the highway capital fund. But I think the purpose is just to make clear. I mean, right now, the select board, well, there is a general operating fund that's got money in it, but this tries to tie a certain amount of the money down to more, you don't just dip into it whenever you feel like it, you got to have a good reason.
Quick follow-up, if I may.
Sure.
So we can pass this, not a problem, and there's no money in that fund until another article gets approved.
That's correct. This establishes the fund, and putting money into it's the next step.
Okay, thank you.
There was another hand in the back? Yes. Lionel? I'm sorry, Lawrence? I forgot your name.
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
I have a question with regards to 7 and 8. Is there not an unrestricted fund that's town administered at this time? Is that not available to the select board?
Is there somebody who can answer Lawrence's question?
There is unrestricted money that is currently in the town's bank account effectively. The purpose of this is just to narrow the use of the money, to put some money aside that wouldn't be available just any time it struck the select board as a good idea to spend some money. And with this, it would have to be related to some more catastrophic situation.
But this article would move the administration of those funds from the town.
Can you put the mic up a little higher?
This article would move the administration of those funds from the town to the select board. Is that correct?
No.
Is there anybody who can answer Lawrence's question?
I'll attempt to. So this is money that has been accruing for the past, I think, 3 or so years, 7 years, sorry. Time is relative. And it's the recommendation of the auditor, which Fletcher already mentioned, that we retain 90 days worth of funding in the event of a catastrophe, like you all not passing the budget, which you did, thank you. And so this next step, it's been quietly accruing for that amount of time. So in Article 4, we took a part of that money and we used it to offset taxes. And then the rest of the money is where we want to put this money in a fund to recognize that money is the 90-day fund. So any other surplus, say next year, would be either we would put that money into that fund or we would use it to offset taxes. It clarifies that amount of money. It's always been there. It's just never been earmarked.
So the $438,000 in Article 8 that is in the Select Board Unrestricted Reserve Fund, is in the unrestricted year-end surplus, would be moved specifically into this fund for, as Mr. Proctor called it, catastrophe fund.
Yes.
Yeah. If you look on page 35 of your town report, you can see under the columns that are budget and actual for FY24. The difference between those two numbers is where you get your surplus. And that we've had surpluses for a few years. We've also had years where we've had to dip into the money that we had on hand because the budget didn't actually cover everything we needed to spend it on. This past year, we had a significant surplus.
Laura Chapman?
I'm going to assume that not everybody here goes to every select board meeting and understands exactly how you make decisions. Can you share what the process would look like if you were to have to dip into this fund, which I'm very much in favor of?
Sure. So all select board meetings are warned, and the agenda is warned as well. And that gives you, the people, the opportunity to come and comment on whatever we are discussing at the moment. So if we were to decide that we needed to dip into this fund, it would appear as a warned agenda item 3 days in advance of the meeting, at which point we would discuss the agenda item and then vote as a select board member with comments from the public, either to expend that money or not.
I mean, customarily, it would start with the town manager. The town manager would come to the select board and say, we've got an urgent, unanticipated need for funds, and seek select board approval to disperse funds out of this catastrophe fund.
Great. Janice Baldwin?
Excuse me, Janice Baldwin. Am I correct in understanding that we will vote every year? If there's a surplus, we vote again every year on the amount that will be transferred, or does this come? Do we just happen automatically now that or some portion of the surplus will be transferred?
Is there someone who can answer Janice's question?
Sure. So, so this is to establish if Article 7 and Article 8 passes, we would be putting in 90 days worth of operating funds. So if there is a surplus next year, most likely it would go to offset taxes and would be voted as part of what is Article 4 this year.
We also do have a draft policy for the administration of this fund that basically sets a bottom limit of 12% and a top limit of 30%. So if at any point we go below 12%, under the policy, we would be obligated to come back to the next town meeting and ask for a transfer into the fund to get it back up to level. If it went over 30%, we would suggest to the town meeting that that money be taken out and used to offset taxes.
Steve, did you have your hand up? Oh, yeah, it doesn't seem to work, does it?
Uh-oh.
Do you want to go to the mic that's right here in the aisle in front of you, Steve?
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
So I read the policy that you have to consider in terms of the building this fund, and I think you set it at a 25% target rate. And I think having a reserve fund makes a lot of sense. It's the amount that I'm concerned about, and it sounds like this is a kind of a prescribed calculation each year that we would be agreeing to with the vote of this particular agenda item. And maybe that's not, maybe that's fine, as long as we're able to vote down the amount that you're proposing to move into that. Because I can tell you that I will not support the next article in terms of the amount that is being suggested, and we can talk about that when it's time.
Any other questions? Or Aiden? And we're talking about Article 7.
We're still talking about the establishment of the reserve fund?
Correct.
So just hearing about this from the first time, it sounds like there might be some overlap in purpose between this and the capital reserve fund, in that if some huge calamity happened, right now, probably we would end up eventually taking money from the capital reserve fund just slower than we would with something like this. So my question is that the case? Is there some overlap in purpose? And if so, would it not be easier to simply expand the capital reserve fund and reduce some of the restrictions on its use?
Is there somebody who can answer Aiden's question?
The capital reserve fund is really, the intent of it is really to accumulate funds for those big ticket expenses that don't happen every year. You know, it's really a way to even out the budget over time, which is, you know, that's one of the worst things in, I think, the town manager's life is when the budget is ping-ponging around, because we didn't need to buy a new roof last year, but we do need to do it this year. And if we dump all that expense into 1 year's budget, it causes a big increase that then goes away the next year. The alternative is to put it out to bond. And there's some serious problems with how the bonds work. I mean, one is that they get, well, you can see some of it, they get spread over a period of time that, well, if you have a 30-year bond, I mean, we're paying on 30-year bonds that we would love to pay them off. You can't pay them off early. The other is you're just plain paying interest to somebody. If we can save the money up front, fund a capital fund, and pay with cash, we're better off doing that than borrowing and having to pay interest. So it's really the basic concept of a capital fund is to smooth out budget ups and downs and to avoid unnecessary costs of borrowing. You're in a sense, you're right, they're both doing those things, whether it's a capital reserve fund for equipment or big purchases or catastrophes. It's more that the one you know is coming at you and you're just trying to fiscally manage it. The other one is the ones that blindsides you. This is the blindside fund.
Any other questions, or does somebody, Kate?
I'd just like to correct something that Fletcher said early for the record, and correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you said that we've never done this before because, quote, you folks have failed to pass the budget. I've lived here 35 years. As far as I know, we've never not passed the budget.
I apologize if I appeared to inappropriately accuse the town of having failed to pass a budget. I was dealing with a hypothetical, and I apologize if that wasn't clear.
And Eileen wants to comment, and then I'll move to Tom.
Yeah, I just want to remind people, for those of you who were here last year, although we did end up passing the general fund budget, there was an amendment on the floor and considerable discussion about delaying that vote until after the school budget vote. So, you know, in that kind of scenario, had it moved, you know, past the fiscal year, there would have been shortfalls if we hadn't had a budget vote in place. So it's not as hypothetical as it seems.
So I saw Tom's hand first. If that's okay, I'm going to take Tom from the floor. If you could say your full name.
Thomas Ehrenberg. Good afternoon. Good morning. If I understand this correctly, this is a fund that the select board gets to dip into without voter approval. The normal process is you present a budget, you get voter approval. The voter approval is approximate, given that some budget items are going to be less and more, but the premise is that towns don't get to spend money that voters have not approved of. This is a way for the select board to have the flexibility to spend money that the voters have not approved of a particular expense. My concern about it, and I support it, but my concern about it is that it not be used as a way to bypass voter approval. And the example that we were just given is a perfect example of using it to bypass voter approval. So when you say catastrophic events that are not foreseen, where the auditor says catastrophic events, I don't know how to write into this fund that it truly be catastrophic events that are not foreseen and not a way to essentially bypass the process that we're participating in today. Thank you.
Tom, can I just ask you, are you making an amendment?
An interesting question. I'm not, because I haven't thought it through, but I think that the board is certainly on record for saying it's catastrophic, and maybe the policy that was referred to earlier could be articulated at the next town meeting to be very clear about what constitutes a catastrophic event, which is not a down vote by the voters. Thank you.
Okay, great. And I also heard that that was not in opposition, so I'm looking for, is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Yes, Howard.
Madam Moderator, first, Robert's Rules of Order states any resolution and any long or complicated motion, whether cast as a resolution or not, should always be submitted in writing as described in 4:5, which I should like to do. And therefore, I move a very brief recess so that I may pass up and down the aisle, passing out the handout as bundles of 9 that people can distribute.
Okay, so I've got a couple things on the table right now, and one is that because Howard wishes to distribute some material, and that actually we could do, I think, without a recess. I think that if you all do not object, if Howard is going to pass out some material, and this is part of a opposition, is there anyone who can help Howard pass out material? We got runners everywhere, Howard. Because Howard, I'd like you to explain a little bit the reasoning, because I don't want to get lost in the parliamentary. Because all we have right now is a recess, and I said no to the recess. So let's keep going with, you're speaking in opposition.
Well, I'd like to pass it out so the voters can follow along. This is, and I'm about to hand you copies to pass down the line. May I do this?
Yes.
You have some help. We're not even halfway through.
What I have to say is so confusing. It's so irrelevant to what we're talking about. I need to give you a handout. Stand there and get it for us.
Howard, can you pass them to us as well?
We're always the last.
Yeah. Is there someone who can get these to the select board, please? And the moderator?
Thank you.
One for each of us.
I'm doing here.
That's okay.
Oh, Howard's.
Howard, could you now explain to us what you're proposing? Okay, because Howard, this is where I'm going to be just, it appears from what you've just given us that you wish to do a motion to substitute. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Moderator. May I proceed?
Not yet, because I want the assembly to understand what a motion to substitute is. Because we'll first need to vote on whether to, this is a novel, for me at least, parliamentary move, 2025, lots of novel parliamentary moves. And Howard let us know ahead of time that he was going to put in a motion to substitute. This is a type of amendment. Robert's Rules told us all about it. Benji and I have been reading. Primary amendment, it may not be introduced when another amendment is on the floor. There is no other amendment on the floor.
What? Oh, are those different?
This,
I don't know. Do I have it?
I think he handed them to you.
Hey, so the highway fund is not on the table.
my apologies, moderator hoarded.
She's in there.
So I just want to explain to the assembly what a motion to substitute is. This is a different kind of amendment. It is a motion to amend by striking out an entire paragraph, section, or article, or a complete main motion or resolution, and inserting a different paragraph or other unit in its place is called a motion to substitute. So Howard has just put a motion to substitute on the floor. He has passed out text to, that should have different language in it. And I believe you can find that under substituted Article 7 in bold. We have a motion, but I need a second. Is there somebody who is willing?
Madam Moderator, I've not made a motion yet. All I did was pass out documents. I've not made a motion.
Okay, go ahead and move it. I just don't want you to read everything here, Howard. I just want you to make the motion.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
Madam Moderator, adding a bit about a motion to substitute from Robert's Rules. The motion to substitute often provides a convenient and time-saving method for handling a poorly framed resolution or for introducing a different and better approach to the real question raised by the main motion. Article 7 does not comply with Vermont law because a reserve fund must be established.
Sorry, Howard, I know I'm cutting you off. This is where I need you to make the motion. I need to get a second, and then we can vote on whether to move this motion.
Fine. Substituted Article 7. Because the actual purpose of this proposed reserve fund is to fund, as per Vermont law, any unanticipated Town of Putney general fund and/or highway fund deficit for any reason at the end of the current fiscal year, I move to substitute for Article 7 the following.
Thank you.
Shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish an unanticipated deficit reserve fund to fund fully or partially from its current balance any unanticipated deficit in the general fund and/or the highway fund at the end of the current fiscal year, and I claim preference and recognition as the mover of the motion.
So we have a motion. I still need a second. Do I have a second? Melanie Fletcher is the second. It has been moved and second. We are now considering the substituted Article 7. Howard, would you like to explain, would you like to speak in favor of the motion to substitute?
Almost wrapped that quarter on my foot, but I have escaped.
Yeah.
Madam Moderator, Vermont is a Dillon's rule state, where Vermont law tells town governments what they are allowed to do. Vermont law allows Putney Town Meeting voters to establish a reserve fund for specific purposes that only Putney Town Meeting voters can change. A Town of Putney reserve fund cannot be unrestricted. Vermont law says when the Town of Putney spent more than it received during the current fiscal year, the Town of Putney cannot carry over this unanticipated deficit into the next fiscal year, whatever the reason for this unanticipated deficit. Instead, the Town of Putney must levy a special tax or borrow to fund this unanticipated deficit. But Putney voters can establish a reserve fund for the specific purpose of funding any unanticipated deficit. Warrant Article 7 does not comply with Vermont law that I have cited and copied in my written motion to substitute because it establishes an unrestricted reserve fund for example, purpose. Substituted at Article 7 is intended to comply with Vermont law that I have cited and copied in my written motion to substitute by establishing a restricted reserve fund for a specific purpose. I invite lawyers who are present to refute or affirm what I have written in my motion to substitute. If anyone else would like to have a printed copy of my motion to substitute, I have some here. Thank you.
Great. And so now, is there somebody who would like to speak? This we've heard in favor of the motion to substitute. Is there somebody who would like to argue against the motion to substitute? And I see three hands in the back. We'll go to Tom, since there was a call out to lawyers first. Although I'm
not being a lawyer.
Not being a lawyer.
Madam Moderator, I think this motion is out of order, and I'm not calling it out of order yet. But my recollection is that we had, for many years, we had a roof and boiler fund, we called it, which was a capital fund that we carried over from one year to the next. And at some point, we were told, it seems to me in the early 90s, we were told by the state that that was not legal, that we could not carry funds over that way from one year to the next, that we had to raise funds each fiscal year. And if there was a surplus, that it could not carry over into the following year's budget. So I think that the gist of Howard's article is to substitute is correct. However, I think that the motion to substitute is out of order because it substantially changes the warned article. And the notion of the warning is to give people who read it a decision, the opportunity to make a decision whether they want to come to the meeting and discuss the article. And a substantial change such as this, I think, is out of order. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask that the select board investigate the legality of it, talk to the state, talk to their lawyer, present at next year's town meeting a legal opinion about it, and I'm going to call this out of order and let the moderator decide.
So right now what we have is a question of its germaneness, and this is something that moderators get to decide. Is the substituted Article 7 of a different nature, fulfilling a different purpose than the warned article of Article 7? I have to tell you, I just got this language, the actual bold language. I knew this motion was coming. I'm looking at my parliamentarian, Benji Cragen.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that town board.
Oops. So. And at this point, the question isn't its legality. The question is its germaneness.
So again, I'm looking at this, and it basically is, as far as I can tell, it's saying the same thing using different language. Now, this is, I guess, getting into your discretion, Madam Moderator. So as far as I'm concerned, it seems similar. It would seem germane.
Yeah. Right.
Go from there.
Okay, so I'm going to rule that I feel that it's germane, and you may overrule me should anybody wish to file that motion. But at the moment, I'm going to say that this motion to substitute is still in order, and we're now debating its merits.
Could I speak to that?
So I want to make sure, I've heard from somebody who is against the motion to to substitute, is that correct? So is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the motion to substitute, or you may overrule if somebody wants to overrule, now's your chance.
Could I speak to germaneness?
I don't know, Fletcher.
Well, far be it for me to quibble with the parliamentarian, but I think this is a significant change. I mean, what it does, what the substitute would do is hold the expense until the end of the year and pay it out of whatever funds we had on hand. The purpose of the warned article is to allow us to move quickly to cover an unanticipated expense. If we get blindsided in April and we can't actually release the funds to cover it till the following March, we haven't really accomplished a lot. So I would argue that it's not germane, that it's a very substantial change in the intent of the warrant article.
Okay, so I now have an appeal of the moderator's decision. I'm going to call what Fletcher just did an appeal to the moderator's decision. So could I get a second on the appeal?
Second.
Eileen, give us a second. Okay, I was going to get someone from the floor. Is there debate? Yes, there is. So Fletcher has given you an argument for why my decision was incorrect and that it is not a germane substitute. Is there somebody who wishes to speak for the germaneness? For the germaneness? No. Iden, for the germaneness.
It was going to be a point of clarification, but I think I can phrase this as a point of germaneness. And maybe it could be a question for Howard. So it sounds to me like Howard's point is that the article as originally presented is not legal, but this is a workaround which allows us to do the same thing because a fund which is allowed to be used arbitrarily is the general fund. So you could arbitrarily and instantly use the general fund, go into deficit, and pay off that deficit with this new fund. So this is both a question as to whether that understanding is correct, and if it is correct, it's an argument in its germaneness.
Yeah, and so how I'm understanding that is this is an argument for, because when we say it's germane, then we get to continue to debate the substitute. And so that's where we're right now, though, trying to figure out whether the germaneness was accurate. So that's an argument for my ruling. Is there somebody who wishes to argue against my ruling? Yes. To appeal, we are now, Fletcher Proctor.
I made a point of order. Is that debatable?
No, Fletcher Proctor appealed the moderator's decision. That is what is now before us.
Thank you.
Fletcher Proctor, bless his heart, appealed the moderator's decision. I've been wanting to have this in my resume. And we did have a second, and now that's what we're debating. And depending on how you debate on my decision depends on whether we go forward with the motion to substitute. So, is there somebody who wishes to speak against my decision? Yes, against my decision is, who are you pointing to, sir? Is it Jeanette? Who wishes to go against my decision? Let's keep it simple here.
I believe I am.
Yeah.
So, as was pointed out, the substitute article would hold everything until the end of the year. The point of our original Article 7 is this clause, to be used for unanticipated expenditures and revenue shortfall during the course of the fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
And if you turn the page on this, the governing statutes in Dillon's rule says a reserve can establish a reserve fund to be under the control and direction of the legislative branch of the municipality and may be expended for the purposes for which established. We are establishing this as an emergency fund to be used, as was pointed out, for unanticipated expenditures during an emergency. So it does meet the state statute because that's why we are establishing it. We're not establishing, it doesn't say it has to be voted on.
Sorry, I just want to make sure, this is appealing my decision.
Yes.
So you are saying, just make sure we all understand.
It is a substantial difference.
A substantial difference,
Yes.
Great, okay. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of my decision? Looks like Howard. And then we're going to vote on this appeal of the moderator's decision. And then we can get back to whatever we end up with.
Madam Moderator, the warrant article states specifically a Select Board Unrestricted Reserve Fund. Now, Jeanette has cited state law. State law says that the reserve fund shall be, may be expended for such purposes for which established. It does not say anything about a fund being unrestricted. There is no such thing as an unrestricted reserve fund, because any changes to the purpose for spending the money must be authorized by a majority of the voters present and voting at an annual or special meeting, duly warned for other purposes. So that's the first thing. They want an unrestricted reserve fund. They cannot have an unrestricted reserve fund.
So we're just speaking on my appeal of the moderator's decision.
I am, as to the germaneness. Now, the second point is, they say to be used for unanticipated expenses and revenue shortfalls during the course of the fiscal year, as may be caused by economic downturns, natural disasters, and other foreseen circumstances. This is not a specific purpose. This is a for example purpose. A specific purpose, which I have proposed, would be that they state exactly for what the money will be spent. And that is not what they are doing here. And this is why and because the way it actually works under state law is a town goes through the fiscal year, and at the end of the fiscal year, they have a surplus or they have a deficit.
Okay.
Now, if they have a deficit, they have to fund it. And this is a possible way of funding a deficit. That is what this is about here. Thank you.
All right, so I think we may be ready to vote on appealing the moderator's decision. First, I have Pat. Can we get a microphone up forward for Patty Whalen? Although I suppose people should say their full name.
I'm Patty Whalen. I just wanted to state that timing is everything, okay? When you're looking at a statute, a resolution, anything we're passing, timing is an essential element. When you try to change the timing, it is no longer germane. Mm-hmm. That's my personal opinion and my legal opinion.
Okay, great. Are we ready to vote on this? Yes. So we are now voting on appealing the moderator's decision. All those in favor of appealing the moderator's decision, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the moderator's decision has been appealed. Therefore, the motion to substitute has been declared not germane, which means, I believe, now maybe we need to vote on this, because here I'm looking at the parliamentarians in the room. No.
It's done.
What? It's done. It has been dissolved. Okay. I believe, unless somebody's going to tell me otherwise, we can now move back to Article 7. We are debating Article 7. Is there anybody who wishes to speak? I'll give it to, yes, Peg.
Yeah, this discussion about whether or not the article is legal or not, I just want to let folks know that our legal counsel has given their opinion on that, and it evidently, according to him, it is legal.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Lawrence, or comments?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think that Mr. Fairman's concern could be remedied by the removal of the unrestricted phraseology in the article and the introduction of something to the nature of a catastrophic event.
Are you making an amendment?
Yes, I'm proposing an amendment.
Okay.
That the unrestricted portion, the word, be removed, and that the insertion of catastrophic be inserted in the final phrase.
Okay. So we are now debating the amendment which is, at the recommendation of the auditor, shall the voters of the town of Putney establish a select board catastrophic reserve fund to be used for unanticipated expenditures and revenue shortfalls during the course of the fiscal year as may be caused by economic downturns, natural disasters, and other unforeseen circumstances. Do we have a second to the amendment? Robin Ekstrom has seconded. It has been moved and seconded for the amendment. We are now discussing the amendment to Article 7. Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the amendment? Yes, Howard.
Madam Moderator, just checking my understanding of the amendment, it is that unrestricted would be stricken out and catastrophic would be inserted so that it would read Select Board Catastrophic Reserve Fund?
Correct. Did I say it incorrectly?
No, I'm not. I'm checking my understanding.
Yeah.
Okay. On that basis, I will at some point, I'd like you to tell me whether to bring this up now or later, ask why the word Select Board has to be there.
So right now we're dealing with the amendment we have in front of us.
Okay. In that case, I speak in support of the amendment that it, for the moment, say Select Board Catastrophic Reserve Fund.
Is there anybody who wishes to speak against the amendment? Yes. Lease. Lisa.
Okay, Lisa Papazian. It's semantic. I don't really understand the substitution of one word for the other. The meaning seems to be the same. And as Peg just said, if the lawyers have opined that the wording as they have proposed it is legal, I don't see the need for the change.
Mm-hmm. Would somebody like to speak for the amendment? Can you get it to either Melanie or Robin?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I may be overreaching, but my sense of some of the discussion is that people have hesitation about voting something that is at this point pretty open-ended and would like to put some kind of boundary around this that clarifies that it used as intended more for what the original example that was cited, such as catastrophic events, such as we had with the storm of 2021 and we've had in other storms and will continue to do so. Speaking for myself, rather than trying to summarize what other people have said, I have a certain hesitation in voting for something that could be used, as was cited as an example, to make good funds when the town had clearly voted not to pass the budget for whatever reason. I think that circumvents the intent of town sentiment in that case. So I support the amendment because I think substituting the word catastrophic clarifies what we would use this for a little bit more and narrows its boundaries a little bit. Thank you.
Great. Is somebody like to speak against the amendment? Yeah. Iden is approaching.
I think the amendment included two examples, right? Natural disaster and economic downturn.
That's in the article, the Article 7.
Okay.
The amendment does not change those.
All right. I was going to suggest removing economic downturn, but I think that would be a separate amendment.
Yeah, right. So we're dealing with the amendment in front of us. At the recommendation of the auditor, shall the voters of the town of Putney establish a select board catastrophic reserve fund to be used for unanticipated expenditures and revenue shortfalls during the course of the fiscal year. I'm just reading it just so everybody knows that we're on the same page, and not to move to a vote, as may be caused by economic downturns, natural disasters, and other unforeseen circumstances. I'm not quite sure how to call that last comment. Janice, did you want to speak on this?
This is just an observation. Editorially, it seems to me that unanticipated expenditures and revenue shortfalls are quite specific. They may be caused by the other three or other things, but those are what we're talking about here. We're talking about unanticipated expenditures, not something that was not approved the year before, and revenue shortfalls. I'm not sure about the word catastrophic. We could have a huge debate about what constitutes catastrophic, what causes a catastrophe, but editorially, that's my point of view. Those two things are what, legally or whatever, constitute what we're voting for.
So are you speaking against the amendment? Because that's the question.
To add catastrophic?
It is to remove unrestricted and to add catastrophic. That's the amendment that's right now being debated.
No. I don't think it, well, it does. I mean, I think it opens us up to another discussion of what is catastrophic, what constitutes catastrophic.
So I'm going to take that
no, I guess. I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, so that's a statement against the amendment.
I think unrestricted is the problem for people, but I think the use of the shortfalls and the other two things are really limiting what we're voting for.
Is there somebody who'd like to speak for the amendment? Yes, Sally. Ooh, calling the question. You know how it's like, okay. The question has been called. It requires a second. There is no debate, and it must pass by 2/3. So is there a second on calling the question? Lisa Papazian, is that a second? All right, there is no debate, so we're now moving to a vote, and then we are voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amended Article 7, which reads, at the recommendation, wait, no, it's calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Can we hear that one more time? Yeah. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. I now, really? Okay, it has now been called for division, which means a division of the House. There must be a vote by show of hands or rising. Really? Okay, we're going to do it. And so all those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by raising your hands. Okay, all those opposed, please indicate by raising your hands. Okay, now that 2/3 is so clear, the question has been called. All right, we are now moving to voting on the amended Article 7. You ready? At the recommendation of the auditor, shall the voters of the town of Putney establish a select board catastrophic reserve fund to be used for unanticipated expenditures and revenue shortfalls during the course of the fiscal year as may
Madam
be
Moderator,
caused.
sorry, point of order. Are we voting on the amendment or the actual article?
We are voting on the amendment, but
Thank
I'm
you.
reading it to you as amended.
Thank you.
So thank you for that clarification. Are you okay if we keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, as may be caused by economic downturns, natural disasters, and other unforeseen circumstances. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
Wow. Now I could use it. Division, I could so use that. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. Can we get a count from the select board?
Oh, good God. All right.
Oh, jeez.
Everybody keep your hands up until we say we're good.
And if you're not a voter, you should be sitting inside the area, but you're a voter.
I lost track.
We're gonna. It's okay.
I got 52.
52 in favor. All those opposed to the amendment, please raise your hands. Can I get a vote? Count.
Yeah. So one, two. Don't count out loud because you're confused.
So, that's how I count.
I got 28.
You got 28? I got 26, which comes out to.
So
You guys are making us work.
Is favor was 52 and against was?
54.
I'm sorry, favor was 54
In whichever one we just did.
and against was 26?
No, it was 50. It was so
52
close.
4 and 50. 52 4 and 54. 52 4, 54 against.
52 in favor of the amendment, 54 against the amendment.
Or
I believe that needs the request of 7 voters. Do we have 7 voters because we have a request for a paper ballot? Do I have 7 voters? I only have 1 voter. If you want to do this, you need to stand up. Oh, but I have some people standing up.
How about hands?
You need to put up your hands. Okay, so I do not have enough for a paper ballot. Based on the division of the House, the amendment failed. We are now moving to Article 7 in its original form. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on Article 7 in its original form? Lisa Papazian.
Well, I might be making an amendment.
Oh, okay.
Well, I have a question, but I also have a suggestion.
All right.
I am wondering, first of all, I wanted to, well, I'll ask it that later on the next article. But my question is, you said you have a policy, a written policy that you've adopted about the potential use of this fund. Oh, that's a no.
No, we have a draft. The draft will come up for discussion before the select board.
Okay, because I was wondering if we should include the policy per policy in this.
We're working on a draft, but it hasn't been approved yet by the board.
Okay, then I guess it's moot.
So no amendment? No.
We don't have anything to.
Yeah. Somebody else who hasn't spoken? Yes, the gentleman in the...
Leonard Howard, I call the question.
Oh, we got another call to question on Article 7. And could you give us your name one more time?
Leonard Howard.
Leonard Howard. The question has been called. I need a second. It is non-debatable. Do we have a second in the back? Can you tell us your name?
Sarah Cretoro.
Great. It's been called in second. There is no debate. All those in favor, and it will require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
Division. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by raising your hands.
Oh, come on, it's obvious.
Do we have to count this?
I'm going to say, because if you could now put them down, and we'll see what it looks like on the nay side. Please, all those opposed to calling the question, please raise your hands. It appears that the ayes have it, and the question has been called, which now means we are moving to Article 7 in its original form. There's no more debate. We are going to vote on it. Article 7 reads, at the recommendation of the auditor, shall the voters of the town of Putney establish a Selectboard Unrestricted Reserve Fund to be used for unanticipated expenditures and revenue shortfalls during the course of the fiscal year, as may be caused by economic downturns, natural disasters, and other unforeseen circumstances. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 7 passes. I'm going to suggest we take our lunch recess now.
Yes.
And maybe before we do, Ruby has a statement.
If you have a child in childcare in the library, please collect them for lunchtime. You can return them after.
And I'm going to call a lunch recess for 45 minutes. All right, we're getting ready because we still have a very full agenda. I'm going to ask John Sessions. Is it with an S at the end? Sessions Americana, to come to the podium. Here, do you live in Putney? And so, hearing no objections, I would like to invite the principal of Putney Central School to the microphone. Thank you, John.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Meg, for giving me a couple minutes to talk. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a little further away from the microphone, so hopefully people can hear me out there. It's going to wear me down eventually, so I'll get there. It's truly a pleasure to be here. It's my third Putney Town meeting as principal of Putney Central School. I'm going to keep it brief, but I just want to say it's really beautiful to see in action here so many of the qualities that we try to instill in our students here at school. Things like discourse and listening and critical thinking and taking other people's perspectives and a true sense of community. And so it's a true pleasure to be able to host this event as a living example of what we talk about in school all the time. And so thank you for that. I want to give a couple acknowledgments to people related to the school that are pulling this day off. First, a huge round of applause to our kitchen staff, who Ariane Lavoie, Steve Head are here every day in the kitchen. Carrie Harlow just keeps coming back, and so Carrie's here. And it's the way that you ate today is truly how our students eat every day, which is a true gift to our community, and major props to folks in the kitchen there. Also, Nancy Gagnon is in there working too, so thank you, Nancy, for being here. Also, I want to acknowledge they're out and about in the building, but the custodial staff to set up this event and prepare for this event is quite an undertaking. Speaking of not going away, Tony Coven did a huge part of that. Tony's been part of our school community for about 30 years. And Tony spent a lot of time setting this up. So if you see Tony, please express your gratitude. Also, major thanks to our student leaders who are here, many of whom are running microphones. I see Josie over there. A number of our student leadership, our middle school leadership team has been volunteering here. Naya here in the middle. And so thank you to them for doing that. Great. We have a very active middle school student leadership team here now of almost 20 of our middle school students are involved in sort of school leadership and governance, and it's great to have them involved here. Also, finally, there's many parents and students in the back who are, some 8th graders are raising money for their annual 8th grade trip to Cape Cod, which is a pretty exciting thing. And our PTO volunteers for doing some fundraising, so thank you to them back there. I'm just going to speak for a couple minutes. I just want to highlight 2 things that are exciting about this year that I thought I would share as both sort of a state of the school and talk of a direction of where we're headed and how that can engage the community in that work moving forward. So earlier this year, we received a pretty significant honor as a school in that we were recognized as a school of distinction by an organization called Educate the Whole Child. And so this is an organization whose mission is to identify and connect schools around the country that are really committed to a well-rounded education for our kids and a sort of holistic approach to education. And they have identified less than 20 schools around the country. And it's truly an honor for us at Putney Central School, and for me, really it's a huge testament to the work of our staff, our students, our families, our teachers who are incredibly dedicated, and especially in a time when the focus of schools can become increasingly narrow on achievement. It's really testament to our school community that we've been able to sort of achieve academically at a high level while maintaining a really deep commitment to connection to nature and our forest for learning, and giving our students as much exposure to creative expression as possible through our arts curriculum and things like that. And so I wanted to recognize that. And that work of our staff and students every day is truly inspiring to be a part of. Secondly, this winter we were awarded a pretty significant grant from the Vermont Agency of Education, which is dedicated to creating a network of community schools throughout the state. And so community schools is really it's an approach to education that nestles, that sort of has the school sort of nested at the center of community. And Putney, and I said this when I applied for the job, and I've said this sort of every year since, that we are prime for a true community schools approach to education and engaging the whole community in the development of our youth. And so this grant is going to provide us with a lot of really exciting opportunities that will take many opportunities to bring community into the school and to have school really be sort of at the center of Putney and provide a lot of services to community members, to our students. And so there'll be a lot of things coming down the line that will be opportunities to engage in that way. And I really am looking forward to that work as we get that underway. So that's coming down the line. Appreciate that. I want to put a couple events just out there on your radar. The community schools, we're hosting sort of a initial meeting for members of the community on the evening of April 4th. And that will be an opportunity to learn about ways that the community can be engaged and involved, and things like a youth mentoring program in Putney or things like that we'll talk about on the evening of April 4th. That will happen here at school. And then, the school district budget is no longer a part of town meeting, but there is a community vote, and I would really encourage people to be engaged in that process. It's the evening of March 18th. The vote is at Brattleboro High School at 7 o'clock. You do need to be there in person to cast a vote on the school budget. It's the whole district budget, of which Putney Central School makes up about 6% of that budget. But we do vote on the whole collective budget at that time. And I just want to highlight that I'll give a community presentation about Putney Central's portion of that budget on the evening of February 12th. That will be here at school, hosted by myself and our leadership council. That March 12th, thank you so much, March 12th. March 12th here. And that's an opportunity to hear from me about sort of how we've crafted the budget here, for you to ask any questions. I can talk about short-term, long-term planning, things like that. So I would encourage people to come. That is March 12th. That will be here at school starting at 6 o'clock. And I'll share information through the town website. And
That's this much.
I think that's it. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you very much, John. We also have an elected official here, Wendy Harrison, and I would like to invite her, hearing no objections, to the podium to give us some brief remarks of committee work, et cetera, in Montpelier. Here's Wendy. Nobody's objected. Great.
You didn't object quickly enough, so here I am. So yes, I'm Wendy Harrison. I'm one of your 2 state senators. The other state senator is Nader Hashim, and he was not able to be here today. He needs to work, so please accept his apologies. Senators serve on 2 committees in the legislature. I serve on the Transportation Committee in the morning, and then in the afternoon, I'm the chair of the Institutions Committee. So in the Transportation Committee, one of the bills you'd probably be interested in as a community who values your trails is that there was a lawsuit recently that challenged the understanding that towns have the ability and the authority to maintain their trails. And so we have a bill, it's S4, and it clarifies and puts in statute more that towns do have the ability and the authority to maintain their trails, which is pretty important to Vermont. The Transportation Committee gets the T-bill, is what it's called, at the second half of the legislature, so we haven't gotten into some of the details of transportation. We are getting information on what could happen from the federal government. Most of our funding does come from the federal government. The funding that we had for charging facilities that we had already expended, that are already made contracts for, that funding was stopped because it was something that helped electric vehicles. And so funding for electric vehicles was stopped. The rest of the funding for now is okay. And the way that transportation is funded at the federal level, it's funded in 6-year tranches. And the last of those 2 years are the 2 years that are in front of us. So hopefully we'll be okay. We will see. The other committee, institutions, that has been expanded. Our jurisdiction has been expanded to include IT, information technology, and a more active role in corrections. And what we're doing in IT, the first bill that we passed out, which we just did last week, is what we call Kids Code, and it's a bill that prohibits large companies, primarily social media companies, from using harmful algorithms. So it's not the content. So the bill doesn't have First Amendment issues because we're not limiting content, but what we're doing is limiting the mechanisms that these companies use to hook kids into their programs, and to the point where kids are literally addicted to their phones. There was a fire drill recently that we were told about where the kids were all out of the building fine, everybody was calm. When they heard they couldn't go back in to get their phones that day, some of them just started shaking and having panic attacks because they're that attached to their phones. And so some of the examples of these things are infinite scroll, if you're familiar with that. So it doesn't stop anywhere, so you don't even look up. Push notifications, which cause kids to lose a lot of sleep. So one of the provisions in the bill is that they can't do push notifications in the middle of the night so that kids can sleep. So it's all very, very logical stuff. We're going to get a lot of pushback. We passed it out last week, and first week of what we get back, I'm hoping to get that through the Senate so that then we can send it to the House. We also have another data privacy bill that's right after that one, because data privacy is just so important. It would be really good if the federal government did it, but they haven't. So states need to just get in there and do what we can. Other things that the capital bill does is it includes funding for water and wastewater systems, which are typically necessary for housing. I worked a lot on housing in my first term, and we did multiple things to increase housing. Some of those were changes to town codes. So, for example, anywhere that a single-family home is allowed now by right, which means even if the town hasn't changed their code, a duplex is allowed, which means that if you have an existing single-family home and you want it to be a duplex, you can do that. So there may be codes related to water, but the zoning cannot prevent you from not having a duplex. And we saw that as a way to increase housing, and also a way that Vermonters could increase their options for revenue, because you could also, thank you. Yeah, I'm proud of that one, because it was a straightforward one, and not enough people know about it. So share that news. Other just things that I'm working on, I'm working with the Connecticut River Conservancy. You're familiar, I'm sure, with the hydro dams. We have 3 hydro dams on the Connecticut River. Those are being relicensed. The owners and operators of those dams are supposed to provide recreation to the residents of all the states. It's it's not just Vermont, and so we're advocating to get them to provide a much more reasonable amount of recreation to the public, because it's a public resource that is their source of power, and they're very, very profitable. And then something to mention, the Budget Adjustment Act, you may have heard of that. It's a true up, and it's one of the few bills that we've done so far this year. It includes $1.8 million out of a total state budget of approximately $9 billion. So a relatively very small amount to extend the emergency housing motel program. There are more than 440 children living in hotels in the state, and this $1.8 million will allow those families to stay in the hotels, and the kids to stay in whatever school they're in through the end of June. So that was a good thing to do.
Can people contact you for more questions?
Sure, and then my contact information is on this handout that I'm providing. I have my ledge email there and my kind of campaigning email, which I'm not using right now because we just got elected. So thank you very much, and have a great rest of your town meeting.
Great, thank you, Wendy. Excellent. All right, everybody. It's back to doing some work. We are now at Article 8. Article 8, shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the transfer of $438,105 from unrestricted year-end surplus to the Selectboard Unrestricted Reserve Fund? Article 8 shall not be considered unless Article 7 is approved. I won't read that again since Article 7 was approved. Do we have, and could somebody in the back just ask people to keep their voices down a little bit in the back of the hall? Oh. Is there somebody who wishes to speak to this as a motion?
Well, first I'll move it.
Fletcher so moves it. Could I get a second from the floor? We have Sally Pennington. It has been moved and seconded. I'm now restating it. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the transfer of $438,105 from unrestricted year-end surplus to the Selectboard Unrestricted Reserve Fund? Would somebody like to speak in favor of this?
I will speak in favor of the motion.
Fletcher, Proctor.
Well, I will attempt to explain it. This is the money part of, is this not on? Okay. This is the money part that picks up on the article we just passed. As I said before, we're shooting for a 90-day or 24% of the operating budget. If you look on page 35 of your town report, we're working off the budget FY25 column, the number at the bottom of that, $1,825,437. 24% of that is $438,104.88, which we rounded up to 105. So that's the number that you see in the article to be moved into this newly created reserve fund. And as I said, I think I mentioned before, going forward, it would be funded out of annual surpluses. The funds that we're moving right now are the result of accumulated surpluses. Last year's surplus was a pretty good one, good sized surplus, but it also added on top of some existing funds there. And as I mentioned, the policy that we have under consideration would give us a range of 12% to 30%, which under this year's budget figure would translate into a range of $219,000 to $547,000. That reserve fund might be funded between those ranges before we either paid some of it back in to reduce taxes or asked the town meeting for more. So I think that pretty much covers it, but this is where we hope to get the money for that article, for the previous article.
Do we have any questions on Article 8? Yes, you haven't spoken before and I forgot your name.
Jim Oliver. Just to understand this better, so you chose the 438,000 because it's a percentage of the amount.
That's the 90-day figure.
That's right.
That 24% is approximately 90 days.
90 days of the year. So this is coming from unrestricted year-end surplus, as it says in Article 8. Is there more money there than that?
More, there's nothing in the reserve fund now.
No, but the money's coming from somewhere.
Yes.
Which is the unrestricted year-end surplus.
If you look at page 47 of your town report, that's the fund balances, and the general fund balance is the top line on that. So that which stood at 557, 577, we'll put this money into the catastrophic reserve fund, and then some of that money is also being used to reduce taxation this year.
Okay, and so I guess my question was, they'll still, even with those two deductions from that, there'll still be some money in there? How do you decide? Do you try to use up that entire amount by moving it to the reserve fund and paying down taxes, or how do you decide how to deal with that extra money from the end of the year?
These transfers aren't going to leave a lot of extra money. Between the money that's put into the catastrophic fund and the money that's used to reduce taxes this year, we're pretty much going to tap out that fund. And that, personally, I don't think that's a bad thing. That it's a general we, fund. You know, in the past, I've referred to select board reserve funds as their sandbox. It's sort of where the select board comes up with a bright idea and they'll spend some money on it. And not to be too suspicious of myself, but I think it's a good idea to keep a select board on a short leash on that stuff.
Other questions or comments? Howard.
Madam Moderator, I have two questions. Okay, first, how could the town of Putney conceivably otherwise not have enough money to operate for 90 days? I mean, we're collecting taxes quarterly, I believe, and this would seem to indicate that all of a sudden no one paid their taxes. So I'm having difficulty grasping the idea that we could somehow say we need this money because otherwise we wouldn't be able to operate during the next 3 months.
So there was a question in the first part of that. Is there anybody who wants to answer Howard's question?
I think it's not so much that they wouldn't pay their taxes as that, as was discussed earlier, if a decision on the budget were deferred for a while. Maybe the budget didn't fail, but the decision to adopt it is put off, and it's not that there isn't money there, it's that we don't have the legal authority to spend it.
Thank you.
And there's I got another person waiting, Sue Oakley, and then I'll go back to take more questions second time around. Sue Oakley? Coakley, I'm sorry.
Sue Coakley. My question is, I understood from the prior discussion that there was a policy being developed for this fund that would guide how it be used. And if that is correct, when will that policy be looked at by the select board, and will the community have a chance to learn about that?
Is there someone who can address the question?
I think it's our next meeting or two, we're taking up those policies.
Yeah.
So within a month, I would expect.
Are there any other questions? Howard's waiting. I'll go to Jean Giddings first.
She's an attorney too. Thank you. I think we need to do an amendment to this article. When we changed the name of the fund and when we approved Article 7, we need to make the name of the fund the same in Article 8.
We didn't change it.
Oh, we didn't change the name?
No.
Never mind.
Okay.
We did it.
That's good. You were about to do an important amendment had we changed it. So thank you very much for reminding us. I think we had also a hand in the back. Is that right? Otherwise, I'm going to give it to Howard. Aiden?
I think this is closely related to what Sue Coakley was talking about, but we've heard some pretty good reasons today as to why you would not want to have this floating money and you would want to have it in specifically allocated pots. So why leave even a small amount in there? Why not round it so that it goes down to zero and that gets put into a tax reduction or emergency fund or what have you, and while you're at it, you could make a policy so that if there's surpluses in the future, it's allotted in a certain known way to those buckets.
Somebody address that question? Yes, Eileen.
So I think we mentioned this before. This 30-day reserve, 90-day reserve is a recommendation of our auditor. So we can do what we want with that money, but that was their recommendation, and that's why we're specifically putting it into that fund.
I have another question in the back. Steve?
So I appreciate the reserve fund and what it is intended to do, but it seems like you want to set it up for the full 24% in this year, and I question whether that needs to be done. We just came off of a brutal reappraisal, and a lot of properties have been increased in value way beyond the 54% brand list increase overall. And I think this is an opportunity to help the taxpayers by putting some of that surplus, their tax dollars back in as an offset to the budget this year. So I I would like to see us reduce the amount of the transfer that's being proposed from this article. Maybe not try to do this all 1 year, but do it over a period of time as surpluses are available. I know you're going to build it into as a line item. I would also prefer that any addition to the reserve fund would be a separate article for the town to vote on at this meeting. But I can make a motion to reduce it to X, but I thought before I do that, we just keep the discussion going.
So Steve, if I hear you correctly, are you putting in a motion right now?
No, I'm saying, maybe I will later, but I want there to be some more discussion on it.
Okay, so it looked like Eileen had something, is that correct?
Okay, so if you recall in Article 4, which was the general fund discussion, we mentioned that we were using some of the surplus money to offset taxes. That amount was $119,472. So effectively, we've already done that. I assume you can reduce it to whatever you want, but we can't go back in time and reduce the amount because we've already voted on that article.
Steve looks like he has a follow-up. Is that true?
Didn't we have an earlier discussion that if we all decide that that transfer is too much and we only authorize a certain portion of it, the balance would go toward reduction of the taxes, as an offset to the tax requirement?
Yes, and that the time to make that motion was in Article 4.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, that was raised and clarified, and it was determined that, so I'll make a motion that we reduce the amount of this transfer to $200,000 and that the balance be applied toward taxes this year.
So we now have an amendment on the floor. It is, Steve, if you could just hold on 1 second, changing the dollar amount to $200,000, is that correct? Is that your amendment?
Right, with the balance of that amount applied toward the taxes for this year.
So would that be the balance being the $138,000?
238, I guess.
238,105 with the amount, okay, being applied, I just want to make sure I get this right. Being applied to what?
To reduce property.
To reduce property taxes. Okay, we now have an amendment on the floor of Article 8, which is to change the dollar amount to $200,000 with the remainder being applied to reduce property taxes. Can I get a second? Second, Janice Baldwin. So it has been moved and seconded. We are now discussing the amendment. Would somebody like to speak in favor of the amendment? Yes.
Leonard Howard, I don't think you can say where you want the money to go to. You can cut the money like his amendment wants to, but you can't specifically tell the select board where it goes to. That would be up to them to do that. So I don't think the amendment is
I may now have an amendment to an amendment, which we can do. I'm looking at my parliamentarian. Do you mind getting a mic, Benji?
So I believe you're correct. We can't tell you what to do with the money. You can bring it up and say, hey, thinking about that, but believe that you cannot tell the select board what to do. If we change the budget, we couldn't tell them what they would do. It's just, here's the amount of money that they have.
So the question then becomes, do we strike? And I'm looking at Steve right now. I don't know if you take friendly amendments and whether the parliamentarians will allow for friendly amendments.
Point of order, Madam Moderator.
Point of order, great, thank you.
The gentleman who said that the amendment is not in order because
it cannot direct that an amount be allocated to taxes is actually a parliamentarian. And this subject is not covered by Robert's Rules of Order. So the ruling actually is moot. And the question and the amendment should stand. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm understanding this. If we're going strictly by Robert rules, then I believe we have an amendment to an amendment with your comment. Is that correct? So we are now at the stage, is that right? Okay, I'm getting enough nods. This means that we now have the amendment to the amendment. That's as far as we can go, and then we're going to have to work our way back. The amendment to the amendment is to remove the language with the balance being applied to reduce property taxes. Right? So we are now discussing the amendment to the amendment. Yes, Jeanette.
So I'm not a parliamentarian, but I do believe there was no amendment to the amendment. I don't think that was ever made. I think that the it still is Steve's amendment, and there was no amendment to that.
Okay, I'll take that, because I forgot your name. No, not Jeanette.
Leonard Howard, I was just pointing out that you can't, I weren't making an amendment, I'm just saying you can't tell the select board where they can have to spend that money.
So I'm going to call that a, we're now going back to, we're just voting on the amendment to the article, and I'm going to take what you said as an argument against the amendment, not as a formal amendment of amendment. Okay, I think we're all on the same page here. Would somebody wish to speak in favor of the amendment? Yes, Josh.
I'm not sure this is in favor of the amendment, but I think for point of clarification, the amendment could be that the change is made with the recommendation that the select board consider putting the money towards deferral of taxes. And then it's not, because I believe Lenny's right that we are not, that we're not able to dictate that, but the voters can make a recommendation for that.
So here's my question. You're not going to be surprised I'm going to ask. Are you making an amendment to the amendment? Steve, are you open to friendly amendments?
Trying to decide if that was friendly or not. I mean, you know, this is kind of academic in one sense. You've got a fund balance in there in the budget now. It's sort of a de facto reserve for a year that does not end well, and you may have a deficit. What you're doing is setting up a formal mechanism to create a reserve. And you want to fund that reserve each year to a certain level. I understand that. I guess I believe that it should not require doing the whole thing in year one. And that if you've accumulated this surplus over 3 years, it would be great to put some of that back towards the tax burden of the
So I'm just going to interrupt you for one quick second. It looks like you're not open to a friendly amendment, so we're going to stay with the original language. Yeah, and that Steve is making his point of why he has made this amendment. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on the amendment? I'm sorry, Janice, and then I'll go to Jeanette.
Janice Baldwin. Just a quick question. To what extent would that $238,000 affect the property tax rate if it did go back?
We're calculating that right now. Thank you. We have a spreadsheet.
So we'll wait to hear that.
Technical difficulties.
Information? Yes.
While we're waiting to hear that, I just want to say that I think what we're
We can't hear the mics from this panel, from the select board.
I just wasn't speaking into it. While we're waiting for that, I just want to say that I think what the proposal is would shift us from about a 90-day surplus to a 45-day surplus or 42-day reserve. Yeah. Not surplus, but reserve.
Okay. We are still discussing the amendment. Jeanette?
You know where to go, right? Thank you. Can I make a friendly amendment that neither Josh nor Steve wanted to make, and suggest that we not direct the select board to put it toward reducing the taxes, but we encourage the select board to look at that as an option.
Okay, so before I take this as an amendment to an amendment, there is another option here on the table, and that is you could vote this amendment down and then come up with a new amendment. But I'm just putting that out there. So at this point, we have an amendment to amendment again. Is that correct, Jeanette? And what's that language going to look like?
Encourage the select board to direct the $238,105 toward offsetting taxes.
And encourage the select board.
So I'm fine with that.
You're fine with that? Yeah. Okay, we're going to call that a friendly amendment. And now the amendment looks like, and I know that's, I'm looking at people to make sure a friendly amendment's okay, because some people don't like those. Laura, you have a problem with a friendly amendment? Okay, Laura's looking very friendly about a friendly amendment. So I want to make sure I get this language absolutely right. So we're changing the dollar amount to $200,000 and then inserting the language and encourage the select board to apply the remainder to property taxes. I'm looking at you, Jeanette. Is that what you wanted? I can't hear you.
Yes, and you can put the actual amount in there because it's there, $238,105 toward offsetting property taxes.
Okay, thank you, Jeanette. That's Jeanette's friendly amendment. I'm going to go ahead and ask for a second on this, just to be very watertight. Do I have a second on that? Looks like Kate Dodge is raising her hand. So now we are debating the amendment. Shall the voters, I'm going to give it to you, the amended version. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the transfer of $200,000 and encourage the Select Board to apply $238,105 to reduce property taxes from unrestricted year-end surplus to the Select Board Unrestricted Reserve Fund? That is the amendment. Would somebody like to speak in favor of this amendment? Aiden. I got Aiden and then I'll...
Can I ask a question about it?
Sure.
So it seems to me that what's at stake here is whatever the difference would be between the utility of a $200,000 fund and a $438,000 fund. And I would think that it would be more likely that the fund would be used for something like disaster repair, or a truck falls into a canyon and insurance doesn't pay for it or something like that, than it would be to pay for the 35 days of no town income or something like that. So is somebody able to speak to what sort of urgent needs could be covered by $430,000 that couldn't be covered by $200,000? Or if I'm totally out of order here, let me know what my mistake is.
No, that's a great question. Does somebody on the Select Board want to address that?
Yeah, we'll have to borrow it. But.
So, as many of you are aware, there's some question as to whether we are, still going to have FEMA funds available in the near future. So, one scenario I can think of is that we have another catastrophic flood. We could use that money to offset the amount that we would need to borrow to fix the roads and get Putney back up to speed. So essentially, if we reduce this fund and we go beyond the $200,000 in the reserve, we have to borrow it.
Laura Chapman.
I have two questions. The first one is, how many years did it take to save this amount of money?
More than 7.
So it took more than 7 years to raise this amount of money. And the second question was around how much will this save each taxpayer this year? And one more question. What is the likeliness that we will be able to save the money we're potentially taking off the table and giving back to the taxpayers in another 7 years? Is there any way to predict that?
Can somebody answer all these questions?
Those are great questions, Laura. So it's taken over 7 years to build this surplus. The last few years, I can say the interest from our sweep account, switching from People's to M&T, has been, that's mostly where that surplus is coming from. The other thing too is the overpayment for the education tax, and I can't explain that, but I don't know why it happens. It happens every year, but that's where the surplus is generated from. The other thing too is every January I send out a memo to department heads, and I'm like, okay, anything over $2,000, you gotta come see me. We need to, like, just because it's in the budget, if you don't need it, don't buy it, because we don't know what's gonna happen. July 1st is the beginning of a fiscal year. We run through the end of June. Most of our payments, folks, come in the first 4 to 5 months of a new year. And we have debt payments, we have contract payments, and I've seen warrants, and I always tell this to the select board, when we have a small warrant, I'm very happy, but there are some months that we can push out, between $200,000 to $400,000 in, expenses. It's the timing in that cycle when we spend that money. And I always get nervous towards the end of the year because, we can see reports, but until the auditor actually does the audit, because there are some journal entries made at the end of the year, but knock on wood, the last 7 years has been good to Putney. And I think it's because, I know it's because, we try not to spend everything we have. This surplus, I understand the reappraisal hit a lot of people in the worst way. If you're considering taking $200,000 or $238,000 and offsetting your taxes, that $200,000 will probably take 2 years to recoup.
Do we know how much? Laura's question about, I'm asking Karen about Laura's question about how that would play out per individual taxpayer. Do we have any idea? I got to pull up the spreadsheet. We're going to try to calculate that number for folks. If we're at 69 cents per 100 at the moment,
Yeah, don't forget it's per 100 now. Yeah, so I'll get that number, but I don't have it right now.
So we're still waiting on that information.
Yes.
Just to remind everybody.
Give me a few minutes.
What?
Can I just have a few minutes to generate that number?
Do you want me to halt the conversation?
No, I would not do that because we'll be here.
Okay, so I just want to remind everybody that we're discussing the amendment I will take on either side. Somebody who hasn't spoken on the amendment yet, Josh?
I think I might clarify a little bit Laura's question. If you, the $200,000 difference, I'm assuming that this money would remain in a sweep account regardless. Kim or Karen, our current yield in the sweep account is what, roughly 4.5%, 5% probably?
I know, it's like running between $5,000 and $8,000 a month right now.
So between $5,000 and $8,000 a month is what we gain on the sweep account.
So if we said conservatively probably that it was roughly 4%, each $100,000 that remains in the sweep account is going to generate an additional $4,000 per year. So if you change it by $200,000, that's $8,000 a year less in income you're going to be generating from that. So I don't know whether that helps clarify that at all, but it's just an additional number. And that would be collected regardless of how much surplus you ended up in any given year from other sources.
Okay, I have some more hands up. Is your name Tim? No, you're the one who helped me with, I was on the wrong article. Oh, okay, Kate Dodge is grabbing the mic.
Thank you.
Which is a little unorthodox.
Why is that? Well, I have had my hand up for a long time.
But I have to ask people who haven't spoken on the amendment yet.
I haven't
that's why.
spoken on this.
Great, okay.
So my question is,
can you put the mic up a little closer?
before we vote on this amendment, I need to know whether the 430, whatever thousand is based on a formula that will be continued in the future, or whether it is an absolute amount, how much you expect to have left, or I know you don't expect to have it, but if there is some left, so if we reduce it to 200,000, is that a flat amount forever, or is that based upon some formula?
Eileen?
So I think, okay, so if we put the entire amount in, that will constitute the 90 days that the auditor has recommended. Any surplus beyond that next year would go to offset taxes. So if we don't put the 90 days into the account this year, I suspect that the select board will come back to you next year to ask to put more money into the account.
Great. And did you want to do a follow-up, Kate?
I'm sorry to be a little dense about this, but so if we vote the amount that you folks have asked for, and it's not all used, then at the end of the year, it goes back into the general reserve fund, and then you come here to the town meeting and request a new amount. Or is it saved in the select board reserve fund, and then we have to vote in less next year at the town meeting?
The second one.
Okay, and just remind
assuming we don't use it, then it remains as that amount, and whatever's left over as a surplus next year could be used to offset taxes.
Okay, just a reminder that we are debating right now the amendment, which is the reduction to 200,000. And if you, yes, Mike? Ben Lori. Sorry.
I'd like to speak against the amendment. I feel like the chances that economic uncertainty in the next couple of years will be higher rather than lower with implications for us. I think that there is no guarantee or assurance that we will have surpluses in the next couple of years that we might use to continue to build this fund. And I would feel comfort knowing that our town has something stocked up for the types of emergencies that we have also been seeing on the rise over the past couple of years to protect us.
Great. Great. So that was a clear statement against the amendment. Is there somebody who'd like to speak for the amendment? For the amendment. Do we have anyone who wants to speak for the amendment? If I don't see any hands, I might say we're ready for a vote. Elizabeth hasn't spoken yet.
I have a question regarding this amendment in the funds. There are a lot of people in this town that are struggling to stay in their homes and maintain them. And we've been talking a lot with the Housing Solutions Task Force and Kelman Associates about the creation of a fund that the community could borrow from at a low interest rate. Is it possible that some of this surplus could be directed to start this fund? We've been sort of calling it a community development fund. There used to be some type of fund like this in the community, and there are so many people struggling to insulate, stay in their homes, even put up a ramp if they're seniors. Is there, and this seems like it would help people directly, and also their repayable funds. How can we do that to support our community and use these surpluses in a really direct way to serve our community?
So this feels a little bit off from the amendment discussion. Are you for the amendment or against the amendment?
I'm for the amendment if we can direct it into that type of a fund, some of it, a percentage of it, because right now we have nowhere to go, a lot of people, to access funds.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Does anybody on the select board want to respond to that?
The housing study did recommend a housing fund, and the reason we're coming here before you today to establish this fund and to fund it is because the select board can't create those funds by ourselves. We have to do that for as a town meeting, as a town. So I'm not sure what the mechanism for that would be. I mean, theoretically, I'm for putting surplus into a fund like that, but I'm not sure how that would work. We could do it. We could do it for next year. We could come to you and create a housing fund and fund it with some surplus. We could do that. I suppose we could call a special meeting and do that as well, but we can't do that here today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do we have somebody who wants to speak against the amendment? Against the amendment in the back, right next to the mic.
Yeah, Bob Lyerly. I agree with the gentleman a little bit earlier. There are so many unknowns. I don't know a successful business today that doesn't have money earmarked to the side for unexpected contingencies. Yeah. And I don't think the amount, based on the context of how long it's taken to create it, how much things cost, how things are indeed more unknown now than I would argue 5 years ago or 10 years ago, that I am against this amendment. I would like it to stay as is. I don't think it's an unreasonable amount of money in the context.
So I'm going to start to move us towards a vote, and I'm doing that because I'm trying to avoid calling the question, which will take us down another step. So if there's somebody who wishes to speak for the amendment and to say something we haven't heard yet, for the amendment that we have not heard yet. Okay, Aiden. And then I think we may be ready to move to a vote.
I'm against the amendment, but I think that I'm rhetorically obligated to bring this up.
I don't know.
I think everybody's very happy to hear that there's some surplus money in the town, but the question is rather, we would rather have that money in the town's possession or in the possession of private Putney residents. So I totally agree that there's probably going to be emergencies that need to be dealt with, but those emergencies will not only be public, there will also be private emergencies, and I think that some people probably would rather to have some of that money for private emergencies.
Great. Okay, I'm going to hear that as an argument in favor. Peg likes to go in, and I'd like to then move to a vote. Unless somebody's going to tell me not to. So I'm putting that out there to the assembly.
Okay, I think we have some information from Karen about how much private money people could expect.
So I'm going to address Laura's question regarding what is the difference on the tax rate. So the budgets as they stand is 0.6916 cents per 100 on the tax rate. Now, if that $238,000 is used to offset taxes, the rate would be 0.6284. So it's a 0.06 difference per 100, and that would be Jordy doing the math on that.
So are you able to give people some sort of a sense what that would actually look like? Karen?
What was that?
You've just given us some of the rate. Is there a sense of like what that would actually look like?
I can't determine that. It's based on assessed value.
Yeah.
There's a formula.
Can we give Lawrence the mic?
Jordy's got
According to the figures you just provided, it would be about $60 per 100,000 of assessment that would give back.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Jordy's
Jordy
shaking
is
his head yes.
Yeah.
Jordy is saying yes. All right. I'm getting a sense we could go to a vote. And so we are now voting on the amendment, not the article itself, which I will then read out if you pass the amendment. So, but I'm going to read the article as amended to give you a sense of the amendment that we're currently voting on. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the transfer of $200,000 and encourage the Select Board to apply $238,105 to reduce property taxes from unrestricted year-end surplus to the Select Board Unrestricted Reserve Fund. We are voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed to the amendment, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the nays have it. The nays have it. And the amendment fails. We are now going back to Article 8, unamended. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the transfer of $438,105 from unrestricted year-end surplus to the Select Board Unrestricted Reserve Fund? Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor? Tom?
Thank you. I like the idea of a reserve fund. We all try to do that in our own budgets. I think it's a great idea. When that said, when I hear talk of the Select Board having a playground or a sandbox or doing end runs around the voters, it sends a little bit of a chill down my spine. The executive branch, which is you guys, always want access to money without legislative approval, and as the legislative body, we're called upon to weigh in on that. So I support it, but I also want some guardrails. And the guardrails need to be robust and not just temporary to this select board, because 30 years from now or 20 years from now, when we're all long gone and that money is sitting there, somebody's going to want to use it for something other than what we're talking about today. So my support is there, but it's conditional in that way.
Is there somebody who'd like to speak against Article 8? Oh, I see no hands speaking against Article 8. Yes, Howard?
Madam Moderator, simply to speak about the elephant in the room here. We have a surplus because we paid too much taxes. And this surplus and this overpayment could have instead have reduced the next fiscal year's taxes. Now, so what we're really doing is we're authorizing the Town of Putney to keep our $438,000 in case they need it someday. While it would come in handy to us sometime soon, maybe even today, such as helping to pay our taxes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And that was an argument against Article 8. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of Article 8? And I see Lawrence's hand. Can you guys in the back hear all right, or do I need to? You guys are okay? Great.
In favor of Article 8, that $438,000 that is all of our money would be sitting in an account, in an interest-bearing account, correct?
Yes.
Earning us money. And it will prevent the town from having to borrow money in case of an urgent need. I see it, yes, it's my money sitting there, and I would rather have that in my wallet. And while I think the amendment was well-intentioned, I think it is better for all of us fiscally that we are not borrowing money in the case of a road washout or something like that, and we have these funds available, and they're going to be becoming more funds if they're sitting there. We will have more funds available the longer it sits there. So maybe in a year when we come back to this meeting and there have been no emergencies, we'll not be talking about 438,000, we'll be talking about 475,000 or whatever it is that will continue to grow for us and be available so that we're not having to borrow at whatever cost it is at that point. So I am in favor of Article 8.
Great, thank you. A clear statement in favor. Is there anybody who wants to speak against Article 8 who hasn't spoken, to offer something new?
Could I raise or ask a question about an amendment that was suggested to change the title to be consistent with what we did?
Can you
I think
put?
Jean Giddings suggested that. But
So, why don't you, Fletcher, because I'm trying to move us towards a vote.
I know, and I hate to do it, but because I guess it's an amendment, but Jean Giddings previously suggested what I consider to be the foolish consistency amendment, to change the title to catastrophic.
We already did that.
No, we didn't vote on that.
Okay.
No.
That did not get voted?
No, I know. People are excited by catastrophic. It didn't pass, however, and I don't blame the excitement. Sounds good to me, too. But I think we're getting ready to vote on Article 8. Okay. And when I see Michael Wells raise his hand, I know he wants to call the question. But I'm trying to avoid that because it's a little parliamentary maneuver that'll take us down a path that we don't need. So I'm going to say that the voters are now ready to vote on Article 8. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the transfer of $438,105 from unrestricted year-end surplus to the Selectboard Unrestricted Reserve Fund? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 8 passes. We shall now continue to Article 9. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish a reserve fund named Fire and Emergency Medical Services, EMS Capital Reserve Fund, to be used for the purchase or lease of emergency vehicles and equipment, construction and/or improvements of the station building, and authorize the transfer of $5,000 from the fiscal year 2025 unrestricted year-end fund balance to fund the Fire and EMS Reserve Fund? Is there a motion? I have Fletcher Proctor. You want to do that?
So moved.
We have a motion, and do we have a second in the back? Can you remind me your name in the white vest? Heather. Last name? Heather Small. Thank you, Heather Small. It has been moved and seconded. I'm now going to restate Article 9. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish a reserve fund named Fire and Emergency Medical Services, EMS Capital Reserve Fund, to be used for the purchase or lease of emergency vehicles and equipment, construction and/or improvements of the station building, and authorize the transfer of $5,000 from the fiscal year 2025 unrestricted year-end fund balance to fund the Fire and EMS Reserve Fund. Fletcher, would you like to speak on this?
Yes. This article, you'll notice, telescopes the process that we just went through in two articles. It both establishes, seeks to establish a reserve fund and puts into it what I would call seed money of $5,000. And it's for maintenance of emergency equipment and repairs, construction, improvements to the fire station. To my mind, this has been a serious lack in budgeting for a long time. We ought to have some kind of fund going to take care of the fire station and ensure that we can fund purchases of emergency equipment. And I would ask that Patricia Whalen be recognized.
There's been a request for Patty Whalen to speak. I don't see any other hands up, so, okay.
Thank you. As you just heard, my name is Patty Whalen. I moved to Putney about 1.5 years ago. I had been living in Westminster West, just down the road a piece, for the last 50 years or so. And last September, September 13th, Friday the 13th, I was at home watching television and with my husband, and I had what's called a sudden cardiac arrest. I literally died in the chair. My husband was able to call 911 and have the presence of mind to actually follow the instructions that the 911 operator gave him, and he's had no CPR training. But what I think also really saved the day was the Putney EMS crew who arrived just in minutes after 911 alerted them, and they saved my life. Obviously, I can't thank them enough. What I really want to state here is that I was flown by helicopter to UMass Hospital in Worcester, where they have a cardiac trauma team. And later, the doctors there told me that I had less than a 6% chance of being revived. And they really wanted to know who those people were that did it. I, of course, I couldn't tell them that. But my husband could. So again, I'm just so grateful to them, but I'm also so proud of a town that supports their EMS crew and the fire department. And I support this endeavor. It's just seed money, but hopefully it'll grow. And more importantly, they'll have what they need to save the people in Putney. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to treat that as support. Yeah, heartfelt support of Article 9. Is there anybody who wishes to ask questions or to speak against Article 9? Yes, and Mary, no, what's
Hi.
Susan.
So it's Susan Nephew, and I am very curious, why only $5,000 when you're giving them $450,000 to the select board there and make decisions about whether we need to repair a road? And here you are, one person in our life, in our town, has been saved by 3 or 4 people. How much money do you think they got an hour? $5,000? I put more than that into my car last year. I say at least $50,000.
Okay,
that is an amendment.
And that is an amendment. So now we have an amendment from Susan. Nephews. Sorry, Susan, excuse me. We have an amendment to Article 9. Can I get a second? And that is Lenny. It has been moved and seconded to change the dollar amount from $5,000 to $50,000. Is that what you said? Well, I actually need something in writing, or I mean, I need something specific. 50,000. Whoa. Okay.
It'll come out of there.
So come on, give me a number that we are going to be able to deliberate. Okay, it's now moved to 100,000. Is that, Lenny, did you want to second that? Okay, it is moved to 100,000. We have a second. We are now debating the amendment to Article 9. Is there someone who wishes to speak against? We just got somebody very passionate for the amendment. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against the amendment to Article 9? Yes, and that's Ben.
Yeah, it's Ben Lord. I just have a question. In the original Article 9 language here. It says that that $5,000 would come from the fiscal year 2025 unrestricted year-end fund balance.
Yes.
If the amount changed, it is unclear to me where the money would come from at that point.
So that's a great question. Can we put that to the select board? Should the amendment pass? Good. Eileen?
We would have to raise that by taxation.
All right, so we're now debating the amendment. I got Karen wishes to jump in, and then I'm going to go back to the floor.
Thank you. So this 5,000 creates this reserve account for emergency services. We currently have a special fund, 330, so the 330 account. Money is contributed from the schools. It goes into that 330 fund, and it actually pays the fire station bond. We work with the schools, the private schools. That's where most of that money comes from. It's about $63,000 a year goes into the 330 fund. Creating this Emergency Services Reserve Fund, I would ask the Select Board to move that money from the special account into this reserve account. So we're gonna start with some money already, and then we're just gonna continue to build on it, and we'll figure out how to do that in a strategic way. But I wanted to share that information with folks, because 50,000, 100,000, I think it's great. I also want to thank the interim fire chief, Brian Harlow. We have a model in place right now. We have 34 fire and emergency responders. Most of them are cross-trained both in fire and emergency medical services. So we're going to build this department under the direction of the folks, the membership. So it's a work in progress, but this is the start right here, another reserve account, so they're able to purchase equipment when the timing is right, or to finish the second floor of the fire department, which is 3,500 square feet, and it's still unfinished. So this reserve account will allow us to do that.
So right now we're debating the $100,000 amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to speak against it? Laura? Can somebody give Laura a mic? Thank you, Razik.
I'm definitely not speaking against it. I'm just trying to understand the need for that kind of funding and whether or not it's meant through other mechanisms. So the fire department is fully budgeted through, and EMS is fully budgeted through our regular budget.
Correct.
And are there any needs that are coming up that aren't met through that regular budget? And I guess my second question would be the $438,105 that we just allocated for emergency funding or unrestricted funding. Could that be used if there was an emergency that was related to the fire department? So because I kind of want to correct a notion that I just heard that it's for the select board. It's not really for the select board. It's for the select board to use for town emergencies. And those town emergencies could include things that happen with the fire department and EMS.
This is
Correct.
This
Okay.
is for vehicles, right?
Is there anybody want to respond to Laura's questions?
Yeah, but it's like, it's not for emergencies, it's like for highway capital reserve fund.
Yes. Yeah.
Am I waiting for somebody?
I
thought that we might hear
Brian's
something.
got his hand up, but
I'm
I wanted to clarify that this is not a fund for emergencies in that, there's a big fire and we need to spend money on it. It's kind of like our capital our Highway Capital Reserve Fund. So it's a fund that we're trying to build slowly, like we did with the Highway Capital Reserve Fund, to say purchase a truck down the line. It's not to pay for salaries or anything else that's already fully budgeted for.
Right.
Okay, and Brian Harlow, do you want to come in and explain? And we're just talking about the amendment right now to change the language to 100,000.
Yeah, so I'm not, definitely thank you for that, that's awesome, but I'm not sure if maybe we could change it so we could just fund it with whatever's left in surplus from the department this year. We're actually due, and this is what Mr. Fairman's point was in Article 4, is that we were due for a fire engine this year. But and I think us collectively as a group, we're not going to stand here and ask the taxpayers to raise $800,000 for a new fire engine with zero to go towards it. So the point of this fund is to get us so we don't have to ask for that huge amount of money to make taxes go like this all the time. We can keep it flatline. So maybe instead of putting a number on it that is like $100,000, maybe you could just say the surplus that's left over from this year's budget, which I think is going to be a pretty good amount of money. Maybe that could just go towards it, and whatever that number happened to be. I'm not even sure if that's legal to do, but that's maybe another option.
So it looks like you're looking for some sort of amendment to this amendment?
If that's possible. Like I said, I don't even know if that's legal to do, but.
All right.
Good comment.
So I didn't get a clear amendment to the amendment. And there's always the option, you can always vote down an amendment and do it again. But right now we are voting on the amendment that is currently at 100,000. Aiden.
I have two questions related to the quantity of money. The first one is, I think what kicked this whole discussion off, full disclosure, I work for a company that sells emergency medical equipment. And because I do that, I know that $5,000 will pay for almost nothing in terms of capital expenditures. And even if you do it over several years, $15,000 or $20,000, it's a pretty limited amount. But somebody wrote down $5,000, so there must have been something in mind that $5,000 or $10,000 or $15,000 would have been good for, which is not in the same order of magnitude as the 6 figures that it would take for a new fire truck. So question number one is, what was the original thought of what sort of stuff this was going to pay for, if not a fire truck and if not Band-Aids? And the second question, to come back to something that I asked 45 minutes ago, somebody asked, we're taking $438,000 for 90 days worth of running, and it's coming from the 7 years worth of surpluses, which somebody called the sandbox, because we want to drain the sandbox. Why are we using these round numbers? Somebody asked, will there be anything left? And somebody replied, a little bit, maybe hundreds or thousands of dollars. Why are we using these round numbers? Why not just round up to whatever is left in that sandbox and leave the sandbox at 0? If I'm understanding correctly.
So we had 2 questions there. Is there anybody who can answer those?
I think in response to the first question, that $5,000 didn't envision anything. It was exactly what I said, just seed money, just something to be there to start the process. But I think none of us are foolish enough to believe that $5,000 will buy much of it in the way of emergency equipment.
All right, so I'm starting to wonder if we want to just vote on this amendment soon, but I've got a bunch of hands up. Some people haven't spoken. Melanie.
So given that there is no specific need at this point with the dollar amount attached to it, this seems like a really big leap. There was a Facebook post this morning by one of our rural postal carriers. It was pretty popular, urging people at town meeting to please be thoughtful in approving additional spending. And this seems like, at this point in time, this seems a little extravagant. And I know I'm not feeling extravagant in my life right now. And I just wish everybody could maybe, I recognize that we want to do good things for the people who do good works. But we also have to be practical. And right now this is a little bit of a sore spot for a lot of people in town. And I just urge everybody to please be thoughtful about that.
So I'm going to hear that as an argument against the amendment. Is there somebody who wishes to argue for the amendment? For the amendment who hasn't spoken, and you are sitting outside of Putney. And so I can't, as long as, are you a Putney registered voter? Yes, okay, sorry. Can we get a microphone and get your name?
My name is Laird Cummings, and what I really have, I think, is a question. I know that in meetings like this, you have to proceed sequentially through different discussions. But rather than, in the interest of establishing a fire department emergency fund, sounds like a very good idea, can we instead take some money out of that $458,000 that we just decided was going to go into a reserve fund in the control of the select?
It's sounding like you're moving in towards amendment line, and right now I've got an amendment on, and I think no, I think I can't.
No, you already have an amendment on the floor.
Yeah, and we certainly can't go back to the earlier article. So can you phrase this in such a way that it pertains to the amendment to Article 9?
It doesn't sound like this is a time for that kind of money to come out of tax revenues.
Okay, great.
But it sounds like a good idea. And maybe the money that was left over, part of that could have been diverted to this fund.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're moving a little out of the discussion right now. Is there somebody who wishes to speak? Because I heard one against, and then something not so clear, and then something for. Does somebody want to speak for the amendment? For the amendment, Howard.
Actually, Madam Moderator, a point of information, please. Would you please restate the amendment that is currently on the floor?
I would be happy to do so. So the amendment is for Article 9. I'm going to read it as amended. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish a reserve fund named Fire and Emergency Medical Services, EMS Capital Reserve Fund, to be used for the purchase or lease of emergency vehicles and equipment, construction and/or improvements of the station building, and authorize the transfer of $100,000 from the fiscal year 2025 unrestricted year-end fund balance to fund the Fire and EMS Reserve Fund. Is there somebody who wishes to speak for the amendment? I'm not seeing a lot of hands right now, which makes me think that maybe we can move to a vote on the amendment. And I'm hearing a lot of murmurs like, please, Meg, please. So, without going down the call the question thing, I'm going to read this one more time and then ask for your vote on this amendment. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish a reserve fund named Fire and Emergency Medical Services, EMS, Capital Reserve Fund to be used for the purchase or lease of emergency vehicles and equipment, construction and/or improvements of the station building, and authorize the transfer of $100,000 from the fiscal year 2025 unrestricted year-end fund balance to fund the Fire and EMS Reserve Fund? All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment does not pass. We are going back to Article 9 unamended. Are there any questions about Article 9? Yes, Jeanette.
I'm sorry to prolong this, but I think that the $5,000, there was a question about what would $5,000 buy anyway. As Fletcher pointed out, $5,000 is a seed. I think Karen also said that she was going to ask the select board to transfer the $63,000 that's in the 330 account into this account, which now makes it $68,000, which isn't a lot. And this is not an emergency, a fire department emergency fund. This is a capital reserve fund. So there's a huge difference between the emergency fund that we passed earlier and a capital reserve fund. Just wanted to make that clear.
Great. And so that sounds like you're supporting Article 9. Article 9 is supported. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 9? And Karen has a hand up.
I don't want to, yeah, so I just want clarity. Thank you, Jeanette. I just want to let people know that 330 account actually has $98,701. So that is the amount of money I would ask the select board to transfer into this capital reserve fund for emergency services.
Okay, and that doesn't need to be part of Article 9. Does not need to be part of Article 9. This is just what's going on behind the scenes. We are back to Article 9. Is there somebody who wishes to speak against Article 9? Who hasn't spoken before? Don't see any other hands up. I'm going to go to Aiden.
I don't know if this is against, but I'd like to propose an amendment to change the 5,000 to, as the fire chief recommended, the balance of whatever is left over from this year, whatever that may be, and to continue to do so going forward. Is that what you were recommending? If it's legal?
So I need something a little bit more specific. Do you want me to change the language?
Yes, from 5,000 to whatever the balance is from the previous year, if it's positive, and to continue to do so going forward.
So to authorize the transfer of the balance of the previous year?
That would be at the fiscal end, right?
The surplus. No, of the fire department specifically.
Balance of the surplus from the fire department? Do I have this right?
Yes.
From the fiscal year 2025.
I mean, I'm just passing along what I heard 10 minutes ago. I think that's what we heard.
So do we have a second on this amendment?
Karen
Point of order.
Point of order.
I'm just going to make a statement. So the general fund, which is where the fire department budget resides, along with town management and other budgets, at the end of a year, we may not know what that number is. And if we're at 100,000 and they don't spend 175,000, we're going to have to borrow that money. That's a risky move.
Right, that's why I said only if it's a surplus.
But there's other budgets that are attached to the general fund.
Okay, so I have an amendment, which I'll read again, and then I'm going to see if there's a second. But I need a second to move this forward. And the amendment is to authorize the transfer of the balance of the surplus of the fire department from the fiscal year 2025. Is there a second? Elizabeth gives a second. Okay. Yes, we have a point of order.
I believe we have to name a sum certain.
Yeah. I don't think we can just do, I think we need an actual number.
We don't have that until there's an audit.
I know, so I don't think we can do that in this article.
Is this another point of order? Or let's go to Howard.
Madam Moderator, this is a point of information. People are referring to a fire department budget surplus, and they're also referring to a general fund budget surplus. Hence my question, is there actually a fire department budget surplus? Thank you.
Question before we proceed with this amendment. Is there actually a surplus in the fire department?
From the audit from last year?
Well, we don't know yet. It's not the end of the year.
I'm not talking about a number, but conceptual. Can there be a surplus?
Could we get the mic back to Howard?
Madam Moderator, it's possible that my question was unclear. Well, I'm not talking specific amounts here. I'm saying we are debating about two surpluses at the same time. We're debating about a surplus in the general fund, which clearly exists. We taxed a certain amount and we spent less than that, so we have a surplus. My question, therefore, is there in fact, in bookkeeping and accounting terms, a similar surplus in the fire department budget that is counted separately from the general fund surplus?
No.
Can anyone
No.
answer that?
The answer is no.
Okay. So it appears, this is important for our amendment, it appears, if I'm hearing this correctly, that the language of the amendment doesn't conform to the bookkeeping. Is that correct? Am I hearing that correctly? Okay, so I'm back to this amendment, which has been stated. Can we vote on this amendment? It was seconded by Elizabeth.
It's a lot of money.
So it's been moved and seconded. We have debated it, and I think we can move to a vote on it. That's what my sense is of the meeting. Yes. Is everybody clear what we're doing? All right, so what we're going to do is we're voting on the amendment, and I'm going to read to you the language. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish the reserve fund named Fire and Emergency Medical Services, EMS Capital Reserve Fund, to be used for the purchase or lease of emergency vehicles and equipment, construction and/or improvements of the station building, and authorize the transfer of the balance of the surplus of the fire department from the fiscal year 2025 unrestricted year-end fund balance to fund the Fire and EMS Reserve Fund. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the nays have it. This amendment does not pass. We are back to Article 9, unadorned, unamended. Yes, Lenny.
So if I understand Karen correctly, she's going to recommend to the select board to take from the 301 account, which is $98,000, into this fund. So if we approve the $5,000 that is on the article, we'd have like $103,000 in this account. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay. It looks like maybe we can vote on Article 9. Yes, I'm seeing a lot of enthusiasm about that. Okay. We are now voting on Article 9. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney establish a reserve fund named Fire and Emergency Medical Services, EMS Capital Reserve Fund, to be used for the purchase or lease of emergency vehicles and equipment, construction and/or improvements of the station building, and authorize the transfer of $5,000 from the fiscal year 2025 unrestricted year-end fund balance to fund the Fire and EMS Reserve Fund. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that Article 9 passes. Okay. All right, we're going to keep going. Article 10. Article 10, shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize the transfer of $25,145 from the fiscal year 2024 library unrestricted fund balance to the library reserve fund for capital improvements? Is there someone here who wishes to speak on behalf of the library? Hearing no objections, may I invite Emily Zervis to the floor? Yes, go, our librarian.
Hi, folks. This was done in partnership with the town manager. There's already a library reserve fund in existence from when the new library building didn't exist yet. So that was 20 plus years ago. It was created, I believe, to hold the money from the sale of the old library building at the corner of Old Route 5 and Main Street. It was made to hold that money and then use that money to build the new library. So the fund already exists. It's been sitting empty for a while. We have a surplus from a few years during COVID where I was the only employee. which was hell. But we didn't use all of our, we didn't use all of our money. Our operations were very different during that time. So there's the number that you all see in the town report, and the town manager suggested that we put it aside and define it for capital improvements, which there'll be no shortage of as our building continues to age. So that's my explanation. Thank you.
Can I get a motion for Article 10?
So moved.
And can I get a second? Robin? So it has been moved and second for Article 10. I'm going to read it over again. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize a transfer of $25,145 from the fiscal year 2024 library unrestricted fund balance to the Library Reserve Fund for capital improvements? We are now going to have a discussion. Is there anybody who wishes to? We've heard from Emily about why this has come about. Is there somebody who wants to speak in favor of Article 10? Is there anyone who wants to speak against Article 10? Am I getting the sense that people would want to just use their energy for voting? Yes. Oh, yes, let's do it. Okay. We are now going to vote on Article 10. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize a transfer of $25,145 from the fiscal year 2024 library unrestricted fund balance to the Library Reserve Fund for capital improvements? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 10 passes. Wow, let's keep going. At a certain point, someone's going to need to take a recess because bladder. But anyway, let's keep going. Article 11. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize payment of real property taxes for the ensuing year in 4 installments, with the due dates being the third Friday in the month of August, November, February, and May by physical delivery to Town Hall, delivery to Town Hall postmarked, or by online payment on or before that date? Peg, do you wish to provide the context?
There's not a whole lot of context here, other than that we just thought cutting it into 4 payments instead of 3 might be helpful to people at this juncture.
Could you also move it, Peg?
Yes, I'm happy to move it. So moved.
So moved. Can I get a second from the floor? Irene, Citizen of the Year. Okay, it has been moved and seconded. We are now debating Article 11. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Deirdre, is that?
I noticed that it says online payments there. Is that something that currently happens, and is there a way to set up auto pay for that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Call our office.
Deirdre, can you give us your last name? Deirdre Kelly, thank you. Did everybody hear the question and answer about online payments? Okay. Any other questions? All right. I'm going to get the sense. Yes, Swift.
Just clarifying.
Could you give us your last name too? Sorry.
My legal name is Corin Kennedy Spielman. My chosen name is Swift Everty. Is there a big clerical lift in adding a payment cycle into the year?
Yeah.
Can anybody answer?
Yes, but Kim here, and she's very proficient. So, we'll manage it, but again, it spreads it out. And adding that May payment, we'll have plenty of time to prepare ourselves, but it shouldn't be a problem at all.
Do we have any other questions on Article 11? Does anybody want to speak in favor or against? Look, what's happening? Yes, Greeno. Oh, no.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, the question has been called. I do need a second. Okay, we got a second. And who said that second? Miles. Miles, what's your last name? Keith? Keith, Miles Keith. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All right, so we've now called the question. It is not debatable. It will take a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. It looks like the ayes have it. The question has been called. We are now moving directly to Article 11. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize payment of real property taxes for the ensuing year in 4 installments, with the due dates being the third Friday in the month of August, November, February, and May, by physical delivery to Town Hall, postmarked, or by online payment on or before that date? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Yay, I want some dissent. Thank you. Thank you. It appears that Article 11 has passed. Article 11 passed. We are now moving on to Article 12. Okay, you ready? Shall the Town of Putney raise and appropriate the sum of $7,851 for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SeVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham Region? Before we hear from SeVEDS, I'd like to get a motion.
So moved.
And could I get a second from the floor? Jeanette White. It has been moved and seconded. I will now restate Article 12. Shall the Town of Putney raise and appropriate the sum of $7,851 for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SeVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham Region? I gather we do have somebody who is able to speak to SeVEDS, but I will need your approval, so I'm going to my hearing no objections. I now invite Meg Staloff to come to, there's a microphone right here, Meg, in the center of the room.
Nice one handed to me. Thank you, everyone. Thanks so much. I'm just going to take a minute to explain what this is. So my name is Meg Staloff. I work for BDCC because SeVEDS has no staff, so they delegate us to come out and do this. Just first of all, if you turn to page 72 and 73 of your annual report, there's a long-winded statement that says what we do and what we've done for Putney, but I'll just go over the high points of that. In past years, this amount has been included as part of the general fund budget. So I actually did some research. Putney has actually been funding us at about this amount for the last 10 years. So thank you very much. Your funding has been helping support some of the programs I'm going to tell you about. SeVEDS is a nonprofit organization that supports programs that have a proven track record of supporting economic vitality throughout our region. What that means is we do small business support, we do workforce development, including working in local high schools for workforce training and education. We do community programs like grant writing workshops, board development workshops. We're planning a municipal leaders network to help our municipal leaders get together and talk to each other and get resources and training on things that are important to them. There's a great picture on page 87 of your annual report of the huge Putney squad that turned up at our annual Southern Vermont Economy Summit that we hold. So that's the work that we do. A lot of it is behind the scenes, so town meeting is kind of like the one time a year we get to go out and sing our own praises and tell you about our work. But anyway, we do a lot with Putney. SeVEDS has served as the fiscal sponsor for Discover Putney in the past year. If you have kids that go to BUHS, if you have any sophomores that came home talking about some crazy thing they did last Thursday, that was a Pipelines and Pathways workforce education program in action. It was a lot of fun. We work with a lot of businesses in Putney in various ways. About 12 businesses, like right now, are on our roster in Putney, from anything from getting loans to getting access to a score mentor to things like, getting access to a business plan software, whatever they need. So a lot of that work is not really super visible, but it's really important to us. And so we thank you for supporting us. We hope you will continue supporting us with that funding, and happy to give the voters a chance to vote for it on its own. In the past years, it has been part of the general fund budget, so this is not an increase in funding in any way. You're just having a chance to vote on it in a different way.
Okay, does anybody have any questions, Howard, or comments? Here comes the mic, Howard.
Madam Moderator, a question to the previous speaker. What has SeVEDS done or is SeVEDS doing for the town of Putney to repurpose the closed Soundview paper mill.
I'm so glad you asked. So that is privately owned property. So here's how that works. When the paper mill closed, our workforce specialists were on hand to meet with all the employees who were losing their jobs to make sure that they were able to get their skills recognized and connect with new employment. So that's kind of our front line. Currently, that property, which is private property and is privately owned, is working with the state on environmental remediation processes that are needed for industrial properties. But I just want you to know that actually our executive director called me this morning to remind me that that property transfer is top of mind for us. He's been meeting with Karen on the town side. They have met with the ownership of the paper mill. And so, you know, again, it's private property. So should they ask for our help, we are thrilled to give it, and we would hope for the best possible outcome for that property. Right now, it's sort of in the hands of environmental remediation, and we're kind of standing by, and we're ready to help, and it is completely top of mind, but we only have so much control over privately owned entities, if you know. That's sort of how it is, but it's on our mind, and if we can help, we will, and we're standing by.
Okay, do we have any other questions or somebody want to speak? We've heard some in favor of Article 12. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against or have questions? Yes, right here, Chrissy, is it? Yeah. You could give your full name too.
Chrissy Lee. Could you just clarify why this is being called out as a separate article instead of being rolled into the general fund as it was in past years?
Is there somebody who can answer that? From the select board, perhaps? Because that is a select board question. Fletcher. Fletcher.
I asked that it be moved well, not necessarily out of, as it was presented to us in the original budget, it was identified as an agency assessment. Assessments come into our budget without question. We pay assessments. If we tuition a student to Dummerston, they send us a bill, we pay it. That's a bad example since the merger, but I couldn't figure out why this was in the budget as a governmental assessment. SeVEDS is a private nonprofit corporation. So I objected to it being there, and it got pulled out and put in as it seemed like at that point a separate article made the most sense. The dollar figure also struck me as disproportionate to what other private nonprofits that provide services in Putney were getting. I know that the SeVEDS uses the $3 per person formula. I couldn't figure out how that made sense either. So I asked that it be pulled out of where it was in the budget, and the end of the discussion was that it got put into a separate article so that it could be given separate attention at this meeting.
Okay, so other comments? Yes, can we get a mic to Ruby?
Ruby McAdoo. While I appreciate Fletcher's concern, I want to kind of invoke Eva Mondin in this space because my recollection of why it was moved to the general fund was because we had years and years of talking about it like we are right now, and our end result was to approve the expenditure. And so I don't know that, I don't really understand what it means to be an assessment versus what we're doing right now in this whole thing. I do appreciate SeVEDS, and I appreciate that you show up every year that we ask you to, and you tell us what you do. I think they could do a better job at bringing in Putney champions, like who in our community can actually speak with a microphone to tell us why this is a good company. That would be helpful. That would be helpful. But I am in support of this, partly because I want to move on, and the childcare people really need to go, and so we're never going to get out of here if we don't.
Okay, so I just heard something in favor of Article 12. Does somebody like to speak against Article 12? Speaking against Article 12, Sally, right over here in the center.
Yeah, I'm not
speaking against it, but I do have a question. So we have the Vermont Department of Labor, and I don't have any recent personal experience with it, but I do know, like 4 years ago, somebody lost their job. They went there, and they got great support and help in finding a new job, appreciating their skills and finding a new position. So I'm just, maybe it's just my naivete, but I don't understand what SeVEDS did with, for instance, the employees of the paper company that the Department of Labor couldn't or wouldn't do.
So here's a question. It looks like Meg, would you like to answer that?
I totally appreciate that question. I will say I'm not a workforce specialist. I do community programs. But my understanding is they came in, we, of course, we did also refer people to the Department of Labor, but we really work directly with employers who are looking for particular skills. And so we helped them use a Vermont Employment Pathfinder program that we have to sort of generate new resumes, assess their skills, and then we could connect them really more quickly and more directly with local employers who are looking for people with their skills. So it's really about skill-based transfer. So not about like paying unemployment and things like that. It's just sort of added value where we were helping them regenerate a new skill-based resume, and so that we could help them connect directly with local employers that we knew were looking for additional workforce. So like we have that problem now. It used to be like create more jobs. Now we're like, we need more workforce, and we have more jobs than people. So that's kind of the angle that we work from, and hopefully my colleagues in workforce would agree with that I said that correctly.
Okay, so that was a question. Does anyone want to speak against? Against, yes, Janice.
Thank you. Janice Baldwin. Is that on? I grapple with this every year, so I'm just going to bring it out now. I get that they're asking for $3 per person. I really appreciate that this was a special year, all the work that they did with Putney Paper. However, it does seem to be, to me, very much out of whack with the other agencies outside of Putney that provide services. I mean, we all know people who get services from SeVEDS, me included, people who have visiting nurses coming to them, people who get really a lot of help from Senior Solutions, not to mention youth services in this community. So $7,500 seems way out of whack. I would like to make— $7,000, sorry. If appropriate, I'd like to make an amendment now.
Okay.
I'd like to amount that amount of money to $2,796.
$2,796.
Which is in agreement with the what Group B gets. And those are the agencies outside of Putney.
So the only change is to take out 7,851 and insert 2,796.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So we have an amendment on the floor. Do I have a second? Ann Carey. Is it Carey? Ann Carey. It has been moved and seconded. We are now debating the amendment. The amendment is now, the money has been changed to $2,796. Is there somebody who wants to speak against the amendment since we just heard an argument for? And I have Jeanette White.
So I guess my question, it's more of a question. The category B people all seem to have very large budgets that come from Council on Aging, HCRS, SeVEDS. They seem to have large budgets that come from elsewhere, and that we supplement those budgets based on services to Putney. I guess my question is, I know BDCC gets state money, but does SeVEDS itself have a large budget from elsewhere, or is it primarily supported by the towns that it serves?
Meg, do you want to come in and answer that? Or if anybody else has that answer?
Sorry, I should just stay in the back. No, we do not. So basically, the funding that we raise most of our funding through municipal funding, and then that funding is used to help supplement the work that BDCC does. So any funding that we get, we usually leverage many times over by using it as matching funds for federal grants, but SeVEDS does not receive any funding outside of the funding that we raise through municipal funding. And then I also will say, and then what we go out and use what we get with grants, using that as matching funds. I will also say that BDCC does receive a small amount of state funding. It's enough to have like one and a half staffer. So most regional development corporations in the state focus on like business retention. They don't, and with that amount of money. And so what we've done is use that to really expand our programming. And that's why we have workforce programming. That's why we're in the schools. That's why we're able to do community-based work and so on and so forth, instead of just focusing on business retention, which is a losing battle in Vermont.
So with that said, I would say that SeVEDS is in a very, very different category than the Group B agencies. They all have visiting nurses. I work with them a lot. They have a huge budget. We're supplementing them by services to Putney, as with all the others. But SeVEDS depends on the budgets from the town, on their funding from the towns. They do not have a large budget, and we only supplement them. So I'm speaking against this amendment and for the underlying amount.
So we've just heard an argument against the amendment. Is there somebody who would like to speak for the amendment? For the amendment. Maybe we're ready to vote on the amendment. I don't see any hands up. I think we're going to be, okay, great. We have a mic to Hannah, please. Hannah Pick is right here. If you can keep your hand up, Hannah.
Hi, Hannah Pick. Yes, I just want to ask, I see that the amount for Group A has been reduced this year from something around 8,500 to now 7,800, and just I get your point, Fletcher, around it seeming like out of proportion with the Putney agencies. But I guess I don't know if I'm derailing process, but I just wondered if maybe this is a moment where we could speak to why is that number, why has Group A gone down?
Question about Group A? Yes, Eileen.
So we have a community service appropriations policy, and we take, what, 2%?
2.5%.
2.5% of the operating budget and allocate it to these agencies. The reason why Group A went down, the individual allocations went down, is because we added East Putney Community Center in Group A.
Okay. Looks like, are we ready to vote on the amendment? We're just voting on the amendment. I am going to read it as amended. Shall the town of Putney raise and appropriate the sum of $2,796 for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SeVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham Region? All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears the nays have it. The nays have it. And the amendment does not pass. We are now going back to Article 12 in its original form. Shall the town of Putney raise and appropriate the sum of $7,851 for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham Region? Are you ready to vote on the article? I don't see any hands up. It looks like we may be ready to vote on Article 12, which I just read. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. Article 12 has passed. Okay. Yes, Josh.
Can I just ask that going forward, as we did a few years ago, we make a recommendation that this is included in the general fund budget and remains there, and that we, the voters, put our confidence in the select board to decide whether that's where it should be. And I understand Fletcher had his questions about it, but this is now probably the 11th year that we've had this conversation at town meeting, and there was a reason that a few years ago we decided not to have this conversation anymore. So personal, just a request of the select board, please keep it in the general fund budget. because that seems to be the intent of the voters. Thank you.
Okay, I'm thinking of moving to Article 13, but gee, you know what? There's something that has to happen. So I need to take a recess.
Yes.
There is no pending question. That means that I need a second. So I'm moving to recess for 5 minutes. Could I get a second, Robin? Thank you. And it's up for debate. You may debate this.
Yes, from my husband.
Yes, Ruby.
He's going to have his cookies. All right, Kim, thank you for.
I'm all in favor of this, and if you have a child who is in childcare, take this moment to go and check in with your child.
Okay. If I don't see any other hands up, can we please vote on this recess for 5 minutes? All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Thank you. My bladder thanks you. I'm thinking of moving forward. I know that there's a couple people missing from the stage. However, I have who I need on the stage, and that's Nate Snell.
Yep. I'll make sure. I'll have
Can you guys hear me? Does the sound bad? Okay, now that I'm really like talking to the mic? Am I too loud?
I already voted.
Okay.
Is there, are we having a spectral audio event? Are there strange noises coming from the mics? You may be hallucinating. Okay, we got it. All right, let's move. Okie dokie. Article 13. The recess is ended. Article 13. Can we keep the comments down? All right, we're ready to go. Shall the Town of Putney vote to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum of $757 for the support of Groundworks Collaborative to provide services to residents of the town? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
May I get a second from the floor? I got Sue Coakley in the back as a second. It has been moved and seconded. I will now restate. Article 13, shall the Town of Putney vote to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum of $757 for the support of Groundworks Collaborative to provide services to residents of the town? Nate, do you wish to speak to this?
Sure, yeah. We talked about the social agency policy that we worked in the last couple of years. Groundworks was a part of that, so I believe 757 was the last amount that we allocated to them as a part of them being part of that policy. But now they have to petition, and so they have done that. I think they work with people and systems to end hunger and homelessness. So.
Okay, and do we have somebody who's a representative from Groundworks? No, okay. We are now debating Article 13. Does anybody have any questions about Article 13 or comments? Josh?
Nate, I apologize if this was covered earlier, but can you clarify why they have to petition?
Yes, because we reworked the social agency policy, we no longer have a Group C, which I believe is what they fell under.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions about Article 13? Yes, Susan.
I just first want to say, you guys have already seen how I want money spent on our town. And $757 is a pittance, you know? Really, hardly any money. I wouldn't give a dime to Groundworks, okay? I worked with them for 6 months. Apparently, there's like 600 people on the homeless list. In 6 months, they gave me 30 people, one at a time, very slowly. What kinds of things did these people have in their histories? Now, I'm not saying this is anything near the average or even median capacity of people who are in the homeless world. But the people that Groundworks sent me, simple assault, drug convictions, aggravated domestic assault, criminal conviction. Groundworks denied 3 people that I asked them to look into. They denied people that actually went to the Groundworks just like they're supposed to. I was told, tell people, go down to Groundworks, apply for it, they'll help you. They wouldn't even look at those applications. I am required by my grant, which I took in order to build my building, I am required to work with Groundworks to fill my apartments. And you see, it took 6 months before I got my first tenant. That person took 2 months to go through the process from application to coming into my house. By the time she was supposed to show up, the day she was supposed to show up,
so
she disappeared. No, I'm not done. I would just like to say, I totally disagree and refuse to give 1 cent of my money to Groundworks.
Great, all right, thank you. So we have a strong argument against Article 13. Thank you. Is there somebody who wishes to either ask questions or speak for Groundworks? And in the back there, I don't know your name. Can we get a mic? Razik, can we get a mic?
Martha Meggs, I say for. My whole thesis project as a college student was making sure that the folks of Brattleboro had warm hats for the winter. They also, anyone who goes to the food shelf, the bread comes from FoodWorks. We get donations often from them. So think about that. And we've been clocking almost close to 200 people a week. So think about the hungry people that are looking for food in this desperate time of economic trouble when you think about cutting Groundworks.
Okay, great. We've just heard an argument for Article 13. Is there somebody who wishes to speak against Article 13? Yes, in the back, Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel Hardigan. I think it's overall, I just don't think it's the place of the town to support nonprofits, because nonprofits change over time, and I just think you should stick to highways, fire departments, and the basics. Nonprofits can do their fundraisers, you know, the town can back that, libraries included. No, I know. I'm saying that library is not a nonprofit. Highways, anyway. So I wouldn't, and after hearing what this lady just said about Groundworks, and I've heard other things about Groundworks, so when you get to nonprofits, if you don't know them well, I'd rather not fund them. But, you know, I support good work, you know, by kind-hearted people. That's it.
All right, so that was an argument against Article 13. Is there somebody who would like to argue for Article 13? Mohsen, it looks like Tom has his hand up, and then...
Yes, Madam Moderator, I think the initial comments were actually a very eloquent statement for increasing funding to Groundworks. I know that my own observation of their work has been I'm really grateful that they're there for lots of the people that they are there for whom they are there. But I also recognize that the work they're doing is a drop in the bucket in today's economic environment, and there's no possible way that they can keep up with the demand. And there won't be for the foreseeable future, because it's getting exponentially worse. So any support that we can give to projects that do the kind of work that they're doing, we can do. And whether we do it out of our private pockets or whether we do it out of our town pockets, I'm more than happy to do it out of our town pockets and think of it as a part of our social obligation. So, yes, they don't do as good a job as I wish they could do, and increasing their funding and increasing their staffing and increasing their training is the only solution to that.
Okay, so we've just heard something in favor of Article 13. Does somebody want to speak against who has not spoken? I'm looking to see if there's anybody who has not spoken. All right, so I'm going to give Susan a chance to speak for a second time. Oh, were you going to speak against, Ruby? I'm going to could I get the question first, just because if a person has not spoken on the article, is that true, Ruby? I think so.
Yeah, that's correct. Ruby McAdoo. So I guess I was just wondering, looking at the community organizations, whatever that page is.
51.
51, page 51. I'm wondering why Groundworks is not in Group B, and if you could speak to how does an organization get into that group, and why wouldn't this organization have been encouraged to? They would have received, like $2,000 more than what this warrant article is.
Yeah, Eileen.
Yeah, so the way the process is supposed to work is that each organization that wants to receive funding will send in a form before late October, right? To go before the select board to be put on in these categories. Last year, we revamped this community service policy. We removed one of the groups, Group C, and as a board decided that rather than go through every single one of those Group C people, that we would just take them out entirely. Groundworks apparently was in Group C. So they, for whatever reason, did not submit a form to the select board this year. And that was discovered kind of pretty late in the season. So it's possible that had they gotten in the form and we had put them, if we talked to them, they may have been put in probably Group B and received what would be reduced funding, because we would have had more in here. I believe they took the $757 from the amount that they would have gotten when they were in Group C. So it was an unfortunate timing of events that led them to petition.
Okay, we're about to hear against Article 13. I see no other hands, so let's turn it back to Susan.
I just want to say that there are a lot of other organizations in the state doing the same work, and much more successfully for people like me who are landlords, who are required to go through the same process, having gotten the VHIP grants, which is Vermont Housing Improvement Grants. Other counties, the landlords are given big, long lists of people to work with. And in Windham County, we're given very few people to even begin to choose from. And that is because of Groundworks. And just so you know, Groundworks does not provide food for the food shelter. And they do. I apologize, I'm wrong. But I do know that there are a lot of people who are not being served by Groundworks. It sounds like this is probably going to pass, but I just think $757 is not a lot of money, but it's money that's gone to waste.
All right, now I'd like to get argument for Article 13. Who hasn't spoken yet? I think, Laura, you've had your hand up for a while on Article 13.
So, full disclosure, I sit on the board of Groundworks. And I didn't get up and speak initially to this because I thought that one of our staff members was going to be here. What I know from having previously worked for Groundworks for many years and having sat on the board is that oftentimes our staff members are called away to emergencies. The work that Groundworks does is incredibly complex. The needs that they meet are incredibly complex, and I cannot speak to the complaints that just came up, but I will tell you that anytime you are dealing with the level of complexity that they are, the understaffing and underfunding that they are, you are going to have disgruntled people, period. So I'm sorry that we have disgruntled people. I wish that we didn't. They are literally asking for chump change. it's nothing. And they're doing that because they thought it was fair. They went back and looked at their records. They saw that their service for our town specifically has not gone up exponentially. And they also realized that our town has supported them in many other ways. So they chose to stay with the same number as last year. They didn't have to. I will also say that I think one of the services that Groundworks provides that many people in this community are completely unaware of is their landlord liaison program. The landlord liaison program is designed to get in between situations where homelessness could occur. It's designed to help people communicate with their landlord and settle issues before they're evicted. They're very successful in that program. So it's not just that they serve food to Putney residents. Yes, they do. I know from having worked at the food shelf as well that the bread that the Putney food shelf receives is from FoodWorks. FoodWorks is a program of Groundworks. Many of the services that Groundworks provides also support Putney residents. And frankly, we have no resource in this town to support anybody that becomes homeless, period. Though if we don't give this a little amount to Groundworks, I will be ashamed of us.
Okay, so we've now heard in favor of Article 13. I'm looking for somebody who has not spoken to argue against Article 13, because then it looks like we may be ready to move to a vote. Howard has a question or a comment? Could we get a mic to Howard, please?
To clarify, Madam Moderator, you asked for a comment against. I wish to make a comment for.
A comment for? Okay. The reason I'm doing this is because I'm trying to see if we're ready to go to a vote. So we have heard quite a bit for. If there's something you feel like needs to be added.
I do.
Okay.
An earlier speaker spoke in quite negative terms about people who are served by Groundworks. Now, that probably was out of order for a number of reasons I don't need to go into here. But we are not talking about people who are served by Groundworks. We are talking about Groundworks who serve people who really have no one else who will help them. And therefore, I favor this article.
Great, thank you. Article 13, I'm hearing a lot in favor. I don't see any. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 13 who has not spoken? And because you've already spoken twice, you're not able to. I think he was not making because that's definitely something that I'm watching for, is if there is any questioning a person's motives or that sort of thing. What I heard is that the article is referencing what Groundworks serves, what Groundwork does, and not what the people it serves does. So I think we're good on that score. It was not a point out of order. All right, I think we're ready to vote on Article 13. Shall the Town of Putney vote to raise, appropriate, and expend the sum of $757 for the support of Groundworks Collaborative to provide services to residents of the town? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 13 passes. We are now moving to Article 14. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize taxation of alternative energy sources on land sited in Putney regulated by the Public Utility Commission? This article will rescind Article 7 approved at town meeting on March 4th, 2014, which Article 7 read as follows: to see if the town will vote to exempt from property tax assessment alternative energy sources allowed under 32 V.S.A. Section 3845. Arlene, do you wish to speak to this?
I so moved.
And is there a second from the floor? Jordy Heller. So it has been moved and seconded. We are now discussing Article 14. I think I can just read through to the first question mark on this and not that's what I'm guessing. Okay, I'm getting some thumbs and nods and big smiles. Shall the voters of the town of Putney authorize taxation of alternative energy sources on land situated in Putney, regulated by the Public Utility Commission? That's the question under debate. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor of Article 14? Yes, Arlene.
It's Eileen. So this was brought to the voters a few years ago. I believe it was during COVID, and it was on Australian Ballot. The select board, as you all know, we had a townwide reappraisal last year, and also our tax rate from the municipal side and the school side went up considerably. And so the select board had been hearing a lot of angst amongst the property taxpayers and us included, because we well, not all of us, I guess, but a lot of us own property in town. So we went on a mission to try to find out ways to alleviate that burden. And one of the ways to do that, and a few of the other articles here are intended to do that as well, is to broaden the tax base. So Putney has 5 solar arrays in town right now above 50 kilowatts. The state exempts anything under 50 kilowatts, so this would exempt anybody who has a home system is considerably low, below 50 kilowatts, so this wouldn't affect home solar. But there is taxable revenue here. The amount of taxable value, if these weren't exempt, assessed value is $1,664,000, which would have brought in a 2024 tax rate would have brought in $11,794.
Are there any questions, Robin? Can we get it, motion to Robin?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My question is, would it be possible to break out community-owned solar versus commercially owned solar? In addition to the 5 arrays that are currently in place, there is a proposal for a significantly larger array, which would be appropriately sited. The proposal would be on a very good site for it, is what I'm trying to say. I think that that would be a great, it's a commercial venture. It should be taxed. Any other commercial ventures, I would strongly support taxing. I'm not necessarily against taxing land that is under community-owned solar, but I'm just asking if that's something that could be considered. Thank you.
Yeah, great, thank you. Is there someone who can answer Robin's question?
Yeah,
Eileen.
unfortunately, we've chased that one around and around, and it appears from current state statute that there is no way to break out individual solar projects, including community solar.
Is there any other questions? Or Lawrence?
Breaking out individual projects is one thing, but what about commercial versus nonprofit? Because the community solar projects that are in our community are nonprofit. They're not here to make money, they're here to contribute to our energy goals. Whereas this large installation that we're talking about on the property, I believe it's the property across from Soundview, they're talking about putting, and that's a large commercial venture versus a nonprofit.
Eileen?
I have not got legal clarity on this, but in general, if there is a nonprofit, they can go before the listers to get what is called public pious and charitable exemption. If they're a 501c3 and they have real estate in the town. I don't know whether that applies to solar, but it does apply to real property in general. Mm-hmm. So there's a possibility that they could go that route.
Gail, did you have your hand up? Mosin or who's Raza? Can you get it to Gail?
Hi, Gail Murray. I wrote a little something about this because I'm also a member of this Putney Sun Farm community array, but we did have questions, so you've answered a couple of these. But I'm just going to read what the thoughts were about this. briefly, speaking to some of the members of our group. Speaking for Putney Sun, or as a member of Putney Sun Farm, our LLC was established due to the bankruptcy of the original energy collective that installed our 144 kilowatt solar array. In the event it could fall under this exemption, we are requesting an amendment to the article to be grandfathered as an existing small community project. We established the LLC with our 49 panel owners to save the array. We have applied for nonprofit status and are waiting for that to occur. Presently, we have a bare bones budget to manage the continuation of this old technology from 2013. The concern is taxation on top of maintenance may create an additional financial hardship. We hope to keep this array viable through the end of its natural life, approximately 10 to 12 more years, and in the process continue to contribute to the goals of our state and town renewable energy standards.
So do you have an amendment that you want to make? That's because I need some language.
Yeah.
Do we want to hear from the select board first about this, or is that okay, Gail?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree that this array should not necessarily be taxed. I don't believe that an amendment like that would be legal. And it's because state statute is very, very clear on what can be taxed on solar arrays and what cannot. And they do not break out community solar. Like I said, if we could have done that, we would have done that already. So unfortunately, I don't believe, even if we had an amendment, that it would stand up legally.
So do you want to say that that's a argument against Article 14?
We agree. I agree. I think we agree with Robin that not entirely, because we do understand that large commercial projects that will be profitable should probably contribute to the tax base. Yeah. And this would be potentially, where there used to be a sunset exemption. From what I understand, it could have been, this could be an amendment for a certain period of time, and maybe it would cover all of the community arrays. I don't know if that's a legality that you would have to find out about, or if that's even viable.
Yeah, again, we already chased this, so that's why it's lumped in there, and we totally understand that we're catching some solar community solar in this article.
Okay,
If I may, I have a question.
I just got a couple other hands that are waiting, if you don't mind, and I'll make sure I get back to you since you already spoke. First Sue, and then
Does Jordy have any?
Lisa?
He had his hand up.
We did.
Yeah.
Sue Coakley, Chair of the Planning Commission. And actually, my professional work prior to coming to Putney was in this field. I think that the question perhaps framed a different way. I understand the distance, it's difficult to distinguish between community solar and for-profit solar. But an important point that Gail has raised is that the economics of an older system were built and investment was made based on assuming no tax on it. Once the tax gets put in, it may make the project very hard for them to continue. Is it possible, and this happens in other policy, I don't know if it's possible here in this case, not to make a distinction between community or for-profit, but difference between existing technology that was invested and built in, so and keeping that tax exemption as a grandfather because it was undertaken with that as an assumption that it was tax exempt, and so that existing projects are grandfathered and that the taxable income, the exemption, is not offered going forward. It's not community versus business, it's just past versus going to the future. Is it possible to make this just apply to new ventures? That's really the question.
Eileen.
I don't believe so. And as far as using, existing technology versus, new technology, Jordy could speak better to this because there is an assessment methodology for solar. But obviously, if it's aging out, the actual assessment theoretically should go down year after year. But Jordy might be able to speak to that better.
Jordy, do you want to answer?
Solar installations are valued as of the date they're put in and a whole slew of other factors, and that value is fixed for 20 years. And I'm not sure what happens at 20 years because we haven't gotten there yet with any of them. And I might also add that should this pass, there's nothing to prevent the community solar from coming in asking for a voted exemption in another year.
So, Josh. So that was a should it pass, not a ringing endorsement of Article 14. Just a comment. Okay, thank you.
I was going to mention that too, Jordy. The only thing is if there's not a statutory allowance for that, that might not be possible. So, in that case, it would be an issue that should be addressed at the state level, not at the town level. But because as it is now, nonprofits are statutorily allowed to petition their towns for that exemption. If solar arrays are not allowed to do that, so I don't know, but just it should work that way. I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm not sure it would.
I'm looking for anybody who wishes to speak either strongly for or against. Ben? Ben has a question, and I'm going to go to Lawrence.
Ben Lord, Aline, you had given two numbers. One was about $1.7 million, and the other was 11,000. And was the 1.7 million the real value of the or listed value of those sites? And is 11,000 the tax revenue for 1 year on those?
Yes, except the number was 1,664,000 as assessed value.
Okay, and the second was
approximately
$11,000 of tax revenue per year.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great.
And for reference, I should have gotten this number before. Karen will correct me. Sorry, I have it on a piece of paper. 1 cent of the tax rate is equal to $37,673 in revenue.
Wait, say that again for people. Yeah, and me.
1 cent on the tax rate is equivalent to $37,673 of revenue.
Is there somebody who hasn't spoken yet who wishes to speak strongly for or against? Aiden, I saw you first, and then I'll go some others in the back. Yep.
I have another question about a way to reframe this in a way that people might like more. Could we accomplish what people are seeking by leaving the property aspect of it exempt and taxing profits on power generation? Because I assume that the way that a nonprofit solar thing works is that they would have to be selling their power below market rate. And so if somebody decided to drill a natural gas well, we would tax them if they made profits on it. And if some for-profit solar farm for some reason lost money, we would not tax them on it.
Yes, Eileen?
Yeah, I love the idea. Again, this is state statute, and we can't do one. We can't split one out. We can't really change the formula. It's either on or it's off. And I agree with you. I think if we went and talked to our state legislators, that they could exempt community solar on the basis that each homeowner has invested for solar panels, and those are below the 50 kilowatt exemption for homeowners. It should work like that, but unfortunately the law isn't written like that. So we really don't have any leeway here.
So I've got a lot of hands up now, if you don't mind, Aiden. I'm going to go to the back of the room, the gentleman whose name I forgot. Bob.
I just think there's a serious lack of common sense, not with this group, but with our state legislators. I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. And I think it's incumbent upon going to our legislators and seeking a reprieve on this. And it doesn't even jive with Vermont's goals for clean energy and things like that. There's nothing here that makes sense. So I would strongly suggest we approach them immediately as a community and get this overturned.
So, and Bob, how do you feel about the article itself? Are you for it or against it?
As it's written now, hearing what I'm hearing, I'm against it.
Against it. Okay, great. Thank you. And I'm pushing you all because we are going to need to go to a vote. Lisa, and then I know I keep because I people who haven't spoken yet. Lawrence.
Lisa Papazian. I just want to ask again if there is an answer to this question. Is there a possibility for individual nonprofit community solar projects to come and ask for a voted exemption at this meeting? Or is that not possible? Even collectively, could they do it?
I think so, but like I said when I started, I don't have legal clarity on that. In general, that's the way that property exemptions work. You become a 501c3, you go before the listers, and they say yes or no, or you come before the town and ask for a voted exemption. I don't know if it would work for solar, but I should hope so. I don't want to give anybody false hopes because I don't have the legal answer on that one.
Howard's been waiting. Can you bring it to Rozit? Can you bring it forward to Howard? Front row.
Madam Moderator, just a clarification. A previous speaker spoke of the possibility of taxing the income of commercial solar arrays. Municipalities in Vermont, at least, can tax only property. They cannot tax any sort of income.
Great, thank you. Other questions or comments? Lawrence, why don't you go ahead? I know you've been waiting, and then I'm going to go to Jean Giddings.
Again, full disclosure, I am a member of the Putney Sun Farm that's located behind Santaland. We've been members for going on 13 years. The investment that we made 13 years ago has yet to be paid off. We are still in the red. We have not made a single cent of profit on it. That goes, and we purchased 20 panels out of the, however many panels we have, 570 some odd panels. Most of the panel holders hold anywhere from 10 to 20 panels. So at this point, for our group, given that the company that we purchased this all through basically threw their hands in the air and went bankrupt, and we all received a little postcard in the mail, we had to scramble in order to maintain control of the array itself, or it would have gone into legal limbo because Green Mountain Power didn't want to take it over or do anything. We had to establish an LLC. Once the LLC was established, then we could try and become a 501c3. However, the 501c3 sounds like it may or may not be tax exempt. If we were to become taxable, not only does it complicate the financial situation for our array, but it likely makes it unviable, and a bunch of us would probably just walk away from it. Because if you're, like I said, my investment from 13 years ago has yet to be returned. I'm still in the red, as are most of the panel holders, I would believe. Is that right, Gail? Yeah, if you have more than 10 panels, you're probably still in the red. So I would urge a vote against this at this time because of the complexity of the issue and because we're not able to differentiate between community-owned solar and commercial ventures that are profit-making. Thank you.
So that's an argument against. Do we have an argument for?
We're not going to do this.
I don't see anybody raising their hand. Argument for? We have a question from the floor. Howard has a question for the previous speaker. Sometimes we call that point of information.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Moderator. The previous speaker mentioned that they've not yet made back their investment. And I just realized I'm curious whether this is including the either the credits they get on their electric bills for feeding electricity into the grid or savings on their electric bills. If you net those, are they still in the red, or are they perhaps at least breaking even?
Are you guys willing to answer that question? All right, we'll get the mic to Lawrence.
Yes. Howard is asking basically about net metering and how that works. Net metering works to take a certain amount of my bill and reduce it based on the percentage of the solar generation that I am accrued. So in a given month, say I generated 100 kilowatts of solar power on my 20 panels, then that is multiplied by the factor that you all pay for electricity, 0.1899 per kilowatt, and then I'm given a credit for that amount. I have added up those credits for the last 13 years. I did my electric bill, I believe it was yesterday, and I still have not paid off the initial investment that I made 13 years ago. Just a straight line depreciation, no interest, not the value of that money sitting anywhere else, but just taking the credits that we have gotten away from that initial investment. Part of the issue is that for the first 10 years, there is a solar adder that takes that 0.18899 and adds 6 cents to it for every kilowatt generated. So you're actually making money, you're getting more back than you're paying for electricity. But that's only for the first 10 years. That did not, it's supposed to pay it off. Basically, it's supposed to bring you to zero at the end of 10 years. It does not, and it has not. The solar adder left at 10 years, which was two and a half years ago, I believe it was, the solar adder.
Can you get the mic up a little closer?
I'm sorry. Yes, it was like 2.5 years ago that the solar adder was removed by Green Mountain Power. So you're just straight line, whatever the cost of electricity is, that's what they're paying you for what's generated. And that's how I've made my actuarial calculations.
Okay, so I'm now looking for somebody who wishes to speak in favor, and I'm pushing this right now because I want to get a sense of the meeting because we might be able to go to a vote. So is somebody who has not spoken, who doesn't ask a question, is going to make an argument in favor of Article 14? Yes, can you tell your name again?
Martha Meggs, point of clarification. I'm originally from Connecticut. In Connecticut, there are a bunch of grants you can get for solar. Does that exist in Vermont?
I don't know. Is there anyone who can answer the question? Sue.
Sue can.
Accepting any changes over the last few weeks, there have been still solar grants and support for new, smaller residential and community solar. But that affects only new projects. It isn't something that's available to older projects.
Okay, is there somebody who wishes to make an argument in favor of Article 14 that we have not heard before? A new argument? Yes, Aiden. And I think we may be ready to vote soon. I'm getting nods, please.
So I do appreciate the difficult situation that older solar panel owners would be in. But at some point, it's going to start to look silly not to tax solar panels. I believe that the original reasoning behind this exemption was because the town decided that it was in line with its values to try and encourage this source of power and drive up the economies of scale, drive down the source of the power, but that has now happened. And the majority of power generation construction happening worldwide is now renewable, mostly solar. The Chinese are cranking it out at a scale that boggles the mind. So it's not really going to get cheaper. And in 4 years, encouraging the construction of, well, even now, the idea of encouraging the construction of solar over fossil fuel burning power sources is increasingly a moot point. New fossil fuel burning things aren't really being built. Solar is the name of the game now.
Okay, so I think that was supposed to be an argument in favor of Article 14. It looks like we may be ready to vote. Okay, I'm going to read it out loud. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney authorize taxation of alternative energy sources on land situated in Putney regulated by the Public Utility Commission. This article will rescind Article 7 approved at town meeting on March 4th, 2014, which Article 7 read as follows: to see if the town will vote to exempt from property tax assessment alternative energy sources allowed under 32 V.S.A. Section 3845. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the nays have it. The nays have it. Article 14 does not pass. Point of order, yes. We need Howard to get the mic.
Madam Moderator, as you know, I was going to raise a point of order here because I'm going to move to suspend the rules, which cannot be done when there is a motion on the floor. I move to suspend the rules to take up Article 16 before Articles 15 and 16 because I have available to share with you all the information we know from the Vermont Department of Taxes about how much money the town of Putney could receive. And we have the most information about Article 17, which would inform and clarify our discussion of Articles 15 and 16 if we talk about them after Article 17.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to suspend the rules. And so first we need to vote on that. Howard has told us why he wishes to suspend the rules. He wishes to discuss Article 17 ahead of Articles 15 and 16. We have the motion, and I need a second. Is there anybody willing to suspend the rules? Robin. There is no debate on suspending the rules, which means we are now voting on whether or not to suspend the rules. Does everybody understand that? Okay, all those in favor of suspending the rules, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed to suspending the rules, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the rules have been suspended. Now what? Do I exist? No, this is all a dream now? Okay. Article 17 is now on the table, I believe. I'm going to look nervously at all my parliamentarians. Benji's talking to somebody, but I'm going to get his attention. What do you think, Benji? Okay, we're moving to Article 17 because we've suspended the rules. He's happy? We're happy? Okay, everybody seems to be happy. We are now discussing Article 17. It doesn't mean that we've lost 15 and 16. We're just discussing Article 17 first. Article 17, shall the voters authorize the select board to levy a 1% tax on sales pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 138B, starting July 1st, 2025, for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund. Could I have a motion? Arlene?
So moved.
So moved. Could I have a second from the floor? And that's Melanie Fletcher, second. Thank you, Melanie. It has been moved and seconded. We are now discussing Article 17. Shall the voters authorize the select board to levy a 1% tax on sales pursuant to 24/7 SA Section 138B, starting July 1st, 2025, for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund? Somebody wish to speak in favor of this motion? Yes, Arlene.
So does, since we've suspended the rules, does that mean there's like a free-for-all now?
No. We did not do anything radical like committee of the whole.
So I understand that Mr. Fairman has some information. I also compiled some information, so his information and my information hopefully jive. First of all, we're talking about Article 17. So the current state sales tax is a 6% sales tax. So obviously, if we add 1% to that, it's a 7% sales tax. And I did some research into how much revenue we might gain from that. There's some statistics on the state the Vermont's Department of Taxes, lots of different spreadsheets. So I have that the potential revenue from a local option tax, the sales tax. Putney reported $4,119,683 in taxable sales between July of 23 and June of 24. So if we passed this article to implement a sales local option tax, the potential income, because it will go up and down, would be approximately $29,000.
Okay. Is there somebody who wishes to speak against? Oh, yes, Howard?
Madam Moderator, it appears that the previous speaker and I, in fact, I know for sure because of the numbers that were mentioned, we look at the same information, and she is correct. Quite precisely, total local option sales and use tax received by the town of Putney during fiscal 2023-2024 would have been $29,028, 29028.
Okay, so that's just a confirmation of the numbers. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against Article 17? Lisa. Is it Lisa or Lissa?
It's Lisa,
I'm
as
sorry.
if it were normally spelled.
Okay.
Not my fault.
Yeah.
Lisa Papazian. I'm strongly against this article and the other two articles, or at least the meals and alcohol. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other on the lodging, but the number you just quoted, what was it, the total sales?
The total sales?
Was 3 million, 4 million? That is a very small number in terms of retail sales and in terms of the budgets I happen to know of for some of the businesses I've run. We don't have, I feel like this would seriously hurt our downtown that is in serious trouble right now. All of the vendors and businesses downtown that we hear about, and I'm on the board of Discover Putney that we've been talking to, have been having a pretty bad year and are struggling. And as increasing numbers of them close or move out of town, we are not in a position, in my opinion, I think this is an appropriate tool in economies and downtowns where you have a fairly thriving commercial activities, like Wilmington, for example, where there's some tourist economy base, but not in a situation where we are barely hanging on to our downtown. And if it were appropriate, I would also oppose the use of it for applying to the general fund or the general fund reserve fund. I feel like if you're going to tax the businesses that are struggling to keep their doors open in Vermont, small towns, especially right on the New Hampshire border, you use that money to help them increase the marketing ability and you help your downtown expand. It's not an appropriate, in my opinion, not an appropriate use to put it towards a general fund.
So that's a strong argument against Article 17. Would somebody like to speak in favor of Article 17? I'm looking around to see if somebody who hasn't spoken has their hand up. Looks like it's Howard. Oh, you haven't spoken yet. You have a question. Okay, we're going to go to the question first. Oops.
I'm Gino Palmieri. First of all, if the sales tax was to be instituted, would it apply to online sales from out of town? Let's say I'm an artisan and I'm selling my wooden toys, and somebody from New York is buying, would it apply to that sale?
Can anyone answer? Eileen?
Yeah, so sales tax is a destination-based sale. So if you, for example, buy something on Amazon and you take possession of it in Putney or have it mailed to your address in Putney, you'll pay 7% as opposed to 6%. And similarly, if somebody's coming off the highway and going to the general store to buy a gift card, like a piece of jewelry, let's say, they're taking possession of that piece of jewelry in Putney, so they will pay 7% on that piece of jewelry.
Okay, so an online sale.
Online sales.
Out of town.
If you're selling stuff in online and you're selling it to somebody in Montana, you're going to pay the destination, whatever the sales tax in Montana is.
Okay, can I ask a related question? Sure. It seems that all of these.
Can you bring it close to your mouth?
I want to ask the select board, because these taxation articles seem to all have come from somewhere in governance. What is the intent of these small tax levies and the one for solar too, is it to offset the property tax burden of we property owners? That's the intent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is likely to be the ratio of what we're getting from these? We know what we're getting, the 29,000 from this one, for example. But compared, what's the proportion of what we would get if we passed all of these compared to what the town receives in property taxes? Just for curiosity's sake.
So I'm going to answer it in the tax rate language. So I previously said that 1 cent is the equivalent of $37,673 of revenue. Our tax rate right now is
0.69.
0.69. That's 69 cents. And so you all know what that generates on your tax bill. So if you can imagine bringing it down by at least a cent, that's the option. And there's, I don't want to get into Article 15, but I do have information on that one as well. The only one I don't have information on is rooms, because the room receipts were below 10 counts. But there are, if we were to do rooms, it would be
Could we wait for that one?
Yeah, not just hotels, but Airbnbs. So, but I don't have that information.
Yeah, so we're just going to focus on this Article 17 for right now.
To go back to that, it's at least a cent on the tax rate.
Okay, is there somebody who wishes to argue in favor? Because I've so far heard it strong against. In favor, Emily McAdoo. Can we get Emily McAdoo? That would be your grandmother, a mic.
Thank you. I'm not really sure that I'm in favor because I want to protect our businesses in town as much as possible, but I want to clarify what some of the people against it, because that 1% is you're charging the people, so adding 1% of tax, and then you remit that to the state just like you do with the other 6%. So you're really just changing your point of sale software, and your people that are filing every month or possibly quarter anyway, and you just give to the state that which the customer paid. I don't really think most people notice whether it's 6% or 7%. So I kind of question if it's a way that would bring some useful money to the town. Is it really hurting anybody? So I'm questioning why, I'm questioning some of the negative, which kind of means I'm for it, but I'm not really sure.
So that was a sort of, does anybody want to answer Emily's question about the actual effect this might have? And that's what I heard in Emily's remarks. Kate Dodge seems to have that. Can we give it to Kate right behind Rosick?
So I don't have any statistics, of course, on this, but as a business owner, I do know that people do notice the taxes, but more importantly, the most, I believe, and I don't have any numbers, I don't think there's any way to collect it, but most of that tax is going to be paid by residents of Putney, not necessarily out-of-town people. So in a sense, we're putting a regressive tax onto the people of Putney, which will be collected and used for other purposes.
Okay.
Anyway, that's my one comment.
So I'm going to call that as answering a question. Is there somebody who wishes to speak against Article 17? You had your hand up earlier. Did you want to? No? Okay. Purple jacket? No? No. All right. So I got lots of people are very excited in the back there. I'm going to go with Jean.
Jean Giddings, I oppose this article for the same reasons that Lisa Papazian and Kate Dodge have indicated. I'm sorry if you can't hear me. I think it is harmful to Putney businesses, but more to the point, we had this same thing last year and we voted it down. And I would recommend voting it down again this year for the same reasons. Thank you.
All right. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor? Howard. Because we may be moving towards a vote on this.
Madam Moderator, two pieces of information. One should emphasize that a 1% local option tax does not tax businesses. It is paid by the customer, as we know all the time when we buy things. Now, answering a question that was raised previously and corroborating what the chair of our select board said, I'm going to read one paragraph from my correspondence February 27th with the Vermont Department of Taxes about this matter. I quote, "When a municipality votes to implement a local option tax, all businesses authorized to collect taxes in Vermont are required to collect from customers and pay to the department all local option tax for applicable sales that occur in or delivered to the participating municipality. As part of the review process, the department verifies that businesses have collected and paid local option tax correctly." So the answer to the question of, does this apply to online sales? Yes, it does. Presuming, of course, that they actually do what they're supposed to do. But we just learned that the Vermont Department of Taxes expects them to do it. But on the other hand, I do have to say, I do have to acknowledge a point an earlier speaker made, that this is in fact a regressive tax because sales and use tax is paid by residents for the most part. We have things, we buy things in a local store, or we deliver it to, or we have it delivered to our house. The only difference to that, of course, would be someone who comes to Putney and buys something at, who visits Putney and buys something from, let's say, Moose on Main.
So Howard, are you speaking for it or is it a conditional for?
I spoke for it, but I realized that I also should acknowledge the point that the person made about it being, in a sense, a regressive tax.
A regressive tax, okay. Is there somebody who wishes to make a case for it? Because if I don't see any big fours, I'm going to move this to a vote.
Yeah, someone over there.
Eileen wants to say something, and then Aiden.
What? Okay, so I just wanted to remind folks that it is a regressive tax. However, the 1% sales tax, like the 6% sales tax, items such as food and clothing and basically essential items for life are excluded, exempt from that tax. And somebody asked at the informational session whether that included maple syrup, and it does. So we're good there.
Okay. So Aiden, you want to speak for? And then I'm thinking we can move to a vote, unless there's a lot of people who want to talk. And I'm seeing some hands up, so we're going to hear against this after Aiden speaks.
I am inclined to vote in favor of this because as I've been on the housing committee is hearing from outside experts about where money can come from. This is one of the main sources that towns have had success with. Now, I think that what happens is that business owners locally look at their books and they say 1% sales tax equals I lose 1% of my revenue, or and I can't afford that. But my intuition is that almost never somebody will say, oh, geez, I've got to go over the border so that I pay 40 cents less on my dinner, or I wasn't going to shop on Amazon, I was going to go locally, but you know, that extra 15 cents, I think I'm going to go to Amazon. I think that that's less than 1% of the time, maybe never. So my intuition is that it won't impact things that way. Is it regressive? Yes. If you assume that property owners are the more tax-worthy bracket, but I can tell you that a lot of property owners feel overburdened. They don't feel like they're the most tax-worthy ones. So when you ask for lower property taxes, that is what you're asking for, and just be honest with the choice that you're making.
Great, that's the argument. And now Jeanette, arguing against Article 17.
Thank you, Jeanette White. So yes, we did vote on this last year, and last year a voter, I don't know who it was, raised the question, well, why can't we just put it on out-of-towners, out-of-staters? And everybody went, well, we can't do that because that would be unconstitutional. Well, we can. That's exactly what the rooms tax is. And I don't know if I'm in favor of the rooms tax or not, but that does apply mainly to it doesn't apply to if you're renting an apartment. It applies to Airbnbs, B&Bs, and hotels. So that is a tax on out-of-towners, which we can do. And remember, when we're doing a 1% sales tax, we are also putting money into the state coffers because they get 30% of whatever that 1% is. We only end up with 70% of that. And I do think, although it might be right that a lot of people don't think of that, I can tell you that was one of the reasons Sam's went out of business, is because everybody went to New Hampshire to buy.
So that's an argument against Article 17 with a preview of what's to come in Article 16. But right now, just to remind everybody, we are focused on Article 17. Is there somebody who wishes to speak in favor, who has not spoken? I'm not seeing any hands, which makes me think we're ready to go to a vote.
Right here.
That's right here. Point of information.
Right here in the front.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Can we get a mic up front?
Susan Ruggles. Wouldn't the sales tax apply to Amazon items that were delivered to Putney?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Everybody hear that? Yes to Amazon items. Howard has a point of information.
Madam Moderator, a previous speaker said the reason Sam's went out of business was the Vermont sales tax. Most of what Sam sold was clothing, which is tax exempt.
Okay. So I think we're ready to vote.
Wow.
Yeah, you want to speak in favor of the article, Emily? What?
Are you limiting me to speaking in favor, Meg?
No, I'm not.
Okay, may I point out?
Would you like to speak against? I'm just trying to clarify so that we can move towards the vote.
I'm making a point of clarification.
Great.
This is shall the voters of Putney. And how many voters are here? How many voters are in Putney? 2,000 or so? This ought to be Australian ballot because the people are here can afford not to be working and everybody else isn't here. All these taxation items ought to be Australian ballot because, for one, the Article 1 of our Constitution says that we shall not be indentured. Furthermore, I'm kind of ignorant on how the appraisal process, was there any democratic input about the reappraisal, and I can take that later, but I wasn't aware of any Democratic input about the level of reappraisal, which is our problem to begin with.
Okay, so I think we're ready to vote. Can we move? Yeah, in that direction, thank you. All right, we are now voting on Article 17. Shall the voters authorize the Select Board to levy a 1% tax on sales pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 138B starting July 1st, 2025 for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund? All those in favor of Article 17, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears that the nays have it. The nays have it, and Article 17 does not pass. We are now going to move up to Article 15. Shall the voters authorize the Select Board to levy a 1% tax on meals and alcoholic beverages pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 138B starting July 1st, 2025 for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund? Can I get a motion from
So moved.
And can I get a second from the floor? Melanie Fletcher, second. It has now been moved and seconded. We are discussing Article 15, which I shall restate. Shall the voters authorize the Select Board to levy a 1% tax on meals and alcoholic beverages pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 138B, starting July 1st, 2025, for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund? Is there somebody who would like to speak in favor? Eileen.
Okay, so this is another article, attempt to broaden the tax base. This one is specifically for meals and alcoholic beverages. Local option meals tax, the state tax is 9% on meals, so the 1% would make it a 10% total tax. And on alcoholic beverages, it's 10% right now through the state, plus 1% would make it 11%. Total tax. There wasn't current information for this one, but I was able to get the year prior. So between July 22 and June of 23, Putney reported $1,831,259 in taxable meals. There was no data for alcohol during that period. So if we did pass Article 15, we would make approximately $13,000.
Okay. Is there anybody have any questions? Questions? Yep. Okay, Lisa? Not questions. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, in the hat. I'm sorry, Meg, is that your name? Martha, sorry.
Is there any way that we could split alcohol and food apart? Why not?
Because as Mr. Fairman is fond of pointing out, Vermont is a Dillon's rule state. So it allows us to do it on meals and alcohol, but we can't do one or the other.
All right. Is there somebody who wishes to speak? Point of information, yes. We have a point of information from Howard.
Once again, Madam Moderator, our Select Board Chair and I have been of the same mind. But I need to add a little bit of information that she chose to omit. The reason we don't know some of this information is because when 10 or fewer businesses in a town are reporting, the report shows 0. So as to avoid people being able to figure out how a particular business is doing. And regarding the amount that she mentioned, about $13,000, actually $12,819, there's an interesting point there. That was fiscal 2022-2023 when 11 businesses were reporting. But just 6 of these businesses or a successor are still in business, which is why the amount has disappeared. And we have no idea how much meal sales the 6 remaining businesses inherited from the ones that are no longer open.
Okay, great, thank you. Would somebody like to speak against the motion? I got Lawrence.
I'm against the motion basically because the mechanics of this taxation are against us. If we were to raise our property taxes to recoup whatever funds these would make, the total of $100,000 or something, all of that money stays in our town. When we put this 1% tax on everything, we are only getting 70% of it. We're sending our money to Montpelier, which is lovely, it's staying in the state, but we're paying the tax and it's not staying in our town. We're trying to do something for our own tax base and not even all of it is staying here. So I think that the mechanics of it need to be very clear that even though we're paying it, and it would be a regressive tax mostly on local people except for rooms, as Jeanette pointed out, that money would not be staying in our town in whole.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak for? No, I'm. Another point of information. Wait, Alyssa, are you speaking for? No, okay, so I'm going to go with a point of information, then I'm going to Charles, but first we'll get the point of information. I'm looking for someone to speak in favor. The reason is if I don't see it, we're going to move to a vote.
Madam Moderator, the previous speaker is correct, of course, that the 30% goes to the state. But this, I feel, is important here. This is referring once again to my February 27th correspondence with the Vermont Department of Taxes. After retaining the fee, the department sends 70% of the local option tax collected to the municipality on a quarterly basis. The remaining segment the remaining 30% is sent to the pilot fund, payment in year of taxes. Money in the pilot fund is used to compensate municipalities for state property located in the municipality that is exempt from property taxes. In other words, the 30% helps to pay pilot payments, not necessarily in Putney, but to other towns in around the state with money that was collected in Putney.
All right, so clarification of how the state is holding the 30%. Is there anybody who wants to speak in favor? If I'm not seeing it, I'm going to Charles. Okay, did you have a question, Ruby? In favor, okay.
And question, sorry.
Okay.
I think that when I think about this, Ruby McAdoo, the only skin I have in the game is that I actually, eat in this town and purchase things in restaurants and things like that. So from my perspective, if I go into the co-op and I purchase something that would be taxed, I don't think that this additional 1% would dissuade me personally. And I understand I own property. My tax bill is affected in the same ways that everybody else's is in the town. So I get the predicament we're in. We're all pinched. But I also hear, and I really, I respect the select board. I hear that they're trying hard to find ways to broaden the tax base. And so from my perspective, this is a creative way. And so what I would like to hear is from, I see Eleni in the back of the room. I know Kate is here. Those are two individuals in the town who would actually be affected. And so they see every day the people who would come in and would potentially see how they would be impacted. So I would request that someone who is actually has much more skin in this game speak to this either for or against. That might be helpful.
Great. So there's been a request for somebody who has skin in the game. I think Charles may fit that bill, and he's had his hand up to speak against Article 15.
Probably noticed the lack of hair on the top of my head. Well, the skin probably is next. Something that may not be obvious to people is that you may know about this, but we pay a lot of taxes that are quite. Now, I understand that the 10% that we charge.
Can you say can you say your full name, please?
Oh, Charles Dodge, like the car. We pass through the 10% tax that we are charging on tastings and then we would pass through 11%. And I think the argument has been made well that people come to Vermont and look around. They certainly have access now on the internet to where they can most effectively spend their money. And I don't know whether 1% will affect them tremendously or not, but you should know that the amount of taxes that we pay is pretty astronomical to begin with. You know, for example, when we sell a bottle of wine, when we sell a bottle of one of our liqueurs or our brandy off our counter, we then send, in addition to the taxes that we collect for that, 5% of the sales that we make to the state right off the top. That's not a sales tax, that's a liquor tax. Now, at the same time, we're paying a federal tax on the gallonage, and we pay a state tax, an additional state tax on the gallonage. So it's a pretty tightly squeezed, low margin business to begin with. And to think that we might even have, a few customers who decide not to come because Putney looks like it's an expensive town would be to our disadvantage.
Great.
So therefore, I oppose this rule.
Article 15, yes, thank you. Is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of Article 15? If I don't see hands, we may be able to move to a vote. Great. Bob, is that?
Gino Palmieri again.
Gino.
Just want to say I'm biased. I don't eat out a lot. I could if I wanted to. If I wanted to drink more alcohol, I probably would not even think about the tax. I mean, I know I'm talking about it not as a business owner, but as a resident of Putney. Most of the voters here are just not business owners, but just folks. There's a lot of people out there who aren't going to the food shelf because they don't even think about going to the new diner. I'd love to go there. I'm probably one day I'll be able to do that myself. But so I don't know if I've made my point, but it is a choice. Alcohol and prepared food is a choice, and some of us can, afford to make it.
Great. So I hear that as support for Article 15. There was a request for somebody with skin in the game. Anybody want to step in? That was a request. Yes, Mike?
Hi, I'm Mike Costco. My wife and I own the general store. And I would say that well over half of our business, primarily we serve the community and people who live nearby.
They can't hear you unless you're like this close to the mic,
Okay.
Mike.
So I believe our business primarily serves the surrounding community in Putney primarily. And the food business is our biggest category. And Eleni and I, and probably the other food businesses, do our best to keep our prices in check. And this is just another thing that makes it difficult to do that because it is a pass-through. It's not something that I pay, but the customers, will feel it. And it's not much, but it's just another thing because the property taxes go up, the healthcare contributions went up, the unemployment tax went up, everything is up. So it's just another thing. So I am against.
Against Article 15. Okay, it looks like we may be able to vote. All right, are we ready? We are now voting on Article 15. Shall the voters authorize the Select Board to levy a 1% tax on meals and alcoholic beverages pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 138B, starting July 1st, 2025, for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund? All those in favor of Article 15, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. Nay. It appears the nays have it. The nays have it, and Article 15 does not pass. We're now moving to Article 16. Shall the voters authorize the Select Board to levy a 1% tax on rooms pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 138B, starting July 1st, 2025, for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second from the floor? Melanie Fletcher. All right, it has been moved and seconded. We are now discussing Article 16, which is, shall the voters authorize the Select Board to levy a 1% tax on rooms pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 138B, starting July 1st, 2025, for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund? Somebody want to speak in favor? That would be Eileen.
Okay, so for this one, the local options rooms tax, the state rooms tax is 9%, and then plus 1% would be a 10% total tax. As Mr. Fairman mentioned, and I forgot to mention, the state does not report below 10 counts for the reasons, for privacy reasons. So I was not able to find any information on what kind of revenue we would bring in. However, it does apply to Airbnbs, short-term rentals, hotels, bed and breakfasts. It does not apply to renting out your apartment. So your Airbnbs and your Verbos and things like that. That's where that tax would come from.
Do we have any questions? Somebody want to speak in favor? Yes, Robin.
Hi. Sue Coakley is still here, so she can correct me if I'm wrong, and also Gordy Heller. But when I was on the Planning Commission, one of the things that came up frequently was when we were discussing housing, which is a huge issue in town as it is elsewhere, is how many short-term rentals there are in town that could be long-term rentals. And we were not able to get a figure, at least in my 3 years on the Planning Commission. Every time we looked into it, we found more places. I think one of the big advantages of this, which is not readily apparent, is that it would put teeth into something that would require people to register Airbnbs. You do not want to mess with the room and meals tax people in Vermont. And this would kind of fall under the same rubric, I think. I think it would be really useful going forward to know just how many Airbnbs, Verbos, whatever we have, short-term rentals, in terms of long-term housing solutions for the town. So just totally aside from the money issues and everything else that other people can probably speak to more eloquently, I would really like to see this. Thank you.
Great. It looks like, do I have a, Howard, is this a point of information? Yes. Can we get a mic to Howard? And then I'll look for somebody opposed to Article 16 or questions.
Madam Moderator, further to what the previous speaker just said, we actually would not find out how many short-term rentals there are in Putney because the short-term rentals are handled through short-term rental agencies such as Airbnb and Vrbo. So they collect the tax and remit it to the state. But because there are 10 or fewer booking agencies doing this, we do not have any public information. Now, similarly, for rooms tax on commercial lodgings, it's also not public information because there are 10 or fewer in Putney. The idea, I remember this came up a couple of years ago at town meeting, that if we levied this tax, we would find out how many short-term rentals there are in town. We would not. The best way to find that out is to look at for example, the Airbnb website, because the tax information goes through the booking agencies. Now, there is a certain amount of permitting that may be required by the state, but I've forgotten the exact number, I believe it's fewer than 30 days a year, you do not have to have a permit as a lodging. So there's very limited information available, and implementing the local options tax will not add to that information because it cannot.
Okay, great. So we have some information. Is there somebody who wishes to speak against Article 16? Against Article 16, yes, behind you, Daniel.
Daniel Hardigan. Yeah, I'm just opposed to all new taxes. America was founded on, kicking out the king because he was taxing, 10% on tea or whatever. So it's like a principled thing. I'm an immigrant, and so in my understanding, Americans hate taxes. So it's our job to always oppose them.
All right, there we have it. There's a strong argument against Article 16 with some historical references. Sudi, are you arguing in favor of Article 16 or? Yes, please, point of information. Very informed citizenry here in Putney.
Chair of the Planning Commission. We did learn something, actually, Robin, about short-term rentals when we did the housing needs assessment. And what we found is we do have, and this is just looking at what you can find online to book in Putney, and so our consultants did that. And what they found is that we do have short-term rentals. They're largely seasonal properties that people rent out rooms when they're not using it, and it's not necessarily impacting our long-term, year-round rental rate. So that's an important piece of information. I will actually speak in support of this tax. We do need new tax revenues, and thank you, Select Board, for trying to be creative and thoughtful about how we do it. We do have some lodging, not a lot. We could use more in town. But I do feel that this would be a good way to bring revenue from other places, people visiting Putney in particular, both business as well as people vacationing. So I would support this. I don't think it's going to necessarily tell us a lot more about Airbnbs, but I do think it is an excellent source of revenue.
Great. So we just had an argument in favor of Article 16. Would somebody like to argue against Article 16? Yes.
I just wanted to say...
could you remind us your name?
Sorry, Tori Motil. And I know that it was brought up in some of the previous discussions that that if we have extra taxes, people might not want to shop in downtown, things like that. But I think that pertains to this more than anything else, because if you're already in Putney and you want to go out for food, you're going to pick something local. But when you're online looking for a hotel to stay at or an Airbnb, you're taking into consideration taxes and fees. Mm-hmm. So keeping our prices as low as possible, we're going to hopefully bring in more visitors from out of town that would then be shopping at our stores and our restaurants and things like that.
Great. That's all right. We have another argument against Article 16. Would somebody like to argue in favor? Or are we getting ready for a vote? I notice people are putting their hats on. Mr. Janice?
Oh, just quickly, and maybe a little bit to your point. I've traveled around a lot, and I've stayed in my life in various different hotels all over the world, actually. And people are just used at the end to see the tax tacked on. Obviously, with Airbnb now, you see what it is beforehand. But I think 10% is not an unusual amount in many other states. So I think that people who are traveling are kind of used to paying that amount of money of taxes. I can't compare it to New Hampshire. I don't know what their situation is, though.
All right, so that's an argument in favor. Kate?
This is just a point or question. People keep talking about this 10 count. I don't know what that means. What are we counting?
Does anybody know what the 10 count, which was referenced? Yes, Eileen.
So the state has a couple of statistics spreadsheets that they put out monthly and quarterly and per fiscal year. And that's where I got all of this information, but they don't report below 10 instances of any particular thing. So we don't have 10 restaurants or 10 meal generating places. So, or in this case, we have, I guess, less than 10 Airbnbs in town or rental places.
Okay. Yes, Gail?
They're not registered because they're not taxed.
Who's our person on the, runner on the left? Thank you. Don't know your name.
Gail Murray. I guess I'm confused about why, if this does pass and there's a 1% tax added, the state would then, since we don't have one for the town, we would be getting that revenue from the state, and that would automatically say, because Airbnb has to charge those taxes, so then we would automatically know how many Airbnbs or Verbos or anything were there. I mean, that's a bookkeeping bonanza, really, because it's already done. I mean, if people, you know, if they're through the agencies, they have to do it. If they're on their own, that's different. But you know, you can avoid paying taxes if you want. But yeah, so I'm just curious about that, if that's how you would see it.
So is there somebody who can answer Gail's question? Is there anybody on the select board who wants to answer it? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the point of clarification. All right, what is the point of clarification? I don't know who said that.
Hi, Sarah Quattoro. So I think my understanding of the 10 thing, it's not that there are less than 10 Airbnbs, it's that there are less than 10 sites and or businesses that rent rooms. So there might be 50 people who rent a place on Airbnb, but because they are all through Airbnb, that's one business. Okay. So that just feels really important. And it sort of speaks to that point. I don't think we would know how many Airbnbs there are from the data, because what we would get is the revenue, and we wouldn't even necessarily know how, because every Airbnb charges a different amount. So one Airbnb that's charging $250 a night is going to have a way higher tax amount that comes back to us than an Airbnb that's charging $50 a night. And in Putney, I know because sometimes I look at Airbnb for Putney because I don't have enough space in my house to host people. There are many Airbnbs, and the cost of those Airbnbs ranges wildly, which is true for any community. But so I don't think we would get that information. This is neither for nor against. It's just saying I don't think we would get the information we want about how many Airbnbs or Verbos there are, nor do I think that we would ever have more than 10. I don't think there's going to be more than 10 sites that are renting short-term rentals that people are using.
Okay. Howard, do you have a point of information? Or yes?
That doesn't make sense.
Madam Moderator, first to clarify this matter, are we somehow able to find out how many short-term rentals there actually are? The agencies remit the total tax that is owed by all of those short-term rentals. They don't say, here's so much from X and so much from Y and so much from Z. The other point is people always say, well, you know, the 1% tax means that people will decide to go somewhere else. Well, you know, think about it. You're going to spend $200 or $300 a night on Airbnb, and it's going to cost you $2 or $3 extra. Do you care?
So I'm going to hear that as an argument in favor of Article 16. Is there anybody who wishes to argue against Article 16? Yes, Swift.
I'm not solidly against, but I have a point.
So if we are trying to gather information and gather money specifically from Airbnbs, which are housing which could be for full-term rentals, this isn't the way to do it. This seems like this is a very minimal amount. We don't have a sense of how much it is. If there are 50 Airbnbs, which that's a very high number, it doesn't seem like it's very much revenue. I do think there's a risk that folks could be turned away from choosing to come to Putney and stay in Putney and stay in Brattleboro or stay in other places. I think I'm not necessarily voting against it, but it is a point against it.
Okay, yes, Eileen, and then do you think we can start to move towards a vote?
So, so the point from the select board's perspective wasn't to discover how many Airbnbs we had in town. And to the point of, housing versus short-term rentals versus, affordable housing, perhaps a 1% tax would persuade people to rent their apartments full-time.
Ruby, have you gone to the mic in order to argue for?
No, I was relieving a child.
Relieving a child. Okay, it looks like maybe we are ready to vote. Yes, we're going to now vote on Article 16. Shall the voters authorize the Select Board to levy a 1% tax on rooms pursuant to 24 V.S.A. Section 138B, starting July 1st, 2025, for the purpose of supporting the General Fund Capital Reserve Fund? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 16 passes. We are now moving to Article 18. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney designate the 50 acres on Route 5 donated to the town by Nathanial Hendricks on December 31st, 2014, parcel 080237, as a conservation site open to the public and managed by the Putney Conservation Commission for the primary purposes of protecting an important part of the town's priority East Putney Forest Block and Wildlife Corridor, and maintaining the land's capacity to sequester carbon and recharge aquifers. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second? Melanie Fletcher. It has been moved and seconded. I'm now restating Article 18. Shall the voters of the Town of Putney designate the 50 acres on Route 5 donated to the town by Nathaniel Hendricks on December 31st, 2014, parcel 080237, as a conservation site open to the public and managed by the Putney Conservation Commission for the primary purposes of protecting an important part of the town's priority East Putney Forest Block and Wildlife Corridor, and maintaining the land's capacities to sequester carbon and recharge aquifers. Would somebody like to speak for Article 18? Great. Ann Carey. Can we get Ann Carey a microphone?
I'm Ann Carey, Chair of the Conservation Commission, and we've been dealing with this land since it was donated in December 2014. First of all, I want to orient people as to where the land is. It's 50 acres right in here. This is a forest block, what we call the East Putney Forest. This is another major forest block, which everybody knows, Bear Hill. We think these were once connected, and Route 5 split them apart. Animals do move from this piece of land up into this area and back down again, depending on their needs at the time. And also, I want to point out that this is part of the Vermont Conservation Design. We've got extra information from them about how the entire state, adjoining states, and Quebec are used by animals to move through the landscape. And Putney is special because we are the first Connecticut River crossing 30 miles south of Ascutney that animals can cross the river from New Hampshire. And that occurs, right along in here. We know they're crossing around the Great Meadows. They also cross at the mouth of East Putney Brook. They move into the East Putney Forest, of which this piece of land is a part. So, and then they can move on over to the ridgeline and on over to the Green Mountains. That's how Vermont Fish and Wildlife has figured out how these animals are probably moving. So this is not just 50 acres somewhere, a nice little piece of forest. It's significant in terms of connecting landscapes for wild animals, and they really need a lot of land to survive. Thank you for holding that up. So is everybody oriented? We'll let you move out.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Ruby. Thank you.
Ruby McAdoo, I'm wondering if someone could speak to how many other, maybe you said this and I missed it, but are there other sites that are owned by the town of Putney that are conservation sites? If so, how many, and how are they treated the same way? I know that we have like Putney Mountain Association and, a few others, corridors and things like that, but those aren't town owned. And so I wonder if someone could speak to that.
Can anybody answer Ruby's question? Anne?
I'll just list the, well, I guess it would be better to point them out. Bear Hill Conservation Site is the closest site to this piece of land. This is the town-owned piece of land. Bear Hill Conservation Site is right at the end of Bear Hill Road, right in here. This is Earthridge land, which is in current use, right south of the land. Other town-owned land are Wilson Wetland, as everybody knows, with the kiosk. And then we have Beatrice Aiken, which is a definitely in-village kind of site, and another second in-village kind of conservation site on Sockett's Brook, where you can see the falls. So the really wild, larger pieces are the Wilson Wetland Preserve and the Bear Hill Conservation Site. And they're sort of in a clump. I mean, animals are using all of those.
Are there any other questions? In the back, Bert?
Bert Teffer, my question is this the same parcel 0 that was used, thought about as possible site for housing as well?
Yes.
So if I'm correct, then if this is considered a conservation district, then that parcel will no longer be available for housing, potential housing. Is that correct?
Yes. Anne is nodding yes. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Howard?
Madam Moderator, this would be a question to Ms. Curry. You mentioned the piece of land that we're considering here, and you mentioned north of Route 5, the conservation site. Is that conservation site contiguous with Forest for Learning?
With the forest what?
Forest for Learning, that is associated with Putney Central School, 175 acres on Bear Hill.
196.
It's joined to the Forest for Learning by a piece of privately owned forest.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, or does somebody want to speak against? Susan, do you have a question? Yes.
So you're asking to designate this land. How much permanency is there in that statement? And are those other conservation sites also designated or permanently granted? And are we taxing those?
So we have a couple questions there. Anne, were you able to hear that? I couldn't hear that as well. Yeah, great. Can we get Anne a mic? Thank you, Razik.
All of these conservation sites are town-owned for the benefit of the town, and none are taxed. Oh, shoot, I forgot the rest.
What kind of permanency?
Permanency, okay. Each conservation site is individual in the way it came into town ownership and in the restrictions on it. And most of them are not permanently conserved. They have some glitches in terms of development. This conservation site would be able to be used for some other purpose if a future town meeting decided to take it out of conservation status. But we'd like to start now by getting a town vote to go ahead and conserve it as it is now. It's really quite a pretty piece of land. It's got a hill, which is a very soft hill with good soil, which will grow good trees. On the other side, there's a rocky ledge with hemlock. And in the middle of those two high areas is a saddle with seeps and a little wetland seep. And that seep is able to produce the beginning of 2 permanent streams. They used to be permanent. They're mapped by the U.S. Geological Survey that way, but these days, nothing is really permanent. So I hope that answers the question.
Does anybody else have questions or want to speak against? I think we've heard some in favor. Janice? A question? Can we get a mic to Janice? And a close-up? You're on TV.
Just a quick question, a clarification. At the forum a couple of weeks ago, Bruce Whitney was asked about this. I believe he has been connected with housing in Windham, Windsor. And he said that this land was not suitable for housing development. Is that true, or possibility down the road?
Ann, do you want to answer that? Can we get a mic to Ann? There's also, maybe Ann, maybe you want to stay in that middle mic that's permanent because people have questions.
I would say that for any multiple unit housing development, this would not be a good piece of land. One could go ahead and probably get one housing site on it somewhere. And we just don't think that's the best use for this piece of land. I'm very concerned about it as a water recharge kind of area because it's feeding those 2 streams. It really has proven itself to be an area that does produce water. And some people in the area do have what are called sweet wells. They're using groundwater nearby, and I just think it's important to protect that resource. This is not to say you couldn't put a house on it, but you've got a wetland to deal with, you've got access to deal with from Route 5, there's a lot of questions.
Does somebody want to speak against Article 18? If I don't see any hands, I may move us towards a vote. Daniel?
Would that be a good site for a well?
I don't think this is against. I was just wondering what Nathanial Hendricks' original intent was when he donated it.
Can anybody answer that question? Josh? Oh, no. Josh is going to answer that?
At the time that it was donated, there was no designation, there were no restrictions on it at all, and Nathaniel Hendricks did not express any specific desires for certain uses of the land. It was given to the town free and clear, which is relatively unusual, and with no deed restrictions or anything on it. So really, there weren't intentions. He loved the land, and I would assume he would approve of conserving it, but I don't think he would have, he didn't designate it that way. So.
All right. Are we moving towards a vote? Ann, did you want to say something?
Only that he was quoted by the reformer as saying that he thought it was a good area for getting water.
A good area for getting water.
He thought of that too.
Great. All right. It looks like we may be ready to vote. Yep, okay. We are now voting on Article 18. Shall the voters of the town of Putney designate the 50 acres on Route 5 donated to the town by Nathaniel Hendricks on December 31st, 2014, parcel 080237 as a conservation site open to the public and managed by the Putney Conservation Commission for the primary purposes of protecting an important part of the town's priority East Putney Forest Block and Wildlife Corridor and maintaining the land's capacity to sequester carbon and recharge aquifers. All those in favor of Article 18, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 18 passes. Okay. Now, don't go, because we are now at to transact any other town business that may legally come before the annual town meeting. Is Nancy Olson in the room? Would you wish to say something about the community story project? I got somebody first. Community story project. And I also would love to hear from Tony if he needs help. Tony's okay. Thank you, Tony. Yes.
Hi, I'm Chris Couturier, and this is Ellen Strong. We are board members of the...
Really close.
Okay, is that close enough?
Yeah.
Okay, hi, I'm Chris Couturier, and this is Ellen Strong. We are board members of the Putney Community Center, and we're speaking on behalf of Nancy Olson, who couldn't stay this long to speak now. So the Putney Community Center is 100 years old today, this year, as a community center. It was previously a church. The building is quite a bit older than 100 years, but as a community center, it's 100 years old in 2025. And we would like to have a story project that involves memories of Putney residents about their experiences and happenings at the Putney Community Center over the years. So we need your help to do this. And Amanda Dixon at the middle school is a teacher there. Middle school teacher at the Putney Central School. She does a 6th grade writing skills class, and her students will be recording some of your memories. And also, Kara Faye Horowitz is the librarian at Putney Central School, and her podcasting group will take part in this story recording. So we would really like you to help by signing up during March. Students are going to conduct the interviews in the first 2 weeks of April. They'll all be at Putney Central School. So please, are there forms?
Yes. So there should be some forms in the back of the room. We also will have a link on the putneycommunitycenter.org website where you can sign up to be contacted for this project. Or you can always email us. Our email is also on the website. Yep, leave a message on the phone or even contact school if you forget all of that, and Amanda can help you get situated. So we're really excited to hear about the memories that you've had. We know the community center has had a long history of having plays and basketball games and dances and tag sales and schools and scouts. There's lots to record, and we'd like to do that. Our phone number is 802-387-8551, and leave a message. It is not staffed. Thank you.
Okay, great. Howard.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, the mic isn't working.
There we go. Okay, Madam Moderator, this is not to make an objection, but I'm simply curious. So I'm asking this question of our select board. Customarily on Vermont Town Meeting warnings, to transact any other business, it always appears, but it appears as an article. So here it would be Article 19, but it is not, and I'm asking why. Is it a typo, or do you have some particular reason that you did not warn it as an article?
No particular reason, and didn't even notice until just now.
Sure. Okay. And I have a request from Mike Berwick. Oh, wait, Eileen?
Yeah, I just wanted to say before more people leave, I wanted to say a sincere thank you to Nate Snell, who has served on the select board for 2 years, and unfortunately is moving out of the state, which is why he's not running for re-election. We are going to miss him very much, and I hope you come back.
Okay. I think I have a resolution from the floor, is that correct?
Thank you to everybody that's left, and I'll keep this really quick. This is a non-binding resolution. I am making a motion to put this on the floor for vote. We, the residents of Putney, resolve to formally request that our Governor, Phil Scott, publicly reaffirm his commitment to upholding the rule of law, protecting the rights of Vermonters, and the Vermont Constitution amidst federal overreach, even if confronted with federal threats related to funding or other matters. Furthermore, we encourage him to proactively leverage his authority, engage with his colleagues nationwide to advocate for the protection of the rights of government personnel, immigrants, and all individuals, including those belonging to the LGBTQIA+, disabled, and BIPOC communities. Additionally, we call on him to work with his colleagues on both a state and federal level to safeguard critical services such as Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, which are essential to the well-being of all Vermonters.
Okay, this is non-binding. Do we need a second? No. Is that, everyone's saying no? All right, so is there any discussion? Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
All right, all those in favor of the resolution as read by Laura Chapman, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying nay. The resolution passes. Good, I always like to have a little dissent. We need to have dissent. Thank you. Sue Coakley, sorry. You don't need anything. All right, the last thing I have on my table here is from Mike Mrowicki. Greetings, I wish I could be with you this afternoon, but unfortunately, because of the last minute change in today's town meeting agenda that bumped me off the morning agenda, I must send my regrets. Given I was only informed just last night about today's schedule change, I was unable to change my work schedule for my year-round job. The paying job I need to work apart from the legislature. That paying job required me to take care of some work this afternoon. I regret I can't be two places at once today. And that's one of the challenges of a part-time legislature that only affords a rather meager salary. This year it is $16,000 for the year. Most legislatures have to work other year-round jobs to keep food on the table and pay our other bills. I did bring copies of my mid-year legislative report, and they should be on the table with other printed material. I would also remind folks that I am available to speak to anyone with questions or suggestions you might have about our legislative work. My contact information is on the legislative report available here today. It's also on the legislative website. Thank you for the honor and opportunity to serve you, and please know that I'm working hard to help keep Vermont the best place I know to live, work, raise a family, and retire to. And I guess that material may be here, around? Okay, right there where Tom Ehrenberg is. All right, looks like I may need a motion to adjourn. So moved. Could I get a second? Second, Robin. All those in favor of adjourning, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Woo! All those opposed, we don't want to hear about it. Thank you.